you know, going out and running amok and creating TikTok videos and all of the crap that comes along with our current society. Because a lot of our inherent needs that we have psychologically to fulfill our basic needs are kind of taken away from us, and we don't feel a direct relation to the work that we do providing for our basic needs. We're very separated from that.
A lot of time and effort and resources are put into things that are not necessary. And all that energy, all that effort is put into what? Politics, war, a lot of different things that we can mention that we really don't need. So if we put all that effort, all those resources, all that people into actual things that are beneficial for everyone, that's, I think, is the way to go.
Yeah, I think the Native Americans had a pretty good structure or lack of structure. You look at, they had small tribes and then they had larger nations, and people within a smaller group who are all contributing towards a main goal of providing the needs of the immediate group. If somebody starts to fall out of line, doesn't want to participate, that gets dealt with very quickly. And those people tend to figure out how to get along and work their way back into being a productive part of the community. And
you can extend that to the neighbors. You will still do commerce with your neighbors, with the next town, and the next town will do commerce with all surrounding towns, and things will flow. We talk about, obviously, about small communities, but the community is that cell, that center. But that center doesn't have to be isolated. You're gonna have neighbor communities and neighbor cities that can, do commerce together and do things together. It's not a big deal. You could travel to other places.
Just like the Indians did, big trades, they'd have their big, their dances and get everybody together and meet. That way they exchange ideas and people and products. Yeah, they actually did a lot of that all over these places. They did that big trade.
Yeah.
And roads can be built, and everything can be done. But like I'm saying, the excess of the effort and the energy and all the resources put into the waste of politics, war, and other things is just a big waste of time and energy and resources.
And when you look at the Native Americans, I don't know 100%, but I can be fairly sure that there was very few large problems that got escalated up to the whole entire nation, right? Because you have tribes within nations to where the elders of each tribe got together as a nation and had to make decisions. I feel like those were very few and far between compared to right now, where we look only to authorities that are so far removed from us to make decisions for us. It's like an inversion.
A lot of
the thing was that if we were living off the land, had our own water, grew our own food and animals, right, we wouldn't be worried about other people doing stuff for us because we'd be reliant and doing stuff for ourselves. And in doing so, we become ungovernable.
Correct.
So when I first started looking into this in 2015, I was like very free man on the land, very gung-ho and come and take it type person. And then I met Issa, right? And he started to explain things to me in a way that I could understand. And I began to understand the law a little bit better. Laws, should I say. And now I feel like I'm mature now that I've understood the law a little bit better. And I've realized that the people in prison put themselves there because they don't know how to contract. They don't know how to like argue for themselves, and that a lot of them like did it to themselves. I would say like probably 99%. And it's like if you just understand like how things work, and you understand how to become ungovernable, like I just mentioned, like the people in the Ukraine before the 1930s, before Stalin started passing all those laws where you couldn't get any food, right? And they started starving to death and eating each other.
And they give you the
Like,
education system that will take you away from that knowledge.
right, yeah, the educational system. But yeah, those Germans in the Ukraine, those Christians, they were governing themselves, and that's the one thing that communism can't have. They can't have people governing themselves, providing for themselves, and being ungovernable.
Very true. They know best and they have to tell us how to live. They've got to be in control. It's a control freak thing.
So wait, Hank, you're telling me this whole time the solution was just growing up? Like
Yeah, you got to
actually
mature.
maturing?
Yep. Maturity
Yeah.
and responsibility.
Yeah, it's not so much about your rights, it's about your responsibility, your ability to respond.
Well, ain't that something?
The crazy thing is that we have been moving away from this because this was the case for many nations, many communities, many families in the past. In the past, but whatever we're moving forward now, it's been moving away from that. That was the case in the past in probably most places of the world. People did have knowledge in the past. They knew how to, treat their neighbors and do cooperation and not being so aggressive against each other like these days. This
Yeah, it's
war
amazing.
history that we've been getting has been promoted in every book, history book. This wasn't the case like everywhere. They promoting the past and our ancestors that they were crazy people that were always killing each other, and that wasn't the case.
It's amazing to me, like, I watch a lot of cop videos and audit videos, how like a man will see a man with a camera and then call another man to handle his business for him because he's like afraid and too much of pussy to do anything about it himself. Right? So he calls like an armed thug to come into the area, like, hey, I saw a guy doing something. It wasn't illegal, but it was creepy. Right? And it's like, well, is that a misdemeanor or is that like a felony? Right? It's suspicious. Well, is that like a crime? Is that like a misdemeanor or felony? And it's like, what if, right, just by itself? Like some people might think that's weird, but does that necessarily mean that it's illegal and you got to call an armed thug?
To enforce,
Or what?
he's calling an armed thug to enforce his feelings.
Right, exactly. So what if I see a man wearing salmon color shorts? Like to me, that's weird. Like, why are you wearing pink, bro? It's salmon. Whatever you got to tell yourself, right? Like to me, that's weird. I don't wear salmon color shorts, but does that mean that I have the right to call the cops and be like, officer, this guy's wearing salmon colored shorts. Get over here immediately. Stop him.
No, we shouldn't call the cops, but maybe on you for pronouncing the L in salmon.
It's there.
I'm just messing with you, Hank.
Okay, salmon, whatever. But yeah, I don't believe in silent letters. That's some made up bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, along your point, it kind of goes back to what I was saying previously. It all comes down from people like giving away their responsibility to somebody else, like abdicating their responsibility and their authority to handle their own business. They're just giving that away to others. In your example of like a grown ass man getting on the phone and basically like calling their mommy because somebody's creepy outside. Mommy, come help me. You know? They're not adults. They haven't grown up. They still
You
have
know,
a
we gotta
mommy
take
and
into
dad.
account a lot of the work, the jobs that people have these days and we have these days is putting energy and effort to make other people rich and make other people wealthy that we probably never gonna meet in our lives, and that doesn't benefit our families or our communities in a bigger scale. A lot of the effort is designed for us to put energy to benefit a small group of people instead of the bigger picture.
Which is why so many people are depressed and unfulfilled with their life.
Yeah, because imagine like if your family and your seed, like everybody depended on you and there was no help from the government and it was up to you to get out there and do something. And then when you did, you actually benefited from it, right? And if you got sick, it was up to you. You don't pay no taxes or your insurance or anything. You just, go out into the forest and find what you need because you have the knowledge to heal yourself. Imagine that.
I think that we don't need to go to the forest and just be in the wild and all that kind of stuff. Community and kind of the way we have things, it can be fixed, but it's designed to take a lot of energy, a lot of effort, and a lot of time out of people
Well,
to accomplish much.
correct me if I'm wrong, Hank, but I think what Hank was trying to say, Jimsy, is he's going out to the forest to find medicinal plants to take care of his illness.
Oh yeah.
Not necessarily just going out in the forest in the middle of nowhere to live, but having a knowledge of nature in order to help heal yourself.
Because our people are perishing for lack of knowledge. We've had this food pyramid for I don't know how long, right? And at the top of it is like meat and fat, which is probably what we're supposed to be eating because nobody's dying of like fat diabetes, right? Everybody's dying of sugar diabetes.
Hey, the first time I saw this pyramid thing was in school, and my teacher wasn't a doctor or a nutritionist.
That's right.
So why was she giving nutritional advice or, I don't know, medical advice?
Don't worry, the food pyramid was peer reviewed. It's legitimate.
Oh,
Bullshit. Through the pyramid.
It was bad advice.
Good one.
Yeah, I mean, look at how far we've come in not taking responsibility for our lives. That we look to these external authorities to tell us what we should or should not be eating and what's healthy for us. We've gotten so far away from nature and what is healthy for us that we have to look to groups and councils who have disseminated what we should or should not be eating.
My dad used to say something, who died and made them king? Meaning, what authority do they have, right? So when I think about these phrases that my dad used to say, it's like, man, he really was preparing me for like this truth thing. Like, I don't know. Like, think about that phrase, who died and made you king, right? If someone comes up to you and they want to shove something in you, right? Like a drink or, a verse or anything, right? Food, water, right? Who died and gave you this authority? Where does your authority come from? That's the real question, I think.
Well, in this country, it was expressly written in the Declaration of Independence where authority comes from. We just forgot about it. The authority and your rights are given to you by your creator. Your very existence, the fact that you are here, gives you inherent rights. We've traded our God-given rights for privileges and benefits.
Yeah, we got to quit doing that. Whatever benefits and privileges you get for trading in your rights, I mean, that is, in my opinion, like the definition of selling your soul, right? I mean, why would you give away your rights to daddy government for whatever chump change is in his stimulus package or, food stamp act or whatever, it's not worth it. Welfare Act is what I meant to say.
I was sponging what you were spilling.
So if you look at like what happened right there in like 1963, right? Like immediately after this, like all these laws start getting passed, right? Like the Immigration Act and then the Welfare Act, which, those two things together is like, man, y'all get over here. We got free stuff. And then the Drug Act, right? Which pretty much made it to where they could, regulate the crap out of it. And I took my son, he had an ingrown toenail. I took him to the doctor, and the doctor's like, what did you give him? I said, well, honey and garlic at first. And then she said, you don't have antibiotics? I said, well, it's regulated. Don't you know that? You're a doctor. Like, this is the most regulated industry, like, in the United States. She's like, oh, okay, so you brought him here. I was like, yeah, it's either that or, like, take him to the co-op and, tell him that my son is a cow.
A lot of gatekeepers you have to go through. It's a crazy world, but this topic, similar to Flat Earth, once you see it, once you understand it, you can't not unsee it.
That's why it's important to hide it. That way the people don't start trying to think for themselves.
Yep. Those with power have a vested interest in hiding knowledge, because with knowledge comes power. I literally had a conversation last night with a lawyer friend trying to tell me about a social contract. It was quite hilarious. He started off with the phrase, "What, you don't believe in the social contract?" said, that
Wait.
sounds like
Who said that?
my
What was it?
lawyer friend. And I go, oh, believe in a social contract that I can't see nor did I sign? That sounds like a religion that you have there, buddy.
Wait, what exactly does he mean by social contract?
There's an implied contract. Like when you go to dinner, right? You don't actually sign a contract, but it's implied. You know you're sitting down, they're about to feed you and serve you, and you're going to give them Federal Reserve notes in exchange. That's what he meant.
I mean, that's capitalism. Basically, you just pay
No,
them.
not capitalism. You missed the point. The point was the
Maybe I did.
implied contract.
He was
You
using
know when you order the food and you give these orders and they provide a service and then you pay for that service.
Mm-hmm.
What happens when the cop or the government gives you orders and you act upon those orders? Aren't they supposed to be paying you if you act on
That's
them?
right.
So what you're
Because
saying, like,
they're making an order.
Yeah, anytime a government official is around, you should automatically turn on your phone, and anything they tell you to do, ask them, is that your wish? Is that your order? And if they say yes, that's an order, be like, okay, you don't have to tell them how much it's going to cost, but obviously you're going to set your price, and you got them making a contract with you, and the contract is the highest law of the land. Not even the Constitution is above the contract that you make with one another.
Build them in paper. On paper.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be on paper. The paper contract is a memorial of the contract. It's not the contract itself.
No,
So
but I
when you
mean
make,
build.
go ahead.
The bill when you build them, because they made the orders, you act up on the orders, and then you build them.
Yeah, and you're the one who decides to set your price. Like they can't tell you how much you're worth. Just like when you go to a plumber, you don't be like, "Hey man, I'll give you $5 to like unclog my toilet." Like no, the plumber's like, "That'll be $125."
Take it or leave it.
Clogging it myself.
watch a YouTube tutorial and do it yourself. That's solution.
So, Hank, do you believe in the overarching social contract? That there's some underlying overarching social contract that we're a party to?
Yeah, don't start no shit. There won't be no shit. That's my contract. Don't mess with me. I won't mess with you. That's it.
Yeah, don't start making a bunch of claims saying that because I'm breathing fresh air, I'm gonna hurt you, and therefore you can put me down or do whatever you want with me. Don't start making shit up.
Because I'm
Can't just
literally
start
not
making
going around. Sorry, go ahead, Jim.
you can't, right. You can't start making stuff around and say it's a contract because I said so.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm literally not going around messing with anybody. I don't talk to most people. I don't usually interact with people. Now, if I like someone, I'll talk to them, but that's it.
Oh, that means you like us because you're talking to us.
Yeah, you noticed that, right? If I like people, I'll talk to them. Yeah, I like you
Yeah.
furfers.
So what do you do with the towing company when they take your car and they say, "Hey, it's $150 if you want it or not"?
Dude, it was $350 when my wife got arrested. $350 just to take it 3 miles down the road.
They
That
present you
gas
with
must have
they present you with a paper. Yeah, it's $150 sign here so you can take your car. Can you rebuttal that and say, hey, if you keep my car, it's $1,000 per night, per day?
Hey, Peter, you're back. I know you left previously saying you still had some more questions.
Yeah. To be honest, I had the Christian, the ones about Christianity question. Um, like to be honest, right now, I'm not really up to like asking questions anymore because I ate too much. I'm just here to chill. If that's all right, I'm so sorry. Maybe if they come up again, I will just ask again. Maybe I should write this shit down because my memory is fucked.
That can be useful.
Yeah,
No,
I
Yeah,
should
no problem.
use
You know,
taking
chill out on the carbs. Come back when you're
taking
sober.
notes
it.
taking notes is always a very good thing to do. It's not just
Mm,
about the memory.
yeah, in
Yeah.
general, yeah. I had to learn it the hard way. Like at work, I
Yeah.
always like,
If you can make if you can make a habit of taking notes, writing down, it will benefit you a lot.
yeah, it will be a no-brainer. Just like write it down, and if I, forget about
Mm,
it, I can just look at the notes again. Yeah, yeah.
sure,
It's
don't worry.
yeah, I had to learn it the hard way at work because like I was like always like after meeting, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna remember that for sure tomorrow. The next day, I forgot everything that I didn't know what to do anymore. Then I feel embarrassed like asking it, like, yo, what did we decide
Oh,
yesterday?
you are turning into a flat earther, or are you?
Me? To be
Yeah,
honest, I'm like for now I'm more agnostic. Like
yeah.
like I see I understand why people would believe that the Earth is flat, but it's that at the same time I still can't understand why people would believe that the Earth is round. Um, so
Well,
like I would
agnosticism is actually those who believe only when they have empirical proof, evidence, something
yeah I guess
tangible, you know,
yeah like if
like a
I like
table. You
mhm,
can say, I believe this table looks to be 1 meter by 1 meter, 1 square meter, because
mhm,
you've seen so many before and you know how big they are. But and when you take your meter, yeah, it's 1 by 1. So that's no longer a belief once you have measured it. You know,
yeah
it is
obviously
actually knowledge. Yeah,
yeah
and
what I thought to
that's the
myself like
difference. That's the difference between globe Earth and flat Earth. We do have these measurements plus observations, and also so many experiments with gas pressure, and who's backing us up is actually real science, natural science, which is something that you either study and learn, and then
mhm,
you will know it. And science is not something like you make up, you know.
yeah obviously
Science
don't
is like a nail in the wall. Yeah, it's
yeah I
in that
mean
position exact. Yeah,
well, I mean, in science, the only thing you can like maybe come up with is like maybe a hypothesis on why something might
yeah,
be, but that's just being like I guess a theory or anything like that. And then you go ahead and use scientific method to see
yeah.
if that hypothesis is true or false. That's well, at least that's how I understand it to be. But
Yeah, but for that you need to experiment. So
yeah,
that's the scientific method. And if you see people talking and they have no scientific method, they have followed nothing, like astrophysicists, they look in the sky at those tiny lights, and
mhm,
and after that they make wild fortune telling. That's exactly like I would ask you, hey Peter, give me your hand, and I'm gonna do you a palm reading. I'm gonna tell you the future. So it costs you $500, you
mm.
know.
I mean, like I
Yeah.
can't like right now. It kind of feels like it. That's like a wait. How do I put that? like an oversimplification what those. Wait, what are they called again? Astrophysics. I can't speak.
Astrophysics, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like well, to me at least, it seemed like Yusuf strawman what they actually do, but I don't know. I would need to talk to them to
Yeah.
see like what they would like what they are actually doing, or I don't know.
You know,
But either way,
it's
like
funny
if
when
it,
people
It's a
say
big thing.
astrophysics.
Yeah. It's a
Just real
big
quick.
thing. You see it. Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, just real quick. To
Mhm.
me, when I say astrophysics, it's like, physics is a science. So they put astro next to it, and you think that it's still a science, right? But it's just as scientific as an astrobiologist, which that's an actual degree that you can get. Biology means life, right? And it's a science, it's an actual science, right? But the thing about it is that astrobiology means alien life from the stars. So just remember, the astrobiologist is just as scientific as astrophysicist.
Correct. True.
I see. I guess I'll have to look more into that, and also like I don't know. Maybe if there are any like experiments I can do myself, so I can see it myself. I guess only then I would like truly believe that the Earth is flat. But as in right now, I'm like
Well, it's
like
not an
listening to you
experiment.
guys. Yeah. Sorry.
Tell them get
Don't
beget.
worry.
Tell them get beget.
Don't
It's not
worry.
an
Yeah.
experiment.
Yeah. It's actually they have no experiment in astrophysics.
No, no, no.
Like
It's a
I'm not.
measurement to see if it's spherical.
you know. And
I'm
you
not sure
know
if you guys misunderstood
this
me or not. But
picture,
like,
for example, the picture which NASA presents us, the globe, the whole globe. This is actually, in fact, NASA is posing as a god to you because only a god can have the power to see the whole world. No man had ever had such a perspective. That is a godly perspective. And anyone who believes that globe image has a God complex, because they believe they see the whole world. It's crazy because even when you go high in an airplane, you can't see the whole world. You can see only a very small part of it.
well, yeah, like in the airplane for sure.
Yeah.
But I guess
Uh,
if
they tell us, yeah, if you go high enough, because you're not going high enough, but how high do you need to go? That's like more than 12,000 miles. And that's a very high altitude. I doubt, I have serious doubts that anything ever been that high, like living beings or objects created by us, you know.
okay, so if I understood you correctly, I don't believe that anything that we could construct in like some machinery or anything, they could never get high enough to possibly make such a picture.
Yeah, there
Okay.
is none. There is none, and even if we try, well, if they ever tried, they would have had something, not special effects studio fakery like they did with the moon landing. And in 72, the Apollo mission, the supposed Earth photograph through the window, you know. And funny thing, it was a round window and all that. Special camera angles set up, That's a whole studio uh, fakery in there, in that video. And I know that picture does look like something, like it would be Earth, yeah, but you can fake it.
I mean, yeah, you can fake anything. I can
Yeah,
do.
but you see, when you take a real photo with your phone, yeah,
Mhm.
uh, digital or even with a Polaroid camera, you can actually investigate if that is a real photograph or it has been digitally manipulated or you know.
Wait, I kind of got lost. So there's a way to like tell if it has been manipulated or not.
Yeah,
Is there like a video about that
we
I
have
could
this kind of
watch?
this kind of investigative algorithms which can
Hmm.
detect any software tampering with digital photos. And this software is actually good uh, at certain levels, like finding out if, you take a poster ad, and you clearly know that's photoshopped, but you can detect that, you know, with special digital tools.
Hmm.
And it will tell you that's not a real picture, image, a photograph of somebody or something. It has been manipulated in Photoshop. So,
Okay. I mean,
I'm posting a video for
it
you right
sounds
now.
believable.
Can you see the live stream voice text?
Yeah.
Okay, I just posted a video for you. So we're not saying that it's photoshopped. They, NASA
yeah,
themselves, are saying that it's photoshopped. So if you look at the link in the description, it'll
Hmm.
actually take you to Goddard, which is NASA's website. And you can see that in that website, they talk about having a flat map of data and they stitch it together and they wrap it around the globe and it's all artistry and it's photoshopped, quote, because it has to be, unquote. So you got to ask yourself, if there's 3,000 satellites that we know of floating around the earth in space, why does it have to be photoshopped? Why can't they just take a snapshot, just like you can take a selfie of your children because they exist, or you can't take a selfie because they don't and you have to photoshop children into your photos?
yeah.
Well, I doubt that any
But
of the satellites are like that far away from Earth to make such a picture, so it would make sense why they would need to Photoshop it. But well, I can watch that.
guess what? Um,
Well,
in the early 2000s, I knew they have these projects of mapping the world. And in the beginning, yeah, I heard, I was reading online that this project involves use of satellites, to take photographs of Earth and making a map. But actually, those photographs were airplane, drones, and vehicles. And um, all that data, it shows a real flat uh, world, which they took pictures. They took that data and stitched it onto a 3D virtual sphere. The problem is you lose data when you do that. And once you tampered with the original, it is no longer a original. If you had access to the original, that will be quite something. But this means that you need to hack Google Maps, you know, and probably they don't store the original database in the Google Maps server, but they have it for 100%, you know.
hmm.
Yeah.
Also, they have a
And
satellite. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
yeah, I just wanted to say that when you try like, hey, I want to buy a piece of land and I'm gonna go to Google Maps, look at it. Um, they don't take like these Google Map pictures like. When you go to your mayor and get the papers for that land, technical drawings and everything, um, you will see that they don't always match with what Google Maps shows us because it has been modified. And in some places in the world, yeah, there are cut off, you know.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah.
What's Is that one of the drones Google used to make those satellite images?
Well, actually, that's also why, for example, the government, when you buy land, um, they, if you measure using Google Maps, a terrain, uh, and you see, oh, this piece of land, this square meters must fit in this, and you see certain, and, there is, oh, sorry, I got
Okay.
interrupted.
No worries.
Yeah. So that's why they ask you all the time when you're buying land to go actually to this building where the mayor is, and they have there a special governmental organism which deals with all the mapped land, and they have these technical drawings and they are very accurate, and they
Excuse me,
know that.
I think
Yeah,
you went down a tangent, bro.
yeah,
Try to
yeah.
get back on the.
So go ahead. Yeah, let's get back.
No, you go ahead, bro. I was just helping you get back on track.
Yeah. Well,
For long.
Nazca. Where were we?
Epic would be a good thing to bring up right now, because he was talking about the images. Epic satellite, 1 million miles away.
Yeah,
Take it away, man.
yeah. Oh, and for example, the picture taken by Voyager, they don't show like the Earth, but it's very funny picture, that one, because in that picture you actually see somehow the galaxy, and the Earth is a very tiny spot, like a spot of light. Like
So the epic picture is
yeah,
that the one with the moon, right, Hank?
yeah.
The green.
No, from the Voyager one, the picture of the Earth, but it's a very tiny, tiny spot, and they say that's the Earth. But they didn't took a picture like halfway the distance, where
I'm
you
sorry,
can
I'm a
see
little bit
more
lost.
detail.
Like, can I see the picture somewhere that you're talking about? I'm a little bit lost. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, they say the satellite Voyager left the solar system.
One that they randomly shot into space. I heard one of those. I heard
Yes.
about it.
Yeah, They made a special image with some sort of mathematical language, and yeah, so that the aliens will understand. Voyager picture of the Earth from outside the solar system. Google should be able to show you that picture. I can bring it in a minute. I need to do some stuff right now. Sorry, I kept getting interrupted.
So if they had a camera on Voyager, why did they wait so long for it to turn into a dot, a pixel, before they turned around and took a picture of the Earth and sent it back? Why wouldn't they get, like, you know, a shot before they left the moon's orbit, and then another shot to get the moon and the Earth, and then another shot to get Mars, moon, and the sun and the Earth, and another shot to get Jupiter, Mars, moon, and the Earth, Mercury, and Venus? Like, why didn't they do it like that? Would have been epic,
Sorry to interrupt
right?
you, but it's probably because the planets weren't aligned. Like you are taking the supposition that, well, if you see Earth, you should see Mars. All right, for example, or if you see Earth, you're gonna have to see like another planet and so on and so forth. But you know, first off, it's probably because it takes just so much energy to send a picture back, and off, it's probably because the planets weren't aligned. I'm just making a supposition here, but
Yeah,
just
you're making stuff up. Yeah, we know. So,
maybe.
yeah, you do, right? You don't have any validation of what you just said. You just well,
logical. It is
what?
logical, though.
It is not logical because those things cannot be there, right? You need a radius first. Earth cannot be a ball if it measures flat, right?
Yeah, no, right. I'm not taking the supposition that the Earth is round. I'm saying that if they had to take a picture, the reasons why they couldn't get a picture were because.
We're stuff you just made up. Yeah, of course.
What?
Yeah, I don't want to be cutting enough, but yeah, I am cutting enough at the knees, right? Because this is the whole problem, right? The only time Earth is presented as a ball is on your screen, right? You never ever experience the Earth as a ball, never. You don't see curvature, you don't feel the Earth move. It presents itself to everybody as flat and non-rotating. Okay, so the thing that most people hold in their hands, right? The screen, the telephone screen, or the computer screen, or the television, right? That is the only place the Earth exists as a ball, right? And these stories they tell you about a tin can. What was it? 1977. It's still working. Why can't we have these things here on Earth? It's ridiculous, right? Everything NASA makes, right? The Curiosity rover, for example, it works for, like, it's now still going for 12 years. ISS 20 years. Nothing ever breaks down with those guys. Nothing. And they just tell you on your screen, well, we've just had an image from this and this exoplanet. I mean, when do you stop believing them, right? They told you it smells like farts on Uranus. They told you it rains diamonds on Jupiter. They told you there's a star spinning at 700 times a second, right? When do you draw the line and say, well, hold up. How can we ever validate this? What is the story you're telling me? How can I figure this out, right? Alex?
Yeah, I'm kind of starting to follow what you're saying.
Farts on Uranus. I mean, they're laughing in your face, man. India posted something like a few hours ago. So they discovered that Pluto's atmosphere is slowly vanishing. How? How did they discover that? Did
Wait,
they
discovered
go
what?
there? Let me post it. I'm posting it again. Scientists suggest they suggested. Oh no. And I get it, right? Space is awesome, right? They tell you, well, we can go to space, to the moon, to Mars, right? Someday you will go. It's a fantasy in your head. They put it into your head. Because you will never go, Alex. Never.
If in a distant future they said you can go to the moon, and you actually went and you saw that, now let's just, all right, like you're saying it's not going to happen. Let's just suppose it happens. You go and you see that the Earth is, round.
Mhm.
Are you gonna change your the way you see it?
We already did,
Correct.
which proves that we're capable of changing our mind when new information comes in to our mind.
Correct.
That's what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to be emotionally attached to things.
Yeah, I can agree
Correct.
on that.
So now let's turn this around, Alex. So if you measure the Earth flat, right? You go to a large lake, you take a laser or a mirror or a high-powered zoom camera, and you did this, right? You tried to validate the Earth. The globe claims that it has a radius of 3959, which you then
If I were to test in a like hyper controlled environment where I 100% know that the results are not they're not false by any atmospherical stuff or
oh yeah,
just
my apologies. Sorry, so I had to comment. But will you then concede that the Earth is flat, right?
if there is, or if I see that, yeah, this is enough evidence to say definitely that the Earth is flat, I will say, yeah, this proves that the Earth is flat. But as far as I know, the experiments that I have seen online done by flat earthers are not done in perfect environments in which you can say, yeah, the environment here was totally not
Are you
problematic.
familiar with Occam's razor?
The Occam's, I mean, I've heard
Occam's
of it.
razor. So it
Oh yeah,
basically states the least amount of assumptions in your theory is probably correct. You familiar with that?
yeah, I'm with you so far.
Okay. So if I see some buildings across a lake and I do the math and it's like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. I shouldn't be able to see these buildings. And then I go and theorize, well, maybe it's because pink flamingos have a very high reflective index, and I can see that it's reflecting the sunlight, causing Venetian swamp gas. You see where I'm going?
Are you talking about the black
Venetian
swan?
swamp gas.
No,
No,
Are you talking?
no,
no.
no.
In
What?
general,
In general.
it was in general. Go ahead, Hank.
Oh, well, yeah. Then I would. Okay. So first off, I would not assume it. I would look into it. I would look into why this is happening based on what I know of quote unquote modern science, right? If modern science gives an explanation that is not, an assumption, that is something
Wait,
that
who is this modern science that has lips to give you an explanation? Village idiots give explanation. Modern science, aka the scientific method, is objective, testable, repeatable, empirical, falsifiable. Right? So you can't anthropomorphize modern science into someone who's speaking and then they tell you, oh, hey, I got the story about what light does as it passes over a curve. Right? It allows you to shoot deer with a camera or a gun that has disappeared over curvature.
Right. But modern science is not a person. Modern science is a lot of people. It's
Yeah,
not
so
one.
show us those a lot of people demonstrating this, Alex. That is what we ask, right? Demonstrations. So we need a demonstration of an object behind a hill, right? And then this magical refraction making the hill go in front of the object and the object moving. So the hill is moving beyond the object and the object can be seen again. Is that something you can
Right.
produce?
That's the good thing about science. You don't need to prove exactly the thing.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
ridiculous.
If I give you, let's take a practical example, right? Gravity. I know some of you believe that it's. Just bear with me, okay? I know that some of you say, "Hey, gravity is not real," but bear with me. If there is a set rule for how objects are supposed to fall, right? And you say, well, yeah, gravity does this, therefore the object must fall at this speed and this amount of time, right? If I calculate one thing and I calculate the general formula, I don't have to prove each object that falls
Of
because
course
I
you
can
do.
just
Of course
do
you
I
do,
now?
right? So you're using circular reason because gravity, therefore gravity, right? Because I assume gravity, shit falls at this rate, right? Even the
No, not
high priest, yeah, you do. So even the high priests of the heliocentric model will tell you, right, that gravity is just a theory, right? It's never been proven. So you come here and then say, well, no, maybe you
I'll
guys
have to
don't
see.
believe.
I have
No,
to
let
see.
me finish. You
Sorry,
guys don't
I'm sorry.
believe.
I'm sorry to
You
interrupt you. No, hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I need to see a clip of a scientist, like an actual scientist,
okay?
saying that gravity has not
Okay.
been proven.
So
I
you want
want to believe you,
so you
but
want
No, this is real simple. Don't ask a scientist, ask the scientific method. Show me a working hypothesis in Einstein's paper written in 1915, right? I need an independent, dependent, and control variable.
you
You're the one making the claim that it's scientifically proven, so show me the hypothesis.
yeah, sorry, I had a call, but do you want Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that he doesn't know what gravity is?
Neil deGrasse Tyson is not
Do you
viable
want
science to me. I'm talking
Oh,
like an
so
act.
so now he's not, right?
As
He's the guy.
far as I know, Neil deGrasse
Okay.
Tyson doesn't
So
have
you
a
want
PhD in physics,
uh,
does he?
so you
In
want
physics, no, he has in astrophysics.
so you want NASA saying they don't know?
Yeah. Why not?
Okay.
How about you provide a clip of somebody proving gravity? Because it's easy for us to provide clips of people saying they don't know what gravity is, like Neil
Here you go.
deGrasse Tyson.
Literally just take an object, make it fall, and
Yeah,
calculate it.
that's an effect,
You're
right? That's an effect.
assuming gravity.
Okay,
Hold on. Can we go over the scientific method, please? Yeah.
Right. All right.
Okay,
The
wait, I'm
scientific
going over the
method.
scientific method, bro, because you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay.
So, in
Okay.
order to
Say,
have a hypothesis, bro, mute yourself so I don't have to mute you. Just listen for a minute. The
right. I'm listening.
scientific method has control variable, independent, and dependent variable. So, you got your dependent variable. This is the natural observed phenomenon. Then you got your independent variable. This is the presumed cause, right? The independent variable is proven when you manipulate it and you see the effect. Do you understand? Like you turn on the heat, you boil water. You turn off the heat, it stops boiling. You add heat again, the water boils. What did you prove?
I prove. All right.
heat
I see where you're
makes
going with
water
this.
boils.
Okay, you
Yes.
proved that enough heat over enough duration of time causes water to boil. So, in your hypothesis, we need it so we can test it. So you're making a claim that it's scientific and it's not just a theory, because in order for it to be a scientific theory, it has to be validated by rigorous testing of the scientific method. So, like I said a few minutes ago, I'm going to need that hypothesis from Einstein so that we can all test it.
Right. Let me reply before I go any further. Let me reply here. So the scientific method, as you said, is basically consistent on you observe, you do the, you hypothesize it, and then you try to prove the hypothesis. All right.
Sorry, what is hypothesize? What is that?
My bad. English is not my first language. You make the
It's
hypothesis.
fine. I
Yeah,
assumed that it was a
making a
mistake. That's why I
hypothesis.
asked.
All right. My bad. But
No, it's okay. It's fine. Go ahead.
But you make the hypothesis and then you try to prove the hypothesis. Now, the hypothesis I'm talking Newtonian gravity because I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know anything about.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, so you're on Newtonian gravity? I got something for you. Before you go any further, that's been debunked. It's like you're 106 years out of date. So give me just a second. Can't believe
And
you're
not
on
just
Newtonian gravity.
Yeah, while
not
you're
only
finding
Newton's
that, Hank,
gravity.
I'm sorry, before
Sorry.
while you're finding that, I also have to correct you. You do not prove a hypothesis. You
Mary Mom!
Yeah, hello.
Is that you? Oh my God.
Yes.
Welcome, Mary Mom.
Who am I talking to?
All
Alex,
of us.
he's been here
Family.
before. Alex, you know the arguments. Why are you playing these games?
Because I don't see the game.
You are playing
Is
the
this
game
Alex
because you
the
know.
Italian?
It
I'm
is
sorry.
Alex the Italian that's brought
Yeah,
me.
you are playing the game, right? Because you know the arguments. You know them. So why are you playing these
I
games?
do know the argument, but I
Okay,
don't.
so
the theory
that is then being a zealot, right? Being a zealot, you know the
What does-
game, but you are basically being an anti-flat earther now, right? You know the arguments, you know how the scientific method works, but you're going
Right.
against it, being a
I'm
zealot.
not going to the scientific
Alright.
method.
Okay.
All right. Hey, bro, can you go to 22 minutes after the hour? I just posted it.
Is that a channel in here?
Live stream voice text.
Oh, okay. Hold
22
on.
minutes after the hour.
All right. 22 minutes after the hour.
So we have a double slit experiment with Newtonian particle. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna need you to read those three things out loud so that you and everybody else can hear it, okay?
We have a double slit experiment with a Newtonian particle and electron. We close one slit and fire a BV of electrons, and we hit 10 hits at point A. We close that slit and open the other slit and fire a BV of electrons and get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be if we fire the same BV of electrons with both slits open, we must get 18 hits at point A. Well, we get a big fat 0. And what does that mean? Well, that is the end of Newtonian physics. So you're just saying that because you.
I didn't say anything. Keep reading.
All right, hold on. I'm just gonna finish reading this. First, I want to tell you what goes wrong with Newtonian mechanics. The double slit experiment is a problem. That's what puts the nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics. All right, that's a quote. Today we're gonna shoot down Newtonian mechanics and Maxwell's theory. We're like the press. We build somebody up only to destroy them. Build up Newton, shoot down. Build up Maxwell, gonna get shot down. And again, the same professor. How can you please explain to me how? I don't know. I don't know anything
Yeah,
about
you
this.
know what Maxwell did actually?
I actually don't, because I never heard of him.
Yeah, Maxwell corrected Ampere's laws without any evidence.
Okay.
That's off the point. I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Yeah, but yeah,
just to get back on track. Sorry, Get To get back on track, right? What do you think nail in the coffin to Newtonian mechanics means. What do you think that means? Is that a good thing?
I'm gonna assume it's a bad thing because it says coffin.
Right, it's dead.
Yeah.
Right,
It's
but
a euphemism.
then again, just because he disproved one experiment, how is this experiment? Hold on, actually,
No, he
let me.
didn't disprove an experiment. He did an experiment and disproved what Newton said. Newton never had a single working hypothesis. Neither did Einstein. They never produced one hypothesis. Sorry,
And it's
Einstein may
not.
have produced hypothesis, but not with the theory of gravity. He didn't.
Yeah. Can I add one point, please, Hank?
Of course, go ahead, bro.
About Newton's gravity theory. It's not only about his theory of gravity, but also his laws of motion. Yeah.
So, are you going to stick to Einstein now that we've thoroughly debunked Newton with an actual experiment?
Well, first off, I don't know anything about Einstein because I don't
You
know
want me to
anything.
explain it to you? I'll give you the
But-
one-on-one. I'll explain it to you.
Hold on, just let me speak for a second.
Sure.
What exact law did this? I'm gonna assume he's an Indian guy. What did this Indian scientist debunk exactly? Because I am really confused right now.
What law? What'd you say?
What law did this scientist debunk exactly?
Newtonian mechanics. Right? Newton described how the heavenly bodies work, right? And he described it mathematically. But math isn't science, is it?
Math and science are closely related.
No.
Are they cousins?
I would say there would be no science without math. I would go as far as that.
You would say that. Okay, I got something for you. Sit your ass still for a second.
Just a way of describing things. And you can describe anything, both reality and non-reality, with mathematics. It's like a language.
All right, go ahead and go to today at 12:21 past the hour. The scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirement of systematic experimentation. The final attributor of truth is science, is experiment. The only way things change in physics is experiment. Everything is based on experiment. It's the only way we change our mind. If it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. What do you think that means? Did you hear math in there anywhere? Did you hear anything about math?
No, but I just let me just go back to the whole Newton's mechanics disproved thing.
Okay.
I don't know anything about neutrons and protons. I'm not a physicist, but if I see that, I can hypothesize that, knowing the mass of an object and knowing the gravitational acceleration on, the planet I'm on, in this case, Earth, I can predict with what time the object is going to fall. I can predict, if I know the time and I know the gravitational acceleration, I can predict the mass. And usually I can predict it correct.
Okay, so you're telling me that you can Google right now the mass of the sun, the mass of the Earth, and the mass of Venus, the mass of Jupiter, and it's going to be correct? Is that what you're telling me?
Are you talking about like I can assume it's plus minus.
Oh, assume. Okay. Yeah, I can assume that you're a female with a deep voice because you had an injury to your throat, right?
Because you're talking about huge objects, like absolutely huge.
Over his
But
head.
if I take something that's happening on Earth right now, I can say, yeah, for example, this weight is gonna fall in a certain time, and that prediction is correct. I'm not trying to disprove.
I can
flat
predict
Earth.
that your voice is going to keep getting deeper because the injury to your throat is degenerative, and your vocal cords are only going to get more bass-like and thicker because the injury to your throat is what's caused the change of your voice. That's a good prediction, I think.
No, it's not a good. It's not.
And you're really a female.
May or may not be.
Stop.
It may or may not be true. While we're talking about physics, it is always
Crying,
true.
Hank.
Sorry, can I ask Alex a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, you said you were explaining about observing massive object, very big. What's the
Yeah.
biggest thing you ever saw?
Like
I
through,
mean,
like, are you
when you
talking
look
like?
in the sky, when you look in the sky and you see the sun or the moon,
Right.
and you hold a coin in your hand, they are pretty much about the same size, correct? So they are not immense.
By your logic, if
You
I
don't
was sitting on
see
the
it.
balcony
You don't
and
see
I
it
saw a
as
person
being
going down,
immense. Yeah,
Hold on, let him respond.
but yeah, go
by
ahead.
the same logic, if I was sitting on my balcony and I saw a person going by, and I just compared it to my thumb, that person would be smaller than my thumb.
Right.
I'm
And
using the same logic.
if that person kept walking away, eventually they would get so small you couldn't see them because of the same effect, right?
I mean, ish. No, not really.
What do you mean, ish? You just
I
described an
mean,
effect.
if I,
And further away, they get smaller. Eventually, they would get so small that your eyes wouldn't be able to detect them and distinguish them from everything else.
Yeah.
Right?
Angular resolution.
if the, all right, yeah, I'll give you that kinda. If the atmosphere was
Whoa,
crystal
what do you mean,
clear,
kinda? When a
if that,
girl's next to you, her boobs are big and voluptuous. The further she walks away, they get smaller, right? They appear to get smaller.
all right, yeah, but
Yeah. There's no
if,
kinda.
let's scale up the person a little bit. Let's scale it
Okay,
up to
so are you kinda
scale
heterosexual sometimes? Are you kinda heterosexual? I mean, think
nah.
about what you're saying, bro.
Why are you talking about my sexuality right now? It has
Because
nothing.
you said kinda. Are you kinda a male?
Let's scale this up. Let's talk about a boat. If I were to see a boat going down the horizon, I would say it's not.
Alex, are you kinda a man? Are you kinda a
Yeah,
man? 1 second, Gabriel. Are you kinda a man or are you a man?
I'll take my right not to respond to that question.
Right.
It doesn't have
So,
anything to do
so,
with this.
so I will for you. I am a man, right? I'm not kinda a man. I am a man. This is what
Right.
my DNA tells me, and this is what I am. I am a man. I'm not
Right.
kinda. Okay.
Yeah.
So
right.
when something moves away, it doesn't kinda. No, it is the law of perspective. So it does get smaller, Alex. Don't play these games. Okay?
Well, what do you say about boats literally going down the horizon?
Yeah.
For example.
So if the Earth was a ball with the radius of 3959, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, Alex. And you know this. So when you claim the horizon is a physical place, a location where boats and buildings should get blocked by, surely we can measure that place, Alex. And it's unmeasurable. There is no measurable curvature. Yeah. Right?
and actually, sorry, Roger, I want to tell him that that phenomena, which he calls boats going over the horizon, that phenomena is actually refraction.
If you're talking about refraction, then if you're talking about refraction, then I can just
That
go back to the
is
example.
refraction. Refraction makes things disappear from bottom up as they go further away. In weather
I can show you.
conditions when the atmosphere has a higher refractive index. Yeah, and it will make boats look like they disappear. But you fallaciously call it boats going over the horizon.
Because I can literally pull up a picture for you of
That's
a boat
actually not
going
even the true
down the
horizon.
I'm about to
horizon.
That's
post a GIF right now.
Oh no, not
We're
the
gonna
coin
see
guy.
the Skunk Bay. We're gonna see the Skunk Bay, right? Time lapse of Skunk Bay. It shows you what refraction really does. All right, so this is the effect that we see, right? But what's the cause of it? Now, these refraction things, they often need assistance for us to see them. In this first example, the ship that's appearing to disappear from the bottom up, right? You had to zoom in pretty good to see that. And the second one, we have to have a time lapse. And you can see that the water is looking like it's engulfing and flooding the land over on the other side of the bay, right? But it's not. It's an optical illusion that makes it look like the bay is disappearing from the bottom up. So either A, like all those people in those buildings over there are like drowning every day because as you see the gift starts out and it's clear, you can see across the bay, everything looks fine. But as the day progresses, the heat from the sun perturbs the atmosphere and causes all this wonky stuff to happen. And it looks like the bay is disappearing from the bottom up. So Alex, I'm going to ask you, is it possible that the same effect is happening to the boat?
This is tricky because I haven't never seen a boat. Can I get a permission to post the pictures real quick? Because I don't have the permission right now. I swear I will not be posting
I
gore
hope
or not.
Roger will give you. Yeah, you sound pretty honest in regards to that. So,
I mean, it's not in my best interest now, is it?
Not if you want to learn how to debate against us properly.
yeah.
Exactly. I mean, I could be just
And you're
saying.
doing a good job learning by now.
So, are you meaning to tell me that this much ship going down the horizon is refraction too?
Yeah, look at the GIF underneath. Look at the GIF. Study it. Look at it for a long time. Right? When you see this effect, it's not because the Earth is getting more flooded, right? It's not that the Earth is stretching out and there's more curvature or getting smaller and causing more curvature, right? This is an optical phenomenon, right? And what it's doing is it's making the bay disappear from the bottom up. There's all sorts of stuff going on in this image right here. And it's refraction. And all the
reduces
refraction,
visibility.
exactly. All the refraction is doing here is it's mimicking what you would call Earth curve. So correlation isn't causation. Just because you see a ship disappear over the horizon, you can't just say, well, that's the Earth curve, right? Because it could be anything, right? It could be yellow-haired troll pixies, right? That's causing it to happen, but you can't see it because they're invisible, right? So what you have to do is you have to use your intuition and decide, is it this or is it that, right? Because what if you walk in your house and the light's off, the light that your mom says that you can never turn off, the hall light, right? And it's off. Well, you got to start asking questions. Did the bulb go out? You replace the bulb. No, it's not that, right? Then you check the switch. The switch works. It's getting power. And then you check your breaker box. And then you go outside and the neighbor's lights are all off, including the street lamps, right? But you thought it was the bulb, right? And you're convinced that it had to be the bulb because this light never turns off. We got the light switch taped on. It never goes off. Right? But you didn't see the other causes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we like the scientific method so much, because when you manipulate the cause, you see the effect. So if you would have changed the bulb that would have fixed it. That would have proved that it was the cause of the problem. If it would have been the breaker box and you would have flipped it and it felt funny when you flipped it, because that's what breaker boxes feel. They feel funny when you flip it after they've been grounded. You would have noticed that, hey, the light came back on. And your mom would have been like, it's back on. And you would have been like, okay. And then that would have been the cause. That's why we use the scientific method instead of explanations, because any village idiot, including Neil deGrasse Tyson, can give an explanation of why something happens, why he thinks this happens. But no one is proving anything until you manipulate the cause and see the effect, and you have all the other variables under control.
All right. Yes, I saw the RC thing, and it's starting to make more sense now, kind of. Right.
Yeah, Alex, you mind me if I tell you, this is about gravity, which you were talking a while ago, a couple of minutes ago. Hank has done an amazing job presenting you with these citations and information, but I know, I was told in school, I went to school and I had physics classes and a physics teacher. And I remember that guy. He was a 2 meters tall guy, solid man, you know. And he told me that gravity has nothing to do with magnetism. They have nothing in common. They are not related. Can you agree with this?
I mean, yeah.
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 You see, magnetism and electricity, they are directly related. Electromagnetism. You see, these are forces that, yeah, they work together. But gravity, although it looks like a force which is similar to magnetism, is actually not, because magnetism has two poles, opposite poles, north and south polarity. And because of this polarity, binary polarity, you can have a force of attraction and repulsion, depending on which poles you point at each other, you know. Now, the problem is that if I manipulate magnets, can I affect the downward acceleration rate, which is the gravity's magic acceleration number of 9 meters per 81 meters per square second?
What he said was, can he affect with magnets the downfall of 9.8 meters second squared?
Can I make them fall faster or slower using magnets?
See, you are. Yes and no. Yes, because yes, the magnets will be attracting each other, but no, because it's not. You're not changing the acceleration. Changing. You're not changing the gravitational acceleration. If I'm making myself clear, you're changing the.
Then okay.
Sorry,
Then
it's time out. Sorry, give me just a second. That's a middle of the road fallacy. Yes and no. I believe that was a binary answer. He can either change it or he can't. So that's a true dichotomy. Yes or no.
Can you dumb it down, please?
And we started off.
So if I ask,
from. Yeah.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, we started off from what my physics teacher told me, that gravity has no connection with magnetism.
Right, that I
None
gathered.
at all. Yeah. So your correct answer, logical, would have been a negative. No. To my question. But I can explain you the experiment which has been done, and we have observed that manipulating magnetism, you actually affect the downwards fall rate. When you glue together two opposing magnets with the poles which they repel each other, you glue them, you force them together and you glue them in that position. Yeah. This magnet will have a weight, mass, and you can weigh it. It's no rocket science. It's very simple to weigh them. Yeah. And two other magnets, you put them together the way they attract each other. And you carefully choose to be equal weights. And now you drop them together from a building in the same time. Which magnets will hit the ground first?
The two that attract each other, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
correct, correct.
Yeah.
And those who repel each other, they will fall at a slower rate. They will, the acceleration is changed for them. They fall at a slower rate. They don't
So
accelerate
what does this prove?
the fast. This proves that actually this thing that we call it gravity, the downwards vector, is actually an effect caused by magnetism.
I would say it a little bit differently.
Yeah.
Let me think how to word this. By manipulating magnetic fields, you can cause objects to fall at different rates. Wait.
I think I'm starting to follow now. I see what you're. Well, it appears I have been shushed. I'm gonna. I'm just gonna listen to you guys for a while. I have to go make dinner for my mother. So sorry
Yeah.
about that.
Good luck cooking.
Thank you. Hope I don't burn the
Bon
house.
appetit.
Keep researching, keep asking. It's interesting to hear this argument
Yeah.
for everybody. So I enjoy it.
Yeah, and this example I gave you with the magnets is actually an amazing man who discovered it. It's Boyd Bushman. He was a Martin Lockheed engineer. This guy was studying some very weird stuff. And this is his patent. He made this discovery and he patented it. It's a US patent.
Magnets are really interesting because they kind of defy gravity if you think about it.
Yes. Quantum locking also, it's very strange, weird phenomena.
Yeah,
And
well, even
it's
copper,
gravity.
even copper
Yeah,
behaves very
yeah,
strangely with magnets.
yes,
Very strange. You
yes,
guys should go watch the copper
yeah,
experiment. The copper observations. It's just weird.
yeah. And also lead, lead metal is paramagnetic, and the lead atom is diamagnetic. It has two magnetic properties of opposite magnetic properties. And as a single atom, yeah, it's diamagnetic. It's easily repelled away by a magnetic field. But when you have two lead atoms making a bond and become a metal, now it's paramagnetic and it's easily attracted to the magnet. And because of these two opposite magnetic properties, which the lead has in the same time, it has this strange behavior in nature. It will always attract to each other. It it's like it's moving towards each other. It conglomerates. And they used lead metal weights for Foucault's pendulum, and I've also seen a YouTube video, which I can't call it an experiment, but yeah, the guy was calling it an experiment, and showing how he's hanging a lead weight off a scale, and when he brings underneath that lead weight another lead weight, the scale was showing like you have a heavier weight hanging, and that's just because the lead was attracted to it, to the metal, both, you know. There was attraction between the two lead objects, and it is measurable. It is not very strong like the magnets, but yeah.
Sorry, could I just detour real quick and ask runs with the scissors? Yeah, are you trolling right now, or are you like for real?
What did he say to you?
Is it me, or you just cut off entirely?
Gold is not a metal, and metals are man-made. They're not found in nature.
Right, but gold, literally gold,
Lead,
lead,
tin.
iron, and I know you can say, "Oh yeah, iron is an iron ore," but guess what? Iron ore just has iron, but it is with rock, and you heat the rock, and you get iron. You don't mix anything to get iron. And yeah, sure, by processing ore, but then again, metals like iron, not steel, iron, they came from like, ideally they say that they came from meteorites. That's why in Latin iron is literally called, I think, star rock or star something.
The meteorites cannot explain why gold phylons, when you find one in the ground, yeah, they are spread in the ground just like the root of a tree. And yeah, to mine it, you just have to follow that line, you know.
We call it veins.
Yeah,
because
veins,
it looks like
correct.
a vein.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. And I think I have been insulted enough, so I just pulled up Google, and it's extracted from iron ore in a huge container called a blast furnace. Iron ores
But
such as hematite contain iron oxide, which is Fe2O3. You basically remove the oxygen by burning it. You don't add any reducting agent, bro. I
Fe
just
comes
love how
from
everyone
yes, fair,
What's the point?
pharaohs.
my point being that you don't iron and other metals, especially like metals that people found out before Christ, they are not man-made. Nature made them.
What
Who
do you
claimed
mean
that man made
man-made?
Yeah.
iron?
Wait. In Romania, we have gold treasure thesaurus, which the Dutch people, like 2,000 years ago, they were keeping this gold. It was ancient. It was generation from generation passed, and it was gold, solid gold tablets and jewelry and all sort of artifacts. Like these bowls which you keep fruits in it. Yeah, how did these things occur naturally? Because these golden artifacts are predates the pyramids of Egypt and even the Sumerian tablets. They predate them with 2 or 3,000 years. So how can you say these gold objects have naturally formed with
Well, the
writing on
object.
it?
All right, hold on. The
Yeah,
objects were not formed. The objects were man-made, but we're not talking about the objects here. We're talking about the metal itself, right? Like if you
yeah,
say,
metal gold. You can find pepites. Yeah,
yeah, you can find
nuggets.
yeah,
You
nuggets.
can naturally find, and yeah, also in Romania, they found one of the biggest was, I don't know, 40 something kilograms, one piece of gold. It was mixed with a little bit of other stuff like rocks glued to it and stuff like that. But yeah, most of it was gold, clean gold.
Right, but because gold, correct me if I'm wrong, but gold doesn't mix with other metals, does it?
It does
Yes, you
mix
can make
with
alloys,
silver.
right? And it does bond.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
But the thing about gold that makes it unique is it does not rust and you cannot destroy it with no acid.
Yeah,
There's no
and it
method.
doesn't
So
react
all the
with acid.
gold,
Yeah,
Destroys gold, but like man didn't know about this acid until like the 20th century. It's a Tsar's
what?
vodka. There is an acid which is right. Translating it from Russian, it's called literally the Tsar's vodka. It's an acid that
ah,
is
yeah,
used if you're extracting gold from uh,
Yeah, that's
objects covered
extracting
in gold.
gold.
Yeah, no, but
yeah,
if you have a gold thing, it's like covered in gold. You use this compound because it only solves gold and nothing else. And you use it, and then
and that acid is also very toxic. It kills you.
it, it kills
It's
you.
very
Yeah.
dangerous. Yeah.
Wait, are you Romanian?
Uh, sorry?
Are you Romanian?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. Neighbors. Kind of
Where are you
neighbors.
from?
I'm from Italy.
Italy. Oh, yes, we have common history.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, you know
Yeah.
Trajan, the emperor?
Yep. He
Yeah,
conquered you guys. The
he
empire
conquered
started.
us. Yes.
Yep.
And that's in 105, 106. That's the year when the Italian Roman Empire invented the fiesta, because the Roman Empire, in 700 years of conquering the world, they gather 5,000 ton in Saturn's temple. And when they conquered Dacia in that year, they took 15,000 tons of gold and about 34,000 silver. Yeah.
For some reason, ancient civilization always used gold. Like even civilizations
Yes.
that
You
didn't
know why?
interact with people, they always used gold.
You know why, don't you? Gold
No, I
doesn't
don't.
lose its value. You can't produce it in mass.
Yeah.
The only way you can
Yeah.
get gold is if you
Yeah.
work for it and earn it. Work for it by digging it out of the ground. So with fiat
Right,
currency, they could just print and print and print and print. But if you had
right,
a
but
gold coin, hold on, let me finish, bro. If you
yeah,
have
my
a
bad.
gold coin today, you can trade that gold coin and take the money and go and get a suit, a brand new suit that's tailored to your size, a brand new belt, and a brand new pair of shoes. If you had a gold coin back in Jesus's day, 2,000 years ago, you could get a brand new suit, a brand new belt, and a brand new pair of shoes. But if you take $1 and you go back just 100 years, it would be worth $96, $97.
Yeah.
$1?
Yeah,
Yeah.
dollar bill. If you could go back 100 years ago, which would be 2021, sorry, 1921, it would probably be worth about 90 something dollars.
Damn. That is a lot.
Good old inflation. It's about to get worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
could probably rent a room somewhere for like $2.50
Yeah.
or $3 a month.
Gasoline.
Imagine how expensive living has become.
Yeah, gasoline just broke the €2 a liter in the Netherlands.
Wow.
What? €2?
Yeah.
A
So
liter. That's like $8, $10 a gallon.
Gallon?
Horrid. That's horrid, man.
Oh, for a
Yep.
gallon. I thought 1 liter.
No, he said a liter. He said
yeah,
a liter.
€2 a liter. Yeah,
1
€2 a
liter.
Yeah, so that's
Oh
like
my
$8, $9,
God.
$10 a gallon about.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
$9.
That's
Yep.
Well, if you're going to
Yeah.
talk metals, you hear that they're about to do to our economy. They're talking about making a $1 trillion coin out of the platinum coins. They're going to put a 1 trillion mark on it, and suddenly our budgets will be. It's crazy if they do
It's
this,
all
and they're
fun and games
prepared to
until
do it.
somebody
They're
loses the
talking
coin.
about it. They're actually
It's all,
talking about it.
it's all fun and games until you drop that coin in the sewer or something. Oh no, where did my coin go?
no.
Price of bread.
That
Can you
coin.
imagine?
I'm curious who will own that coin.
I think
So
million
They won't
because again,
circulate them. They've already said the government will hold them and they will add them to the balance sheet of America, and it's going to
Yeah.
devastate us. Yeah,
That
they're
So-
talking.
institution.
They're
I'm
very
curious.
serious
That
right now.
institution building where they hold it, where they keep it. Yeah, I'm curious. Which?
Fort Knox or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they
probably
already
in
have
Because
the
some
blanks
that
ready.
means
They're
probably
ready
in
to
some
go.
dumb sorry.
Yeah, they got
Go
blanks
ahead.
ready. They're ready to print these. They're actually, this has been the big talk for the last 2 days. Shannon Yellen is against it, but you know what it'll do the price of bread and all your costs. It's devastating if they do it.
So we're looking at pre-war Germany, basically, in America.
Yeah.
Marks, yeah, just like the marks. Yeah.
Won't be able to afford it. You have to have a freaking wheelbarrow full of cash in order to buy a loaf of bread.
Buy one bread. Yeah.
I mean, considering the fact, oh god, wait, did you say it was $1 million or $1 trillion coin?
Trillion. The
Yeah.
T word on one coin.
Oh,
They're gonna, and we don't know how many they're planning on making and minting and holding
considering
and
the fact
adding
that
to the balance
whole
sheet.
single
It's
budget
all
of
about taking America out. You know, this has been planned for years.
this value of that coin is based on trust, right? Belief, like the globe
Yeah.
model. It's only trust and belief that this coin is $1 trillion worth. If nobody gives you the $1 trillion for that one coin, then it's worth absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
Okay?
its metal value
Yeah.
is something like maybe $2,500 to $3,000 depending on the market for platinum, but that's about it. And even that fluctuates even with gold.
How do people not learn from mistakes? Don't print more money. Don't invade Russia in the winter. That's like the basic human.
Well, and the death of all civilizations is in Afghanistan. Nope, we never learn.
Well, we don't. Oh, by the way, to all my American friends, how did the American public react when the Taliban basically took over Afghanistan in a matter of 2 days?
Oh, you mean the CIA assets, the Taliban?
Pretended to be, all that. Yeah.
Pretended to be something they weren't. Yeah, portrayed to you, and now you're parroting that to us. Yeah, we already know about it. It's false.
Oh shit!
It's just false. Okay. Another story.
All right.
Cool story. It's not true though. Sorry you were hooked on it.
Oh, my parents are out of town. Let's go. Sorry.
Sorry you believed the news.
I mean, I don't know. As an American observer, I didn't know this.
And the globe lie. Right? You believe the globe lie.
It's all freaking lies. All the wars since before the French Revolution were all perpetrated by the same people that are doing what you see around you right now.
Yeah, it's all part of the show.
The wealthy attacking the human race.
Yep.
Yeah. But guess what? Imagine planning for thousands of years, developing a system to take over the mind of the whole world's people, and in 1900s, when you start launching it, the globe religion belief and brainwashing and all this, it starts and lasts about 3 generations, and then it falls apart. You see flat earthers showing up everywhere. I mean, it's the biggest catastrophe. Yeah.
Yeah, just over 70 years since our last major world war. Here we go again. Get ready.
Do you guys ever talk about something other than, the whole globe Earth?
Yeah, we're talking about it right now.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, we do.
True, but it still has
It's
to do
all
something
interrelated. All of it's interrelated. It's all connected. All of it. All the lies are connected to this one lie about where you live, who you are, and who your real boss should be.
And every single event that you've ever witnessed, experienced, or have even heard about is nothing like you think it is.
And all happened on the flat Earth.
Yeah, and it's a flat Earth server as well.
Another lie which people actually ignore. When you go and donate blood, they tell you, blood is not much value. Like they give you a free hamburger and stuff like that. It's a good thing to do for saving lives and stuff like this. I agree, but the fact that it's actually worthless, this I disagree, because actually blood is a gold-based substance, and they are telling us it is iron-based. So your medicine that you are taking is iron-based chemistry. But if your blood is not functioning with iron chemistry and it is gold, then by default you took the wrong medicine, whichever kind of medicine you took. I don't say that medicine doesn't do stuff to you and your body, but 100% is not going to make you well. So.
What do you mean that it is gold based? I'm confused now.
Yeah, blood is red because of gold nanoparticles. and it carries oxygen because gold is diamagnetic and the oxygen paramagnetic. So they don't form a chemical bond. But these two elements together, they stay together in a very comfortable uh, position. But when a cell actually needs the oxygen, it easily absorbs it because that oxygen molecule is not bonded to the blood. But they tell us that iron, because of iron oxidation property, that's how the blood is carrying the oxygen in the body. But iron oxide is a very strong chemical bond which you cannot break it uh, easily. You know, you need special acids and stuff, a chemical reaction to separate the oxygen from the iron molecule.
Gotcha.
And those reactions, they don't happen in our body.
Oh,
Anybody
no.
anybody found any curvature yet? The silence.
Yeah, Alex, bro. Have you
Curvature
found any
is a
curvature?
ghost.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I just burned my mouth.
Oh.
This is the sound of silence.
The curvature. Search for the curvature. Boy, what a needle in a haystack that is, huh? The
Why
haystack
would you
just
search
keeps getting
something that
huger and the
doesn't?
needle keeps getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, Roger, why would you search something that doesn't exist?
I think you meant sunny, but yeah.
Oh, Sonny, yeah.
Not again. Oh
Well,
Yeah.
my
there's these
God.
people running around
Oh my
thinking they're
God.
descendant from rocks or monkeys or something, depending on who you ask and when you ask them,
Yeah.
right? And they're claiming that, that we live on the Earth and the Earth is curving and spinning and floating in a vacuum, but we have all this gas pressure and we can't detect any motion of the Earth and we can't detect any curvature.
Yeah.
So, I guess when stupid people make stupid claims, right, they're going to need stupid evidence.
Yeah. And
Well,
yeah, I
you
was looking at this Google Scholar also. It's a different kind of link where Google shows you a different kind of results, like only academic and dot educational websites. And I found in there, I was looking about gravity and stuff, and I found so many doctorates. When these people write their PhD to get the PhD diploma, they have to write some work, and
Jesus.
publish it. Yeah, thesis. Yeah, correct. And I've seen so many of these trying to prove gravity and the names of them is, man, it goes like beyond aberration and speculation, assumptions and stuff. Yeah, they even try to use these new comagnetometers, you know. 6-axis inertially suspended rubidium atoms, they say, proves gravity, but actually they don't, because the comagnetometers, they do detect motion and stuff like this. They are very precise instruments, but they have nothing to do with gravity. And I saw in that thesis so much of a struggle of that man who wrote all that to relate everything to gravity. You can see it in his paper that he's struggling to relate it. Yeah.
Well, maybe you should share with the class, Baguette.
Yeah, I did post this a couple of months ago in the live stream voice text, but yeah, I can go back to it.
Well, maybe I was sleeping. Post it again, please.
Yeah, let me search. 1 minute.
So that's awkward, right? 2021, no scientific proof for bendy space-time. Wow.
Astonishing.
But, right, so you can, it's not a force, but you can think of it as one, right?
I guess the whole thing was thought of in the very beginning, wasn't it?
Yeah, but isn't that kind of like saying, like, she's not a female, but you could think of her as a female?
Yeah.
That don't sound very...
Relativity.
Yeah, it's not a car, but yeah, you can think of it as... It's not a bread, but, well, you can think of it as a bread, right? Maybe you can eat it.
I can think of this as my coffee.
That's the new step, right? It's not a hamburger, but yeah, you can think of it as a hamburger. Doesn't have anything to do with a hamburger anymore these days. But you can think of it as it. And there's the imagination again, right? Giving it up to the imagination of the viewer.
I'm going to start selling boxes of gravity, and it's just going to be an empty box, and the instructions are going to say hold object over top of box and drop. If it falls, gravity.
That's a Nobel Prize, man.
I know, man. Why wouldn't it be?
Yeah, we also have Aaron Levy. Just joined us, got a VC verified. Maybe Aaron Levy, welcome.
Hey everyone, just listening in. Thanks for the
Hi,
welcome.
Sure. Do you have any questions, or you want to just listen in for now and maybe chime in if you have a question?
Yeah, I'm good. Just listening. No questions for now, but thanks.
Sure. Okay.
Do you want me to put you down as a pre-order for a box of gravity?
I love it.
No thanks.
I think it should be automatic when new people come in. Yeah. You should get your door prize of the box of gravity. I think it's a great idea.
You know, the box of gravity thing, it might sound funny to some people, but just remember, there are websites where you can go and buy Martian, Venetian, and lunar real estate right now. It's pretty cheap, too.
I'm thinking I could even print a guarantee on the box that it's guaranteed to work.
It sounds ironclad.
If you order now, you get a free pet rock that can prove Newton's other laws, action, reaction. Throw it into somebody's head. My angry pet rock.
But wait, there's more.
I just want
some of that East Coast humor over to here just then.
It always goes to violence for some reason.
I want to buy me a property on the sun, man. Nice and hot and
gets a little hot in the summer.
Shoot, me too. That's a nice bright place.
There's a company that sells simulated Martian soil.
Okie dokie.
Supposed to be identical to the composition of the soil on Mars.
Is it a welding company?
Is it a welding company? I don't know.
It ships from Devon Island.
Yeah, no, probably. I wouldn't doubt it.
You guys are too much.
Well, they have different like beakers that can contain soil from different parts of Mars. What the soil would be on different parts.
Shoot, I'm going to start my own campaign. Gee whiz. Yeah, it should be easy.
Yeah, globes eat it up, right? Just, of course, right?
Find something growing where it's abundant, like a little berry or something. Maybe a little green one. This is the rarest berry ever discovered.
One of my favorite things is pointing out to Globers that there's a thing called astrobiologist, and it's a degree that you can get, right? And then they go looking it up, and they're like, oh, well, they just study, how the Earth might have evolved. It's like, oh, sure they do.
So get a degree in astrobiology, right? Tons of debt that's been poured over you for a degree in astrobiology. What you gonna do?
Study the biology from the Astros? Nope. Can't do that. It doesn't exist.
No, you teach astrobiology. You become a professor in astrobiology and teach it.
So that's how the pyramid scheme works.
Yeah, they're going to start talking about alien biology and how it works now with spectroscopy or something.
You got to teach them how to do the peer review properly. Use 3 words: cite me often, and then you'll pass.
Yeah, I found an article which said that they found like 500 automated peer-reviewed articles on a journal site. So these articles are just computer-generated articles which somebody clearly peer-reviewed and accepted just for the fluff.
Yeah, there's a website there's an MIT website that actually generates them. So you type in like 5 keywords, and it'll create some word salad paper.
And I was wondering where these Globers get their scripts.
Yeah, exactly. Type in gravity, refraction, Coriolis. Why would they lie in
Black
too
holes.
small?
Black holes.
Oh, you guys heard about white holes? You guys heard about that?
No. What the fuck?
Yeah. So apparently there's white holes now. I want to say that I'm making it up, but no, I didn't. I didn't make it up. These people are retarded. All right, I'm gonna stop my source. Hang on just a second.
It's kind of like
So what do they have? Infinite
hole, right?
negative mass?
I'll figure out in just a second. Becky,
no, you won't.
I think it's like they basically reversed it, where you have like a black hole where you have supposedly everything goes towards it and nothing leaves, and then the white hole, I think that's the opposite, where they say nothing can enter the white hole, but the white hole is just tossing out light and energy and garbage all the time. Sure.
God.
Actually, that's
a virgin,
that's actually what they're saying. All right, so here it goes for everybody in the live stream. Was the Big Bang a white hole? There we go.
Oh, that's Dr. Becky.
Yeah, she's legit.
Wasn't she the same that said because of glasses and laptops, Earth is a ball? Something like that?
Yeah, she's probably dumb enough to say some shit like that. Yeah, but I just wanted to say she's legit. She's a real doctor.
Right. You got this site, this person does not exist.com. Click on it and refresh it a few times. This is all computer generated faces.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, I just posted it. This person does not exist.com.
You gotta be shitting me, bruh.
Wait a minute, what was that?
It's 22 minutes after the hour.
This person does not exist.com.
Okay, I'm looking at it.
Then just refresh and it gives you a new face.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
So Matthew learns. You want me to put you down on the pre-order list as well?
I wasn't paying attention for what.
Oh, I'm starting to sell boxes of gravity. It's just an empty box, and it's guaranteed to work. If you hold an object over the top of the box, it will fall into the box.
Every time.
Sure, I'll buy one.
Okay. I'll
Sounds
stamp a
great.
guarantee.
You
I'll
would, Matthew.
I'll stamp a guarantee on the side of the box. The cost is $9.8 per second. You cool with that?
I'd rather pay in cryptocurrency. How about 9.8 Shiba Inu currencies?
That's 24/7. Good. I'll seal the deal right there.
You got yourself a deal, my friend.
Okay, sorry,
Contract.
it's about 1 billion of them make up $1 though. So
That's okay. It's I call it a constant passive income scheme.
At least you'll have your gravity box.
Oh, it's a scheme, all right.
Yeah, the box is free. You're only paying for the gravity.
Free box included.
Yeah, free box included. Limited time offer.
Is that box sent within a box?
For shipping purposes, yes.
Okay.
So technically 2 free boxes.
It would have to be protected because all that stuff would be constantly trying to fall into it. So it'd probably have some padding as well. Maybe some little air bubble cushiony things.
Yeah, only the internal box is guaranteed to contain gravity, though. No guarantees on the shipping box.
Hmm.
Hey, Matt.
Yo, what's up?
Matthew. So I want to give you credit where credit's due because you, out of all the videos on cryptocurrency I've ever seen, yours is the most accurate description of how it works that I've seen. Most people just botch it.
Oh,
But
thank you.
yours is actually pretty good. There was actually no problems. Usually I find a problem with like something in it. There's always a problem. Yours didn't have any problems. So I was mining Bitcoin like back in 2010, 2011. I mined like 400 of them.
And good thing you kept all 400 of them till today.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I have none of them. Well, I have 0.28. You know, the Mount Gox. You remember that? You remember that exchange? So when they owe me, I had a stop loss order in when they got hacked to sell it at 17. So so when they got hacked and it went down to $4, all my Bitcoin sold off at 17.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, dude, I'm over it. It's no big deal.
I had a friend who sent me one Satoshi in 2013. It was like, hey, check out this thing. And Coinbase said, hey, if you log in and buy, you'll get one free Bitcoin or $5 worth of Bitcoin if you make $100 worth of transaction. But I never did it. So I had one single Satoshi in 2013. And I told my friend, why didn't you give me at least like one Bitcoin? Oh, well.
Yeah, I was doing a lot of stuff like back then. Internet, there was an Islamic Bank of Bitcoin I invested in, and unfortunately, they used the honor system, and nobody in America is honorable, so they went belly up.
Well, that's too bad.
Because they don't charge interest, basically. So if you borrow money, you're supposed to, give extra money back as like a gratuity, but people just took the money and defaulted. And that was like I was investing in like a lot of different like ventures and stuff. But most of the ventures I was investing in were like stores. You know what I mean? Actual stores where you could actually buy stuff with Bitcoin.
Yeah,
because I wanted it to be a currency, not a, you know, whatever they're using it for now, a store of value. I want it to actually be a transactional currency, which I mean, you can, but it's not. Like my thing was, when you can buy toilet paper and milk and eggs with it, then, you know, it'll be, you know, really useful. But
here's the thing: there is a
right now it's
currency that does
speculation.
that. Right now, you can do all that with Nano. Right now, 0 transaction fees, 1 second transaction time, and all of it, and no mining. It's all been out there. So we've already solved that problem. It's just not very well known.
Well, I mean, it wasn't that doesn't the problem is acceptance of people actually doing, like, you know what I mean? Someone creating stores where you actually buy stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And
That's really the problem.
Yeah, nobody wants to pay with Bitcoin if you have to wait an hour for it to confirm. You need it to transact within 1 second, not 1 hour.
Yeah, I mean, one time I sold some Bitcoin to a Asian lady on Craigslist. So I sold them like 2 for $50 each, and to like verify the transaction back then, you need 30 verifications. So she had to like sit there for 15 minutes. This is back in the day, you know what I mean? Before they, you know.
Well, 30 verifications is pretty long, right? Is it like?
Yeah.
Because there's only what, 5 per hour or something?
So yeah, it's supposed to be 10 per block or something. But I mean, basically, it's not like a full check. Basically, it's I can't remember what they called it back then. But if you ran a full client, right, the full blockchain, when you did a transaction, you know, you'd get like other peers would verify the transaction over time.
Yeah.
Like that you originally had, like that address had these Bitcoins, right? Okay. So you know what I mean? So it's like a partial verification.
Yeah. By the way, if you've never looked into it, you should take a couple minutes and look into Nano, Nano. It's not that famous of a currency, but it does all the things that we want. It's just, I don't know why it hasn't caught on more.
Yeah, I mean, when Amazon like starts taking crypto, then, you know, and Walmart and, you know, places like that.
And Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook.
Because they have 2 billion users. It's bigger than.
Yeah, but there's still a huge segment of the population that isn't into the whole computer thing. You know what I mean? They don't have cell phones with, you know, they don't mess with any of this stuff.
Yeah, but Facebook tried to make their own currency. If they could pull it off, they'd have instant access to 2 billion people with cell phones. So I think they are sort of still trying it. I mean, they tried the Libra thing, but that didn't go. So we'll see.
They might be scared of like the legalities of it. Because you're opening a huge can of worms, man, if you create your own currency and you have that kind of user base, like monopolistic practices and all that stuff.
That's true.
And they're probably doing all the dirty shit, and you're like, "No, we'll get investigated, and they'll see our other dirty laundry." So, nah, let's just let's just act innocent.
Did you watch both of my Bitcoin videos, or which one did you see?
I think I just seen the one where you describe like how the blockchain works, how the cryptography works.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I made one that's about the SHA-256 algorithm.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, I made 2 follow-up ones more recently. Actually, they're the most recent videos on my channel where I talk about why it's a big deal, because it represents triple entry accounting instead of double entry accounting, and that's something brand new in human history.
That sounds honest, right? Triple entry accounting.
Yeah, here's the 2-sentence summary. One, single entry accounting was invented with the invention of writing 5,000 years ago. But then double entry accounting lets you do debits and credits. So you take from one account and put it in the other account. And so there is a little bit of, checks and balances. So that eliminates accidental mistakes, but you can still have intentional mistakes. And then with the advent of cryptography and blockchain and some of these other computer things, now we have the ability to add a third entry, a cryptographic digital thumbprint, a verification that does automatic mathematical auditing. So it's impossible to steal Bitcoin. It's impossible to cheat and to overspend, mathematically impossible. So Bitcoin is just one example, but I think the big deal is that the first time in human history we have a new way of transacting value in a way that's open to the public that anybody can verify and validate.
Yeah, my thing with Bitcoin is I don't think people realize that it's the real value is the integrity of the blockchain and the inability to counterfeit the currency, right?
That's
so going back
exactly
to the
right.
beginning of time when you had money, right? So you had people minting coins that looked like gold that weren't gold. You had coin clipping. You had counterfeit bills. You have all these methods of faking things of value with counterfeit things of value. Bitcoin is impossible to counterfeit. Literally impossible. I don't know if you've seen the petaflops. I mean, it's if you took all the 500 top supercomputers in the world, it's like 10 orders of magnitude more powerful than all those put together.
Yeah, and people, I mean, I know there are headlines of Bitcoin getting stolen, but it's true that Bitcoin has never in its history ever been stolen. What has been stolen is somebody's stolen somebody's keys, but the protocol has never been broken. Nobody's ever stolen Bitcoin without a key. And also, no government has ever been able to stop a transaction. Like if you want to pay somebody, there's no government on earth that can stop that transaction from happening.
Think about how hard it would be to spoof the blockchain, right? It's completely impossible.
Well, yeah, you need 51% of the computing power.
Yeah, but you have to rewrite the blockchain going all the way back to the beginning. You have to solve all those blocks. Because each block has the previous block's hash inside of it. So you got to dehash every single block going all the way back.
Yeah, it's impossible.
That's impossible. Effectively impossible.
Unless somebody breaks the SHA-256 algorithm, which
yeah, but I mean, what's the chance? I mean, even if they did, what's it going to do? Map to a couple, values? I mean, it's not like you're going to have a basically because it's basically to break it would be like a mapping collision. Right, you can.
Yeah, to truly break it, you would have to have an algorithm that can generate an arbitrary hash. It would tell you which input you need in order to generate an arbitrary hash.
Yeah. In the key spaces, like, I mean, it's effectively impossible. I mean, it's impossible probably at least for the next 100 years. Maybe. I mean, you never know. I mean, the only really you can MD5 was MD5 hash. It has no flaw in it, right? But the flaw is you can only exploit it in special cases. It's not like a general exploit where you can just fake stuff willy-nilly. You get a couple mapping collisions where other algorithms will give you the same hash function, same hash value, but it's only a small fraction of the entire space. So it's yeah, great. It's not perfect. There's a couple flaws. So what? Let's see if you can actually exploit those flaws.
Yeah.
But isn't all this basically just so that the banksters can have ultimate control over us?
No, it's the opposite. I could pay you money with no bank involved, and so that's why the banks are trying to get a stranglehold on this and trying to wend their way in. But I think that ship has sailed. Power to the people. It's already too late. Crypto makes it possible for me to pay Indio, and no government or bank needs to be involved.
It's not.
But can't they track it?
Yes,
With
exactly.
some currencies they can, and some currencies they can't. So there are privacy coins that make it so that you can't track it.
But it's all still recorded on the blockchain, which is never erased.
That's right. But with privacy coins, you can't tell whose is what still. Now, China doesn't want that, so that's why they're working hard on making their own digital yuan so that they can do the opposite. They can track every single transaction. Runs with scissors, you're right about the government controlling the on-ramp and off-ramp. So we would have to move to completely crypto before that's no longer the case.
Yeah, I was going to say the government's always going to be able to shut the spigot off of money flowing into specific coins.
Sounds so close to 1984. What do you guys think?
I think, like Roger was saying, it's a dictator's wettest dream is to have this much control over seeing the monetary transactions that take place, because it's all it's all recorded. You can't just anonymously give your neighbor some Bitcoin for doing a task for you. Whereas right now you can easily do that with fiat currency, even though that currency can be devalued. I I I'm predicting there's an easy way to devalue cryptocurrency in the future, whether it's moving decimal points, something along those lines. I don't think it's a solution to the problem. I think it's actually creating more control, not less.
Yeah, I don't think they'll allow it to continue to be decentralized. Eventually, they will go to their own currency, and it won't be decentralized, and they will have access to everything.
But the
I think
point is,
it's a bitter pill. I like the idea, but at the same time, I know if I was the enemy, how I would do this, and I can see lots of ways to get you. You'll never escape taxes ever again.
the point is that Bitcoin is already decentralized and it cannot be centralized by any government. So that ship is
But
already
they can
sailed.
make it illegal. They can make it illegal by putting in their own coin and saying you have to use this and we won't let you. That's the only problem, is you can't control the system that they can shut down and do what they wish with.
You're right that they can make it illegal. However, it's very difficult for them to enforce that because all you need is internet, and then they can't stop a transaction. A Bitcoin transaction from one person to another is virtually impossible.
What they would actually do is devalue it. So they would set arbitrary exchange rate and make Bitcoin worthless. Because they would make like so say the renminbi, right? It's pegged to the dollar. So when the value of the dollar goes up and down, the value of the renminbi goes up and down. They would just peg it to Bitcoin at some value that makes it useless. They would say, 1,000,000 satoshis is worth $1 in exchange, and make it absolutely worthless. And they would just make it the law, and that would be the end of that.
With the
basically it would be like this: to get to the U.S. monetary system, you would only be able to exchange it at that rate. They would peg it to that. But if you want to transact in other currencies, euros or whatever, but all the governments could do this, right? They could all say, "Oh, you're not getting into our currency except at this exchange rate," making it effectively worthless. So the only way to use the Bitcoin would be to not value it in these other currencies and have its own infrastructure, basically.
I'm trying to imagine how that would work. I hear what you're saying. So let's say the U.S. government said, okay, fine, we want Bitcoin to only be worth $10,000. That means they would have to sell Bitcoins at $10,000.
What do you mean?
How would the U.S. government
because money okay, so people that transact money exchangers, foreign exchange, you can think of it as a foreign exchange currency.
Okay, got it.
So the office of the comptroller of the currency controls who can do that. There's a particular name for it. I think it's money transactor or some weird thing. So you need a license and all that stuff. So to get into the U.S. banking system, right? So say Bitcoin, so they say, we're going to treat Bitcoin as if it's like a foreign currency, a foreign country. And if you want to do an exchange to get into like into the U.S. Federal Reserve System, we're pegging it to exchange at this rate, making it worthless, right? So say, okay, you want it in dollars? Okay, $1 is worth 1 billion in Bitcoins. And so you have to give us 1 billion Bitcoins if you want $1 of, recognized in the U.S. financial system. Otherwise, they're going to charge you with money laundering. Right?
Like the Securities and Exchange Commission can tell places like Coinbase that they can only exchange for a certain rate, right? Like they would set the exchange rate.
Think of how drug cartels get their money into the U.S. financial system. How do they launder the money to get it into the financial system? They would just treat the Bitcoin the same way. But they'd say, we're going to let you in, but you can come in at these conditions. And they would, authorize or license money, foreign currency. What the heck? There's names for this stuff. I can't remember off the top of my head. Anyway, they would mandate they follow these laws or, get prosecuted for money laundering. And every country could do this. So the only way Bitcoin could be worth something, quote unquote, more valuable than, say, $1 is if, okay, so you have a car. Okay. So whatever that car sells for in Bitcoin, because think about it like this: $1, something's only worth what someone's willing to pay for it. And if everybody agrees a car is worth $10,000, right? And in Bitcoin, 5 Bitcoin, that's equivalent, right? So 5 Bitcoins worth $10,000 in a free market, but they'll just jerk the free market so that's not happening. You would need a separate system that's outside of the government system, basically. And this is why I got into Bitcoin in the first place, because I wanted a non-governmental outside of the current international banking scheme, right? But the only way to make that work is to have it actually function as a currency. And you never value your Bitcoin in, say, dollars. You value your dollar in Bitcoin. You see what I'm saying? It's like you have to declare a value and just never say it's worth any amount of dollars. Like one car is worth 5 Bitcoin. You peg it to commodities. You don't peg it to other currencies.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But in a free market, as long as somebody is willing to pay, $1 per 1,000 Bitcoins, it'll never go below that number.
Yeah, of course, financial transactions are complex, and of course, people try to game that system, and whether it would work or not, that remains to be seen.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a free market, is there really? So it's just that's a fantasy.
Yeah, there's only a kleptocracy, and that's it.
Well, with decentralized exchanges of cryptocurrencies, those are pretty close to a free market because there's nothing controlling it except for code.
No, not at all. Let's say the government said all crypto coins were outlawed, and somebody had loads of crypto coins, they'd made loads of money, they exchanged it for dollars, and they bought a house. The government comes along and say, "Where did you get that money to buy the house?" Oh, right, no more house. Simple.
Well, as of right now, most cryptocurrencies are only valuable when you can exchange them out of crypto into some sort of fiat to be able to purchase material goods. There are ways to purchase them solely by crypto, as long as people are willing to accept that.
And ideally, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, and it would be ideal. But again, you have this government body. Look at what's going on even now with XRP being in trouble and lawsuit.
Sorry, in this case, you can't blame the government. You have to blame.
I don't blame anybody, but I'm just saying that means the government is involved and has some control over these companies and things. So there is a player. Yeah, there's a player.
Well, just think about it like this: you ask the common person that owns crypto, "Hey, you own any crypto?" "Yeah, I got $500 worth of crypto." Well, why are they saying it that way? Why are they saying denominating it in some third currency, some secondary currency?
That's the way they view it. That's the way they've got it worded in their mind.
They need to leave that mindset. They just need to exit that. Like, it's not worth any dollars. Forget that idea. More like I can buy 10 bags of rice with this, or I can buy, an acre of land, or I can buy, you got to leave the thinking where its value is actually the value of some other currency.
Yeah, so for example, if Indio said, "Hey, I have a car that I'll sell for 0.1 Bitcoin," and I say, "Ooh, let me see," and then I decide I want to buy it, then it's just between me and Indio. I pay him 0.1 Bitcoin, and he gives me the car, and there's nothing that can stop that transaction. No bank.
That's right.
Or government.
Because if you look at how the IRS taxes barter exchanges, right? So in-kind exchanges. So I want to trade a chicken for a cow, right? They only tax it if you declare a fair market value. So if you say the chicken's worth $5 and the cow's worth $20, and I traded, well, I had a profit, you know what I mean? And then they'll tax that profit, that gain of the competing fair market values. But if you don't declare a fair market value, it's just an exchange of equal value.
But
there's no profit.
That's a like-kind exchange is what it's called. And in the case that Matthew was talking about, if he's just willing to give you X amount of Bitcoin for the vehicle, just in the same way right now, if he was willing to give you X amount of dollars for the vehicle, there is a sales tax that is levied on that transaction.
Okay. I normally I would agree with you, but Bitcoin and fiat currency isn't the same. Fiat currency has no intrinsic value.
I understand that, but
Bitcoin does.
What I'm trying to say is the government will always try to get their share of the taxation that comes along with that sale.
Yeah, I understand that.
So at some point, it's going to be regulated fairly heavily by the government, and we're also having this conversation.
The sales tax applies to businesses, not private parties, right?
No, if you bought a vehicle from me today, we would have to write down what it was sold for on the title, and you would have to pay sales tax when you go to register that vehicle.
Even private parties.
Correct.
Okay. Well, you know who's liable for sales tax, right? It's not the person making the purchase. It's the person that's making the sale. Yeah, you know that, do you? They just the seller just puts it on you and makes you pay it, and you go okay, instead of moving on.
Right. Well, as long as it's paid, and they
But
will,
you wouldn't get in trouble if you refuse to pay as a customer.
right. But what I'm trying to say is, eventually they will be coming for their tax revenue when it involves cryptocurrency. It's only a matter of time, and we're also having this conversation, assuming that Bitcoin wasn't created by governments to begin with.
Look, listen. When it comes to Bitcoin, I'm not pro Bitcoin or against Bitcoin. I'm neutral. Like the law surrounding it has not been fleshed out. Like, put it this way: the chips have not flown. Like, we don't know how this is going to work out. I'm just giving, like, just because I know a lot about money generally and how it operates. If you know, there's certain ways, there's certain things about types of money where the law applies, and you can make a good argument that Bitcoin has intrinsic value versus extrinsic value, and there's the way the law applies is different for those types of currencies. Fiat has no intrinsic value, right? Doesn't represent anything physical in the world that has a value. Doesn't represent a good or service. It's a promise. That's it. It doesn't even promise. Now I think about it, it's not even a promise to pay.
It's dead. But I'm just suspect of how cryptocurrency came about, and if you weren't in a libertarian or an anarchist mindset early on when cryptocurrency came into existence, it's very likely that you didn't even hear of cryptocurrency until it became somewhat mainstream. It was plopped in the lap of the very people who would be resistant to the amount of tracking that it does entail, but it was sold to them as decentralized. So the biggest opponents, or the biggest people that would speak out against it, were the ones who were the first to be able to utilize the currency and are actively promoting it, but overlooking the tracking component of cryptocurrency.
Well, I would say it's a little more complex than that. I guess there were kind of like factions of anarchists, and there was other factions of people that, so people didn't like the typical system for different reasons, right? So some people didn't like the fiat. Some people didn't like the idea of the Federal Reserve, just being able to arbitrarily set rates. some people didn't like, you know, the debt-based idea. So, like, some people wanted it for speculation. Some people don't like inflation. Some people, you know, a lot of people. So each person had kind of like a single issue of why they jumped on this. I wouldn't say it's just the anarchists.
No, but it was the factions of society that would be most resistant to a 100% trackable currency system.
So there's a website called BitcoinTalk.org when Bitcoin first come out. I would say go back and like we talked about all this way back in the day when Bitcoin first came out. There's long threads of debates about all this crap, and I'm in there.
Yep. It was fleshed out early, but was certainly adopted by those who would be most
No, all they did
resistant.
was, well, let's put it this way: people just kicked the can down the road, and the speculators came in. Like, so there was people that were in it on principles, right? The principle of, you know, an honest monetary system versus the people that are just trying to make money, right? The speculators, the greedy people. They're just trying to like, oh, no one's in on this. I'm going to be, you know, some sort of early adopter and I'm going to get rich. There's those people. And those people ended up winning out. So whatever principles existed in the beginning, those got abandoned. Or that debate just got ignored and kicked down the road.
Yeah, you know, there are lots of different currencies. And I think just like being in the internet age in 1990, and everybody's saying, oh, look at the internet is going to bring about all these things. But here we are with Google and Facebook. I think we're in a similar situation where we have lots of possibilities and it's not clear what will win in the end. But I think there are some coins that are privacy coins that could fulfill the libertarian anarchist monetary, you know, dream that some people have.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. There are privacy coins out there. I just feel like the whole thing was sold initially to that community.
Yeah,
But
I see what you're saying. I think that's an interesting narrative. That could be that's what happened.
But like your point
nobody
of
knows who Satoshi is, right? Maybe it's the NSA.
right. So like your analogy of the internet, right? In the early 90s, we didn't know where it would go, and now we have Google and Facebook, right? Which is the spigot of control for most information on the internet. So if we can apply that same logic and reasoning to cryptocurrency, wouldn't you feel like it would be inevitable that the actors of power and control would eventually be the ones who are going to put the spigots, I guess, for lack of a better term, on the control of these new currencies and guide it in a direction that's more beneficial to them?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and that's probably what will happen. But just like there's Discord and 4chan in other ways around Facebook and Google, I think that there it opens up more possibilities, and there will be ways to kind of circumvent the mainstream currencies. And whereas right now there is no way. It's dollar or nothing in the U.S. right now.
I have a question about this Bitcoin. Why was it invented?
It was invented as a digital currency by programmers who were interested in coming up with a monetary system that couldn't be hacked and couldn't be stolen, and they succeeded in that.
Okay, how many programmers?
Nobody knows. There's a guy named Satoshi that had the original vision, building on some ideas that were sort of coming to fruition at the time, but nobody knows who Satoshi was. And then it was open source, so lots of people have contributed since then.
Yeah. Okay. But this invention needs a purpose. What's the benefit of using it?
Get bigger.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, unless somebody in the room is part of that group, we can't actually answer that question for you. Because only the people who actually made it can answer you the motive and the motivation and the purpose of that project.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
And
correct.
I think that's
Yeah.
why you asked the question, though, right? Because
No,
that's
no,
the
that's
core.
not.
That's the core of it.
Yeah. Yeah, the
Oh,
answer
okay.
I
Well,
wanted
carry on.
is about um, tax evasion.
I would say that's a symptom. I
Yeah.
would personally speculate that the reason behind why it was invented, the actual question you asked, I can't answer, but I would speculate that it's way deeper than all the other stuff. All the other stuff is tertiary and
Yeah.
of very minimal significance. I would say it's
But
kind of like what they do with the news and other stuff, right? It's a distraction, but
yeah, yeah.
if you don't analyze the distraction properly, oh boy, can it cause a lot of
But
ramifications.
I want to say that is a deeper meaning to this, and that is if we think of the world like how it was a couple of ages ago, there was the Caesar, and there was one guy said, "Give the Caesar what's the Caesar's." Mic check.
Yeah, I suppose, but I mean, what
Yeah,
belongs to Caesar?
yeah. You see, but in God's world,
Nothing, right?
when this world belonged to God, we were supposed to pay tax from our
When?
work. We give
What?
something to the church.
When did when did
Then
the world, or when did the creation ever not
2000
belong
years
to the
ago,
creator?
yes, the world was like this. All men paid tax to the church from their work.
I'm not sure if you're correct on that. But the question I was going to go with is
Yeah,
this idea of give unto Caesar. I think people have taken that way out of context because everything in creation belongs to the creator. Even anything you produce, right? Whether you want to acknowledge it or not is irrelevant. But the only reason you're able to produce anything you've produced, any of the work you've done, is because the creator gave you the ability and the wherewithal to achieve such a thing.
yes, with his blessing, uh, you get good
Right.
crops, harvest everything. You know,
Right.
I can go with
And
that.
then also
And
when we talk about
when
the
he left the world,
authority.
and yeah, he gave this power now to the system, the governing system. So he took his rulership from the world,
Well, his kingdom
and
isn't
now
of this world. This
we,
gets
the
into
people,
realms that
choose
might
a leader. Yeah.
say again.
Today, the people choose the leader.
Nah, no, they don't. That's a myth. We all know that. Come on.
That's what they think. They do.
Yeah, but people
They
don't know how.
go and vote.
How can they think if they don't know how?
Well,
No,
vast majority that vote, they do believe.
yeah, vast majority that vote think that what the news says is true. So, I mean, their
Yeah.
opinion is of little to no value. But I like because I mean I enjoy having conversations like this. But for the benefit of the live stream and the room, maybe we should talk
Yes.
about
We have to
the
keep people
elements,
flattered.
the physical elements of creation rather than the societal elements of it. You know?
Yeah, tangible.
Right. I mean, is there anyone who has anything that can challenge what we observe creation to be? Or are they all mute
But
on the
yeah,
subject?
this money, Bitcoin is very fascinating because now you can avoid paying tax. The bank, the government cannot see your account. It's phenomenal.
That's debatable with Bitcoin. I mean, most people
Yes.
don't even own proper Bitcoin. They don't know the difference between the token and the actual coin.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, since when did you ever need a cryptocurrency to not pay tax? Just don't pay it. In the States, you don't have to pay it.
In Europe, when you work, they take it.
Yes, they only
monthly.
take what you're willing. They only take what you're willing to give them. If you don't give it to them, they can't take it. For the most part, we're talking in generalities, but that's the reality of things. Is it not?
Yes.
Anyway, I'm not bothered
I
about what
say I say
I'm not
many
bothered about
people
what some people
choose
can tell me.
to use Bitcoin not to pay tax.
Yeah, I suppose. I think it's more. I think a lot of people just take it as a.
And
I think really
and
most people they just want to get.
you're not supposed to justify your how much
Taxman only
money you
takes
have.
what you have.
Yeah.
You just overspoke each other. Say again.
The taxman can only take what he thinks you have, which is why most people are doing tax. Most people who've got the money to do it do tax avoidance.
Yeah, only what they can see.
Exactly. Tax avoidance is legal, but it's whether it's morally questionable, but it's legal.
It is.
That's why when
These financial laws have governed the world for many ages.
But taxes, are as old as currency, aren't they? Taxes are as old as they're as old as people as old as the perception of precious metals. The first currencies were precious metals, which is what we talk about. In the UK, our currency is the pound sterling, where sterling refers to silver, because once upon a time the coin had a weight and a value equivalent to its weight and value in silver, and America had the gold standard, where the dollar was equivalent, had an equivalent equivacy to the gold that made the coins in the first place. And all currencies, and in the day, were just put in place as society moved into a more sophisticated layer of bartering. Money. The irony is that actually money and currencies in their earliest forms weren't put in place by powerful oligarchs. They weren't put in place by devious powerful institutions. They were arbitrary tokens of nominal value designated by people at a very local level now in the world, and they were just basically they evolved into something that worked over not just communities or villages or whatever. They ultimately worked their way into more complex civilizational structures as they evolved. But in reality, money's nearly as old as bartering. There's no ancient civilization which we don't know didn't do bartering, and there's certainly no ancient civilization who didn't put the value on things, put an arbitrary value on things like gold and silver, when in fact gold and silver and things like that, and precious metals and gems. You can have those things and starve. You can have those things and be vulnerable to a cold winter, if in and of themselves. So they are tokens by definition. So human beings have been doing that for a very, very long time. It's more orchestrated now, obviously.
Yes.
But the world, the current, certainly in the West, in the modern world, the people in power don't want paper money, don't want coins anymore. They want everyone to go to using chip and pin. They want everyone to have a virtual electric wireless tap and pay interface between the money and the product without any actual physical fiscal content in between. Money and coins are a pain in the ass to manufacture and keep. Money and coins allow laundering. Money and coins allow people to keep money that the government can't see. They'd love it. They'd love a world without, especially in the digital age, they'd love a world where then no one had any gold, any silver, or any bullion or anything like that, or certainly any notes of any value. The checkbooks are dying artifacts of a time gone past, in the same way as the telegram has,
10 minutes. Okay.
You what? Was that a hot mic, Sonny?
No, I'm reading what QE just posted. Sorry. I'm commenting on the text. I guess I shouldn't do that. I apologize. Probably sounds like I'm commenting in the middle of nowhere, out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's all right. We'll allow it. The aged should be treated with some leeway.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You whippersnapper. Anyway, QE's signature series numpty clip, the world premiere today, 2 p.m. U.S. Central, 8 p.m. UK. Cockamamie, Crayon, Munching Clown Show, Kosho.
So I'm curious with the man who was just speaking previously, Pazza C. With your perspective on money, how do you think that ties into?
Yeah, the age of
Hold on, bro. I'm speaking.
investigating
You don't hear me?
robots, drones. Yes, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me finish my sentence. I just wanted to ask the man Pazza C how his perspective on money relates to his perspective on creation and how it presents itself.
I haven't really got any. I've never really given it any thought, to be perfectly honest. I don't see it. I don't. Money has been inextricably tied to religion for a long time. If you listen to a lot of the churches around the world, God could do everything except handle money properly for some reason. They're always asking for more money off people, and it's
Yeah, but who's asking? Why would he have to ask? He created it all.
I was being facetious, I mean, obviously.
I know.
I think that
false priest. That's what it is.
Yeah, if God is looking down and he looks at money, he's ambivalent to it. If anything.
I think he uses it as a test. Personally, I think he uses it as a test for how people behave.
Maybe
amongst other things, because it's a good representation of the core of a person, right?
Yeah.
There's a saying that I've heard that's money doesn't change people; it just amplifies what you are. Oh, my guy dropped off. I'll wait for him to come back. No, the guy himself that I was talking to, he dropped. So, well, if anyone else wants to continue, I don't know if he's able to come back. Was that Hank? What's up, Hank?
Oh,
you
sorry.
Could say the same thing.
Is there anyone who's on now, who's on yesterday, who I was talking to?
Wait a second. When yesterday? When you were?
It was about the same time. I think
I was here.
Roger.
Is this Socrates' Twitch guy? I was here.
Oh, cool. Okay, awesome.
Still
I
think you live on
have
a
a little
ball?
bit of time now, so I talked to Sebster, and he said hop in.
So you still think you live on a ball?
That's still my current hypothesis. I did look more deeply into something we were talking about yesterday, because it takes me some of my own time to be able to go through things and even understand what the hell's going on.
Exactly.
Yeah, Socrates. I think I was speaking with you yesterday, and we gave you a little bit of homework. I don't recall exactly what it was, but I think it might have been around the radius value or the assumption of sticks and shadows. One of those two, right? Or distances.
I took a look at the furthest photograph, because that seemed like the simplest one, and I thought I'd start easy. First of all, do you mind if I stream this? I know some people came on to the stream and said hi, but I don't want to stream anybody who isn't.
No, you can't stream here.
Can't stream. Oh, okay, sure.
No.
Wait a minute. Do you mean stream to your channel?
Yeah.
Why can't he? Did it yesterday, right?
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah, we
I
misunderstood.
misunderstood. Yeah, I misunderstood.
Okay, cool. So here I'm turning that on now, just so everybody's aware.
Yeah, we're streaming too.
Oh, okay, cool.
So how many is in your audience, if you don't mind saying?
Sorry?
How big is your audience?
It's varied. It's not huge. I'm a
Okay.
relatively small streamer. Yeah.
That's fine. Go ahead.
But yeah, I looked at that. It was like the Guinness World Record longest line of sight photo. That was like 443 kilometers. From the Pyrenees to the Alps.
Right.
And yeah.
And
right, and so there's that calculator. I think I have this up somewhere. That if you put in like the height of the mountain, which is like 11,000 feet, you should only be able to see 129 miles, which is like 200 something kilometers. So it's like, how did they do like 440 kilometers when from that height you should only be able to see 200?
And there's shots. And there's shots. I'm sorry. And there's shots. I just want to interject. There's shots from that distance from those same places, by the same people of Beyond Horizons. They've shot that also in infrared. So there's really very little, if any at all, effects from refraction.
Interesting. Oh,
like
cool.
99% of any of the effects of Atmo above the surface are gone. So yeah, so that's correct in my understanding, and probably Indio, I don't think he's still here, but would concur with this, that geometric horizon should start at about halfway out to about where the shoreline on the other side is. You know, so halfway to there should be a geometric bulge sticking up. It should be about a mile above the highest peak, if my understanding is correct, of bulge. And
yeah.
It's not. So what was do you have a question about these images?
So like I read through this, and I like wrote some stuff down and tried to look through. And I think the way this works, so the reason they're able to photograph this far, so I was like, yeah, right, wait, how does that work? How could it go that far if it can only go like less than half of that? But the thing is, the mountains that they were photographing, so they weren't photographing like some like sea level land. They were photographing a mountain, and that mountain is like even taller than the Pyrenees. So I think
but listen, and you can see all the water all the way across to the shoreline, the other side where the harbor is, and then past the city up to the foothills. It gets higher and higher and higher. It keeps going up to the very tippy top.
Right.
And actually, if you look at some of the images, you can see that the horizon is actually further out beyond the entire mountain range.
Okay. So, so the first
you
like,
do get it,
those,
right? You do get it, right? So the Earth has to curve away, so those mountains shouldn't be there. That's the
So
whole.
here, I'm just gonna post the one I'm looking at, just so we're like looking at the same images, and you can tell me if there's. I think this is something that somebody else posted to me.
Yeah, I just posted that one.
Okay,
Right.
cool, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly the one.
Okay.
Oh, Roger, yeah, I remember you.
Okay.
So
I can't talk much,
what is
but
your exact contention with what Roger has posted in the equations?
yeah, so my contention is that from 11,000 feet, you can only see like 200 kilometers. However, if you could see something that's much taller. I could draw a diagram also if this would help. I'm kind of like a visual person.
So what equation are you using to figure this out, right? Are you using the radius value of the Earth?
Yeah, it's this Earth curve calculator. It's the one we were looking at yesterday.
Right. So all of that, all of those inputs have been placed into. If you look at Roger's image where it says 273 miles away, and you read what's on the
Okay,
right-hand
here.
side, you'll see all of those the parameters of how the picture was taken, the distance. It's all been plugged into the Earth curve calculator, right?
Yeah, that's the image that's posted directly into chat. I'm trying to read it. It's like it's coming up weird on my Discord.
Yeah, it's directly in the chat. It says 273 miles away. And if you look at the smaller picture on the right-hand side, you'll see some verbiage, and you'll see the horizon, the bulge, the drop, the hidden distance, and all of that based on the Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, is there another wait, maybe open original. Sorry, I'm just trying to actually read this thing. It looks weird on my screen. Okay, 443 kilometers, precisely 275 miles. It's the measure space. The Alps should be nearly 9.5 miles below the horizon, arced from the stage left to right, leaning away from the viewer. Okay. The elevation consideration Alps should be 3.1 miles below the horizon. We don't observe this. The Earth is flat, and the picture's real as captured by Mercury. So, okay.
So that basically what that is saying is that 3 miles is hidden, correct?
Sure. So, here, let me just, let's see. Oh, I can't stream. Oh, I see. I can't stream into the channel. I understand. Okay. Shoot. So I would really like to draw this out like in Paint so that I can visualize it. If I put this up on my Twitch stream, would people look at it? I'm just trying to think of a way so that people can tell me if my drawing's off.
Sure, I know there's programs
what
out
you
there
can
like
do is you can
AutoCAD and
no, but for the purpose of the conversation, what you can do is you do your drawing, make your point nice and clear, send it to one of us, and then we can post it.
Oh,
it's just
yeah,
that
yeah.
you don't.
Smart,
It's just
okay.
because you're only VC verified, you don't have the perms to post in the live stream voice text.
Yeah. Oh, I
So
think
once
I
you've
think I
done that,
can. So
send it.
I'll just
Send
post
it.
it. Yeah.
Okay, you might be able to, but if not, once you've done it, just send it to one of us, and we can post it for you.
so that's why I asked what your contention was with the formulas that were provided.
Mm-hmm.
Because based on all of the information from the Earth curve calculator, there should be 3 miles. We should be looking 3 miles above the top of those mountains.
Okay.
Meaning
So
we should not be able to see the top of those mountains, let alone the base, which is clearly visible.
Mm-hmm.
And that's based on observer height and distance, all taken into consideration.
So in other words, it's like a woman who's 9 months pregnant, and she's pregnant with triplets, and she's laying flat on the table, and the doctor said, "What color are your toenails?" And she says, "I don't know. My husband has been painting them for the past 3 months. I haven't seen my toes in 3 months." Now, why can't she see her toes?
Because her belly's in the way.
Right. Too much curvature, right? It used to be flat 9 months ago, right? But now there's too much curvature. So she's looking into space and completely missing her toes. So this mountain, if the Earth was a globe of with a radius of 3959 miles, we shouldn't see the mountains. We should be looking out into space like the pregnant woman.
Okay. Here, I'm trying to send this. Okay, cool. Hankiel, I just sent that to you. If you wouldn't, yeah, it looks like I can't post that in the.
I'm working, bro. I'm very sorry. I just got like a microphone that I can pull down and it unmutes, and I push back up and it mutes. It's a gamer headset.
Who else can I send that to? I tried sending it to Roger and it didn't work.
You could try to send it to me, Sonny.
Okay. Yeah, let's see.
Let me see. I'm trying to scroll where I'm at here.
Okay, that worked. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let me go see that. Socrates. I'll add you as a friend, Socrates.
But overall, you're understanding the concept, right?
Yeah.
Of a hidden height because of a physical geometric obstruction of the Earth. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it kind of like bulges up. If you look along the Earth, then there's like it's like the Earth itself is almost like a big mountain that's in the way of other things.
It's supposed to be.
Yes and no. I would say it's from your feet. It's an exponential drop downwards, not necessarily a bulge, but for all intents and purposes, yes, it would be a bulge if you were looking directly towards the base, meaning you'd have to look downwards at your feet instead of straight out.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. So this is my unbelievably artistic professional drawing.
It's perfect.
So this is
better than NASA. Go ahead.
Yeah, mine is all a raw image, nothing computer generated in this. So this is saying like, so the Pyrenees, right? So I just want to check just at this first step that I'm like getting the basic conception, right? So it's like you're at the top of something tall, you can look down and you can see stuff, and you can see stuff like further away than if you were short, but at some point there's no way to see like around the Earth. It's like, yeah,
it's a physical obstruction.
Okay. So does anybody have any issues with just this image as it stands? Or I mean, obviously you don't think that this is like accurate in terms of reality, but in terms of like what we're discussing,
to get the point across, yes, it is sufficient. Meaning that the highest elevation that you have drawn on that mountain starts to go over, right, the bulge.
Yeah, starts to go backwards, tilted away.
Yep.
We don't ever see anything like this in reality. And what these all of these Canahu type location photographs are all showing you places that cannot possibly be seen on the ball with the size they gave us.
Okay. So
It should have dropped away 3 miles under or something like that. From 1 to 3 miles at least. Those tops of those mountains should be at 1 to 3 miles below that curvature horizon, that geometric horizon.
Okay. This time it posted. This time it worked. So this is my like when you not to scale. I should have written that somewhere on there. Not to scale. So this is what happens if you add on the second mountain. So there's like right. So this is let me I can put on some like distances on this. So there's 200.
Yeah, in theory that's correct, but the only problem with your
It's just the
drawing,
numbers that don't work out right. That's the
based on what we're seeing and based on the actual numbers, that top line that you have actually hitting the Alps should be miles above the top of the Alps. Meaning we would not be able to see it.
Let's see.
So if you drew the Alps as about a quarter of that size on the other side, even though it might be, the same size as the mountain that you're standing on, you'd have to either draw a bigger hump with two equivalent size mountains is really what you would have to do.
Okay. Here, let's see. So
Can I ask a question about that two mountains?
here we go. Oh, sorry. Question for me?
Yeah, about that two mountains.
Yeah.
How we measure a mountain left one and how we measure that right one?
Their height or their distance from each other, or
No. The height, yeah.
I have no idea.
Well, it would be elevation, and elevation above
the sea level.
Yeah.
Sea level.
Sea level.
That means that mountain left and right will be measured height referencing to the sea level.
Yep.
That means that level sea its level on the right side and sea its level on the left side also.
Yeah, exactly.
So that brings us to the question then, Socrates. Is level curved?
I don't know.
It seems to me like you've actually already found out. Like you're telling us through your drawings that you shouldn't be able to see.
Well, here, so so let me know if anyone has any contention with these distances as I put them on there. So the 200 kilometers, that's from the Pyrenees. I didn't do any calculations with the Alps, but those are the listed heights. So if so this is the calculator that we're talking about. If you put in so you can put in eyesight level, you could put in distance to the object, and that'll actually give you, so it gives you the distance to the horizon, but also the obscured object part. So it tells you how high up things will be obscured. And it looks like Pyrenees to Alps, there's like 900 feet or 870 feet or something that are visible of the Alps above what's obscured. So that's, if I put those numbers in correctly, that's what that's showing. Maybe that's like 207, not 205.
Does anyone know what happened to the Canahu and the additional information? It seems to be not there any longer. I thought I was going mad, and I'm like, I looked like 4 or 5 times, and it's literally not there any longer.
Say, Sonny. So, I thought Canigoo was beat out so far as the Guinness Book of World Records. I thought it was I mean, I know you're trying to make your point and you want to have your visual and stuff, but isn't there? I'm trying to look up my.
Well, it
But
might have
it's
been taken out. There might have been some problem with that image with the text that was added to it, so they might be correcting it possibly
But
or
it's
something.
and I apologize for interrupting, but really quickly, so the Fenestralis is farther than the Canigoo. But I have a couple images for Canigoo if you want them. Which do you? Is it the one
No, it's
where
okay. No, it's okay. We don't need them. We've actually posted quite a few, and we don't want to overload with those, but no problem. There's other places to get the information. Continue on, you guys. Sorry to interrupt that conversation.
Oh no, not at all.
Me too.
Okay.
So yeah, and this was kind of so like my so like trying to think about this intuitively. It's like if a 11,000 foot mountain could see 2,000 kilometers, then a 15,000 foot mountain should be able to see further than that. So the distance between what they're so the Pyrenees can see to the ground 200 kilometers, which is less than half of the distance, but the Alps is like significantly taller than the Pyrenees, so it can see even further. So if they can see past where each other can see on the ground, they should be able to see each other because there's a direct line of sight across those. So I think to me this intuitively makes sense as long as in addition to the calculator showing the correct numbers. So I think this example seems consistent with like a like ball Earth model. I mean, yeah, I mean, given like atmospheric conditions, right? So
You realize
I'm reading everything.
I'm sorry. You realize that you can see all the way across the water, which is actually going out and upward in relationship to the viewer, and then you have the shoreline of that water, which is about where the curvature should start. Then you still continue to see everything going up past the town, up to the foothills. Where's the drop rate that we're supposed to encounter right there?
Yeah, I think so if you look at the image where it has like the topological map where it has like Andorra on the left and like Torre in the upper right, that looks like a map from above, and there's like the three red lines going out. It looks like the water is all relatively close, and then the elevation increases as you get further away. So going up from the water up to the Alps, it looks like the elevation is increasing.
So
yeah.
Can I
So
my
Socrates,
question about that?
I mean,
Sorry.
I'm just eyeballing. I'm not like.
Yeah, let me
Sorry, only to
flesh
ask
out this
about that.
calculation real quick. So Socrates, if you take the Earth curve calculator that you posted, right? If you're in that right now, and you put a distance of 275 miles, and you put the observer height, which is 200 or I'm sorry, 9,200 and let's just say 52 feet.
Oh no, it's Wait, are you talking from the Pyrenees or the Alps?
See, this is where the actual picture was taken from. It's an elevation of 9,252 feet. So that'll be your observer height.
Where does it? Let's see.
So if you look at the original picture that Roger posted that says 273 miles away, and we go back to the verbiage, it's on the right-hand side, we'll see that the observer's height was 9,252, rounding up a little bit.
Sorry, is that in the text on the right?
Text on the right, yeah. At the very bottom section, you'll see distance in miles and viewer height in feet.
Sorry, I'm just trying to read this. Viewer height in feet, 92. Okay, wait. So where did that number come from?
That came from the elevation in which the picture was taken, meaning the observer's eye height, the observer's elevation.
Yeah. And
So
where
that's
is that? Like where's that from though? I just want to read like the original.
Probably from Beyond Horizons.
Right. So it's a Guinness Book of World Records. So this was all documented, right?
Yeah.
So that's where the elevation height is coming from. So if you put that in your calculator, so do 275 miles with an observer height of 9,252. And then what do you come up with in regards to oh man, I had it pulled up. So what is the hidden height? It's like 16,000 feet, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just entering this 9272.
It's 9252.
Okay, I see something different, but that's almost the same.
So the obscured height is over 16,000 feet, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right.
so it should be like a little bit under if that's the case.
Right. So if we go to the other mountaintop that was talked about, right? The other peak that is
that?
PIC Gaspard, Pic Gaspard.
Gaspard, yeah.
Yeah. So let's look at the elevation height of that mountain, meaning the top of that mountain is how high in feet above sea level.
Oh, you know what? That's quite a bit shorter. Yeah.
Yeah, it's about 13,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's 3,000 feet that it should be hidden by. But when we look at the picture, we not only see the top of the mountain, we pretty much see the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
So there's
that's interesting. Yeah.
There's a couple miles of missing curvature there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those numbers seem to work out. Let's see.
So with this observation, this would lead us to draw a rational conclusion that maybe the curvature is not there, right? Because we're observing something in reality that is contrary to what we've been told as far as a curvature rate.
Yeah, that seems to be correct based on those numbers.
Or maybe if we have mountains all around the world, be measuring all mountains all around the world reference to sea level. That means that sea level is leveled all around the world.
So this is just one example. There's many, many, many more. And this example is used because it's a Guinness Book of World Records, meaning it was very well documented on the observer height and the distance and what's being seen. So the great thing about this and the thing that is fascinating to me is we can all go out and kind of do some of these observations ourselves.
Anywhere,
right,
in the world.
And I've personally done them, and I'm coming up with something very similar to this picture, but I'm not coming up with the curvature rate that's needed, right, for a geometric horizon, meaning the physical edge of the earth to obstruct objects that I'm viewing at distance. And it's repeatable and testable. Now, there are things that do come into play when you're doing observations. You have varying atmospheric conditions and things like that. But when we're dealing with a geometric horizon that should be physically obscuring our view, we should not be able to see a horizon at more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, because that's based off of the radius value that were provided within the globe Earth model.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just trying to find. So that website that had the original report is down. So I'm just trying to.
Hey, do you happen to know in the Beyond Horizons website where the elevation information is? I should already know this by now. I don't know. If anybody finds it, chime in. Appreciate it.
Wouldn't surprise me if it somehow mysteriously got scrubbed.
Yeah, so like if it was at the peak of the Pyrenees, then it would work. If it's that much lower than the peak, then it doesn't work, right? If it's
Now,
like
when
1,000 feet lower, it won't work.
When you say work, it would be based on the globe Earth geometry.
Yeah.
It would be possible to see the peak of the other mountain, meaning just the very top of it. But it's very clear in the photograph that we're not just seeing the very peak of the mountain, right?
No, it looks like basically just the peak of the Peak Gaspard. There's like other ones that we see that are closer.
Yeah,
like Grand
once again, Socrates, you have the problem of being able to see all the water and the foothills after the city and going up further and further back where it's supposed to be dropping.
How far away is the water? It looks like it's like
Doesn't matter. You can see all of it all the way up. As you go further out on the water, it's going upward towards the viewers, towards the viewer, upward. It's not dropping down.
Like, how about maybe if you could just point out, like, where do you see the horizon in the photo?
Yeah, let's see. So, I mean, the horizon looks like just below. I mean, there's like a line across, but it's like close to Peak Gaspard, like slightly lower than the height of the top of Peak Gaspard.
Okay, so how far away is the mountain? The peak?
443 kilometers. Someone tell me if that's
right.
Yeah,
so objects shrink, right, in size apparently the further they get, right?
Yep. Yeah.
So it's going to look smaller, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it is smaller. So are you taking that into effect?
Sorry, I didn't quite understand.
I think that's called foreshortening, right? So you're gonna see the object get smaller as it goes away from you, meaning
it just covers less of your eyes.
Right. So what you may perceive as just the peak of the mountain could be the whole entire mountain just shrunken in size, because things reduce in size as they get further away from you, right? That's the way optics works. It's called perspective.
Yeah, I mean, technically, if there's some there's some way that could work out to a particular amount, right? So it's like you could measure things about the mountain, or if you had this was taken, like, when was this taken? Because I'm sure there's like 2016. Wow. I'm sure there's some way of getting a more distinguishable photo, maybe some more powerful lens that could right, like we could imagine a device that could resolve like distinct features of the mountains, and then we could see we could recognize like different landmarks on it, and we could see if we're seeing no, that's a good point. Like because we could be seeing the peak, we could be seeing the whole thing just like smaller because it's far away.
In theory, it's possible to get better resolution, but you understand that when you're looking through atmosphere,
sure,
it gets more and more opaque. Things get more and more dull. as
Absolutely,
they
yeah.
are in the distance, right? So it's very hard, regardless of the optics that you're using, to get sharp, clear resolution through that much atmosphere. You're
Ooh,
talking
if you want to be really fancy,
275 miles of atmosphere that you're looking
Mhm.
through, meaning you're having to resolve the light that is reflecting back to you from those objects.
Mm-hmm.
How about that 3 miles drop? What we
So
are
think
not
about
speaking about it.
Sorry, bro. You go ahead.
No, I'm saying we are speaking about optics now, how we can arrange optics. How about that 3 miles drop? What should we do with that?
Yeah, so that all depends on what the number is. If that was definitely taken from 9,200 feet, then this should be impossible with
That means that this
particular curvature of the Earth.
we don't need clear picture. These optics are okay. They're only showing there is no drop there.
Oh yeah, I agree. No. There's no question of optics. It's just a question of the height of the like point A on the Pyrenees.
Just really quickly, I posted an image in the voice text. This is a pretty high resolution photo.
Oh, this is nice. Yeah. Let's see. Open original. Let's see. Oh, nice. Yeah, you can even read the names.
Yeah,
so
the original is even higher
Inspired.
resolution.
Yeah.
So, but it's in the description of the video link.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's infrared. Infrared definitely helps us see much further with clearer resolution.
Right.
Oh, that's even a bigger problem, by the way, because then, like, if you say you have decreased refraction, right? Like, if you had zero refraction, then you would see like the absolute cutoff of you would just see the physical, right? And then with refraction, it might move around, or if you're higher or lower or whatever. But so it's like when you decrease refraction, you should see even less of the mountains, not see more of them, right?
And even
So,
think for a minute on that infrared image that was just shared by Marmoth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at how those distant mountains don't appear to be starting to angle backwards at all whatsoever.
How can you tell? I mean, you would
Yeah, I
need to
wouldn't
like
use
do
that
some
argument.
measurements, right? So
Right,
you would
really
like
think
not
we should
necessarily. It's not necessarily a good argument.
Well, how about this? Where's the horizon?
No, I mean that definitely is something
I don't
that,
even
like,
see horizon in the image, to be honest. If anything, it might be that haze that's just like beyond the mountain range.
Looks like it's beyond the mountains.
I mean, it's kind of a weird, like, you would, if you want to see horizon, you should use just, like ocean or something, right? Because the mountains make it kind of weird.
Right.
Yeah, here's more homework. Why don't
what
you
I'm
go?
about to
Why don't
say.
you?
the point
Why
of
don't you
horizon.
tell
Let me
us?
go over this real fast.
Hold up. Why don't you tell us for some more homework, and I'll retract after this. So why don't you tell us using the Earth curve or using some simple geometry? Why don't you tell us at those distances that you're looking at right now, how big that would make the Earth's radius? And yeah, homework.
Okay. Yeah. No, it sounds good. I can try to get some algebra back in my brain. Okay, so I'm gonna give you some homework too then. So if the Earth's curvature needs to be less, but it's still not zero, then that means the Earth isn't flat, right?
We haven't got to the zero. We haven't gotten even to the zero part yet. We have that information as well.
Well, let's see. So
we're showing you zero. We're showing you zero curvature in these photos that you're looking at from the long distance photographers, Guinness World Record holders for long distance. They're showing you, all these photographs are showing you that it's completely impossible for there to be the curvature that they told us. So if you can see images
So I agree with that.
like from the Black Swan, listen, from even the Black Swan, if you take 10 times to where the islands are in the Black Swan image to the right of those rigs, 29 miles. So 10 to 30 times. That makes the Earth's radius just in the Black Swan, the 10-mile one, which is minimal. It's actually further, but the 10-mile one would make the Earth's radius 264,000 miles. The islands would make it more than 2 million miles. So now when you take the Mount Canahu or Fenestralis or whatever you want to look at, any of those things, this is making the Earth's radius astronomical, like larger than the entire so-called solar system would be.
Maybe it is like that, Sunny, but we are using this value, 3959. Maybe it is bigger, It's 2 million, that's the real ball. But we are using these numbers because we like these numbers.
Okay,
Yeah.
so can
but if
so
we
that's
lived on
something I would like to understand. Oh yeah.
Yeah, let me just say something real fast. If we lived on a ball that big, like the gravity would crush you. Like you wouldn't be able to walk to your mailbox. You would literally be experiencing like so much gravity that it would stop your heart.
Even though gravity doesn't exist.
What's gravity?
So okay, so here's the thing that I would like to understand. Why? So there's a little bit of like a very very beautiful, very sweet kind of like mask off moment of like, oh, our real goal is to get that number as big as possible, right? Why is that a like a good thing, or why does that I guess like why does it matter? Why would it be important for the Earth to be 2 million versus 3,000 or 3,900 or some other number or bigger than 2 million?
Maybe it's not only that. Maybe it's closed also. Maybe it's not open system.
It's not important. We've just heard it so many times. Well, maybe the Earth is bigger. Then we say, okay, well, let's calculate that. And we say, okay, well, this is how big you think it must be. Right. And then you see that the first one, just the Black Swan, which is a tiny one as far as I'm concerned, it puts the radius, right, which is not the circumference, the radius out past the orbit of the moon, which is astronomical already.
Which would mean that any calculations that NASA would be purporting to use in order to send things into orbit, ISS satellites included, all of that stuff that is claimed to be up there, their calculations would be off considerably.
That's why I said the thing about gravity. Because once you understand that the gravity doesn't work, then none of the necessary force it would take to leave the so-called planet would work. The escape velocity, right?
Okay, so here's the thing that I can get like a concrete homework assignment. I would like if somebody could try to explain me.
Sorry about your first question. Sorry. Did you ask? Is it why it's important if it's 25,000 miles or is it 2 million miles? Did you ask that question?
Sure.
Do you think that question is somehow? I don't know how to say. Why would we have these values if we have these values?
I don't understand the question.
No, but I don't understand the question. Why would we have 25,000? What is different with? I don't understand that question. What is different between 25,000 and 2 million? I don't understand that question.
I don't understand what you're talking about, bro.
Because he asked, what is difference between 25,000 miles Earth or 2 million miles? Radius 3959 or radius, I don't know, 10 times, 20 times bigger, 30 times bigger?
Well, this is why
I don't understand your question. How you asking that? Like, what is different between the what that? How? What? Can you repeat the question? But
Sure. Yeah, I can definitely do that. So I guess the question is like, what's like, I don't know. Maybe this sounds like kind of a weird question, but what's like the why is that something that you personally care about? Because there's like, I don't know. I generally think space is like very fucking cool. Or you'll probably tell me that everything I know about space is wrong, and that's fine. I get to learn more, like lots more new stuff. But like, there's some things that are particular interest to me. So like, black holes just seem really fucking weird and really cool. So that's just something like that I read about. Whatever. Why
but the
why
thing
is
is, we
this
don't
like
care.
an interesting thing? Or
We
why does
don't
it
care
matter
about that
whether it's like?
number. I'll tell you why. Because the Globers come in here and they don't want to lose their ball. They don't want to lose their space. They think it's really fucking cool. So they say, well, what if it's not flat, right? What if it means that the Earth is bigger? And we say, okay, if that's what's going on, then this is the numbers that we're getting, right? This is how big the Earth would be, insinuating that there would be thousands of Hawaiis, right? More continents, more land, more resources, and no way in hell that we could be doing any kind of climate change whatsoever. If there's that much more land, then there's that much more resources.
So
But
it's like,
we're not the ones clinging to the ball. The only reason we did those calculations is for the people that say, well, it could mean that the ball's bigger. And we have to go, yeah, that's what it could mean. But this is what it would mean if that's what that means. That's
right.
just us
So
going
it's
down.
like a consequence of that could be like all of humanity is kept within some small portion of a much bigger Earth and not allowed to access the resources that are
Like
there.
the model keeps us mental prisoners because we think if we go exploring, we're just going to end up right where we left off on the other side of the globe.
I will ask the same question. Why you work for me, but you work for me and you need to earn $10,000, you know. But I'm paying you $1,000 because that's my value of your $10,000. You understand me? Because doesn't matter, you know. Why would that matter to you if I gave you 1,000 and but you earn it 10,000?
It's like a labor theory of value thing, or I'm not sure if
it's a think about truth, for example, about Earth where I'm living. Yeah, I'm living on the globe for my whole life, and then I realize in my time of my life, oh my God, I'm not living on the ball. Why? Why? Because of that number. That's one of things. You have more things.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
Why would that matter? Because that number, I learned that number from my childhood, and everybody else is learning still, you know.
So, like, the more that the true value turns out to be different from the like consensus value, the more wrong that consensus value was, and therefore, like, the bigger the whatever conspiracy fuck up, you know. I don't know, like the you know, like,
just say lie.
Sure, yeah. I didn't want to presume, like, yeah. So, like, the bigger the lie would be, the more the true value differs from the like given value.
All right. So you said you had homework for us, and I think I interrupted you. And
yeah. So my homework. I'm very interested in investigating these like ways that you can like investigate the globe Earth theory and be like, hey, wait a minute, these numbers don't fucking add up. That doesn't make sense. That can't be right.
Yeah, you know how? I'll tell you right now.
Wait, that wasn't my
sorry,
question.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jump the
gun. So my question is like, so I guess it's a two-part. First one is like, is there some conception that maybe not like the same across like everyone here, but like do each of you have like a conception of what the true like geometry is? And if so, like there's some really like you know, fucking entry level questions of like, you know, like if it's flat, like can you just like fly to the edge and the edge looks weird, or
see,
you know, something
let me
like
tell
that.
you where that question comes from. Okay, so when flat Earth was the thing, and Globers started teaching their globe stuff, right? The flat Earther would say, "Where's your edge?" right? Where's your geometric horizon is what they were asking,
Mm-hmm.
right? And if there's an edge, why don't you fall off, right? If it's a spinning water ball, right? And then after, so many hundreds of years of being ridiculed, you guys have kind of mirrored those things back towards us, and you say, oh, it's a flat earth, right? And it must be a disc, which is a straw man, right? Then, where's your edge? Why don't you fall off? So when you're asking those questions, make sure you ask it about both models. Which one are you more likely to fall off of? A stationary plane that goes on for as far as human knowledge can tell, or a spinning water ball flying through space at 1,000,000 miles an hour? Wouldn't you more likely fall off of a spinning water ball?
I'm not sure, but I think the first thing that I want is like something that I can sink my teeth into in terms of visualizing like the other like
the real world. Go outside.
Yeah. So like a
go into the real
like
world.
Just some
no
basic.
diagram, no model, right? Don't date a model, right? Date a real woman who has a real breast, right? Go outside, get the real Earth, and measure it. Like over a large body of water, you can get binoculars, a telescope, a high zoom camera, or if you're broke, find you a large body of water and a mirror, and you put the mirror on the other side of the water, and the sunset to your back, and the person across, I'm sure you got a cell phone. Get them to move the mirror around while the base of the mirror is in the water, like a full stand-up size mirror. And that should be, about 10 miles, right? And that should be 66 feet of curvature, right? So if you can see that mirror and in the sunset when it's cool, or the sunrise when it's cool outside, because if you'll see what I posted a few minutes ago, you go to that GIF and you look at it, that's what refraction really does. As the heat perturbs the atmosphere from the sun, right, it's going to cause this sort of refraction thing. It's not really refraction, it's more like heat waves. And it causes the thing that you look across the bay, and it causes the bay to disappear from the bottom up. It's not because of curvature, it's because of atmospheric conditions, right? And this is what happens in reality. So if you go do this, Lake Pontchartrain in Louisiana in July, August, right? You're going to get all kinds of wonky atmospheric conditions. But if you do it over a frozen lake, where the temperature is almost the same temperature as the ice, you'll be able to see less wonky atmospheric conditions. But you don't have to do it over a frozen lake. I went to Corpus Christi, 4th of July, a couple of years ago, and I could see the buildings across the way on North Beach. Now, the thing about North Beach, it's 10 miles. And the buildings across the way, none of them were 6-story buildings. So I shouldn't have been able to see any of them. They were only 2-story buildings. Setting just,
I'm so sorry. I have to interrupt because I've got to take off. But yeah, for me, what I would really like to like a full model, or like as complete as what it is. That's what I would like to have to visualize.
You want a flat
happy
Earth model? Is that what you want?
Experiments and stuff. Sorry.
You want a flat Earth model?
Yeah, exactly. Like something I can.
Okay. Well, then, okay. So fair is fair. Since the globe is so slam dunk, we need the globe model first, please.
I don't think I'm interested in doing just one at a time. I would like to do both.
The thing is that you don't have a model. You think that you have a model, but it's not a scientific model, right?
Well, so it could be totally wrong and it could be bullshit, but it's something that I can put in my head and it could be bullshit, right? But it's something that I can visualize for better or for worse. I want to be able to visualize the other one.
Why do you need to visualize something that you're standing
You want
on?
to visualize it in your head? Why don't you just visualize? How can you visualize something that's only in your head? We're talking about visualizing, actually measuring with your vision the actuality of where we live, not something in your head.
So the way that I compare different explanations or different interpretations of reality is I take those explanations, I take evidence, and I determine which one it comports with more. And when you do that lots of times, you get lots of lots of comparisons. And if one,
All right, let me try to help you out. Why
yeah,
don't you compare reality to the claim of their model, right? Because flat Earth isn't making the claim, right? What we see is, or what our senses tell us, it's flat and stationary. That's what your senses tell you too, right? So the claim is that it's not what we actually perceive it as. The claim is that it's something different. So you're the one making the claim that it's a sphere, right? So we need to see curvature from you, because we don't believe in curvature because we can't perceive it. We have knowledge, firsthand knowledge of a flat and stationary plane. And the reason is because that's what our senses tell us. We make observations over large bodies of water or mountain ranges, and what we all observe is the exact same thing, that there's no curvature. You've never observed it. You've never experienced it. There's no rotation of the earth. Just because you see the sky moving doesn't mean that your feet are moving. And we've all experienced it. Your senses, how old are you, bro? Like what, 20 something? You've got 20 something years
I
of
definitely
like,
appreciate the guess of 20. I'll take that any day. Yep.
okay, so you got 20, 30, 40 something years of terabytes after terabytes after terabytes of data in your subconscious, and all of it is flat stationary plane. The only thing that goes any different is what you've seen on TV, what you've seen in magazines and in cartoons, and what you've seen in your mind's eye. Once you realize that when you step outside and turn off the TV and put down the books and put down National Geographic, what you go outside and you actually observe is not what they're claiming. It's what we all observe, reality. You don't need a model reality. It stands for itself.
Yeah, I don't think that that's something I'm gonna be able to work with.
So
It's
Socrates,
fine if you can't work with reality. That's fine.
Nobody can make that model, man. Do you understand that? Nobody
No,
can
I
make
don't.
that.
I don't understand, right? Because
Nobody,
so
nobody,
so like
nobody.
so like if it's wrong or right or whatever, right? Wrong, like the globe model, it's like somebody made like a, they have those fucking the ones you get in school that spin around and you play with them and they spin around. Like somebody built that and like, okay, this is, I can look at this, I can hold it in my hands. I don't understand why you couldn't do that or don't want to with the other one. I don't. There's something I'm missing.
so Socrates,
But I'm so
falsification.
sorry. Oh God, I feel really bad. I really do have to go to a friend's seminar.
Okay, look, just
People want
remember that
to
falsification is
presume.
independent of replacement, meaning
Oh
you
yeah,
have a
absolutely.
fanciful model, and what we don't want to do is just give you some unfounded fanciful model to replace it with that we haven't confirmed 100% every aspect of that model.
Sure. I mean, I think it's no, that's an incredibly fair point, and that's something I'm gonna try to be very conscious of. That it's like, when you provide some alternate model, it's like it's not going to be fully complete, before you start seeing holes in the other one, right?
Falsification is independent of replacement.
Yeah.
Nobody here is going to replace your globe model with any other model.
Yep. I
Right.
just
The definition of model, though,
learn to
is that
understand how both of them would work as much as I can. But yeah, thank you so much for talking. I really appreciate it. I'll see if I can even come back tonight. I'm not sure.
The definition of model is simple, though. In order to be able to make one, you have to know everything about what you're making. And the globe doesn't have anything. It doesn't have any evidence of anything in order to be a model in the first place, because it negates the rules of the definition.
Okay, maybe you can
because it's all disproven.
Explain what that means to me, because I don't understand it yet, but I will definitely come back when I can. Take
It's
care.
just the definition of a model. You have to know everything about something in order to make a model of it. That's why we make models of buildings, because we know everything about what we're building.
Yeah, when he comes back, we should definitely show him the what do you call it?
Where are my architects?
Eclipses.
Yeah, so I think he's obviously wanting to understand what we're saying and is taking in the information. And not everybody can take it in very quickly, right? So he's taking baby steps,
Yeah.
which is good, though. I mean, somebody like him, if he can fully come around to understand that he's been lied to about the globe model, could be a very good friend and contributor, right? Should he realize that the globe model is
Yeah, exactly. I
complete
agree.
BS.
A flat earther waiting to happen.
Yeah. And what we don't want to
Well,
do is necessarily piss everybody off to where they just go away with a bad taste in their mouth, you know?
That's true.
for people like him, if I could say real quick, it kind of creates a dilemma. Of, I know we don't want to represent a model because we can't explore, we can't, anything. But is it okay to give them the general concept, like telling them about the North Pole in the middle, stuff like that? I mean,
Yeah, I think so, but
you know
in
what I'm
due
asking?
time, right? Like he just kind of had a kind of a big wake up call, right? With the distances and
Right.
understanding that this wouldn't work on my model, right?
Yeah, I mean,
think of
it's like we can represent a general concept and just strictly say we're speculating because we're not allowed to explore. But just to give some people, it helps to at least give them a general concept because they can get past circumnavigation.
Yeah,
You
I
know what
just
I
feel
mean?
yeah, no, I 100% agree with you there. And my concern is that he comes in here and then he streams our conversations to his Twitch channel, right? So I just feel like there is the possibility that if we even give him some sort of conceptual model, right, not claiming that it's actual, that he will immediately take that and try to strawman that from here on out.
You can clip out the part where we say we speculate. I hear you.
You know what I'm saying? Like he's really trying to pin us down to a model, which is obviously something that we don't claim to have. So
Yeah, I told him it was a straw man when I was talking about, they say that we're a disc flying through space, which is a straw man, right? So I was letting them know, like, and the thing about it is, man, you don't need a model, right? We live on it, right? You model stuff that, like, okay, you're going to make a building, it hasn't been created yet. So the architect puts together, blueprints, right? A model of what he's going to build. And then he builds the real thing. And the only reason they keep the model after that is like for the maintenance man so that they could, find the busted lines and all that stuff. But at any point, you could throw away the model and still have the building and still work on the building without the model because the building is actually there.
Well, I think at this point we could compare his mind trying to wrap his head around a model like a child trying to draw for the first time. At first, it's just a bunch of lines and scribbles and circles and no real defined shape. And then you start to, train their mind to start making shapes out of these lines and circles by saying, draw the dog or, you know, draw mommy or whatever, and then they start to draw circles that look like mommy and those, stick figures that look like the dog. And then eventually it starts to, grow and define and get detail. And then your kid's drawing anime or, still life, fruit on the table. And then you got, you know what I mean? Maybe he just needs something to look at to help him start shaping his circles and lines into something that can help, put more foundation into where the puzzle pieces are supposed to fit.
yeah, I agree. But as we all know, you can find quote unquote flat Earth conceptual models all over the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it sucks because there are no puzzle pieces. That's the hardest thing for flat earthers to get because they're constantly trying to you like you would never do that for a tree. You would never do that for a thing that is. unless you're trying to build a replica of something you've seen. No one tries to find pieces of a puzzle that they've never seen or experienced. You want to draw a tree, you draw a tree. It could be a shitty drawing of a tree, but it's a tree. You know what a tree is because you've experienced it with all, well, maybe most of your senses, if not all. You know? So there is no such thing as putting the pieces together. You can put the story together as to how they lied to you. But as far as life, it's just something to experience. Like all of this model stuff and figuring this out, that's just another trap for your mind when we could be doing something better.
That's
I
well
don't know why
said,
people
Elijah.
think they
I
need a
agree.
model.
Yeah, the focus is on dismantling and disproving the model that is
Yeah, it
obviously
drives me crazy, man.
incorrect.
No, it's just crazy to try and think you can take a model and compare it to reality when you haven't used reality to create it. That is so vast backwards. I have never in my life imagined how anyone would ever even think of doing when they can go out and observe reality and match it. Sorry, I just had to vent because I can't stand models
And
and
that's the
people that
thing.
use
Like,
them.
think of it like this: if you're like a kid exploring the world for the first time, like, you don't know what shape it is, right? Like how are you gonna prove what shape it is?
Go out and measure it, observe it. You can't do the whole thing, but you can do pieces.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the indoctrination. Like I mean, nobody's wondering what the shape of a tree is because you see a tree, you're like, tree. No one's wondering what the shape of a mountain is because you're like, mountain. Like the only reason that people are trying to figure out, well, what shape could it be? It's because you are indoctrinated. There is no shape. You'll never experience it, and if you did, you'd call that Earth. Whatever shape Earth is, you just say, "Yep, that's Earth." You wouldn't be able to say it's a circle or it's a square or it's a. You'd be like, "That's Earth."
Now,
That
even deeper than that, though, how can you say it's Earth unless someone told you that's what it is, right?
I mean, if you saw it, if you actually saw the whole thing, if that was actually possible.
Yeah, you
that's
wouldn't
just
know
what
it
he
was
just
Earth,
said.
though. You wouldn't know it was Earth, though. That's the thing. You're like, oh, okay, that's where I'm living on, or that's
What
where
are
I'm
you
living
talking
at, right?
about? How do you not know it's what you're looking at when you probably just left it to go in an airplane or something to look at it? That was
No,
a big mistake.
I'm just talking about what it's called.
Yeah, understood.
It just goes super deep, like everything you think you know, right? Everything.
Oh, we know a lot of things. That's the thing people don't understand, but that's the Jedi mind trick, is to make you think that you don't know anything. Everything you experience is what you know. Everything that someone told you is what you don't know until you know. That's it. If we didn't know anything, you wouldn't make it past dinner. You'd be dead. Got to know a lot to be able to survive.
Gotta go with the instincts.
Yeah, and what you just said makes a lot of sense, Elijah, because you can also look at it like this. If you're going to take a model that has absolutely no resemblance to reality whatsoever, because you didn't use reality to make it, and then you're going to use that model to create something or design something for whatever purpose, and you could be causing yourself a death ride. I mean, you create something totally inaccurate, totally ineffective, totally not going to work for whatever you thought it was going to work, because you're building it after a model that came from Narnia or whatever, and you're going to design something over that using that model and put your body in it, fly around in it, whatever you're going to do. Yeah, right. That makes no sense. It's ridiculous. It's another reason why we know rockets are not going into outer space. They've designed those rockets with a model that has nothing to do with reality. Oh, yeah, it's going to work. Okay.
Hey. What's up? What's up? How you doing? Oh yeah, watching it. Yeah, it's my shit. Also, give me a Christmas list. Better to start now so that I'm not struggling, and not that I think I will be, but just in case.
Yeah, so it sounds like that gentleman will probably come back, Mr. Socrates. He did come back after our last conversation and did look into some of the things that we discussed. So hopefully he thinks about the conversation that we had today, and he comes back and asks more questions. And he's a very cordial glober, which is always good to have, right? And being able to unpack things in the way that we're all able to kind of do today is also very good for others that are listening that may not feel comfortable coming in to discuss, right?
Don't be scared.
Who's that?
Hi.
Ain't no one gonna bite you here.
Wait, is this the same Yo, Chalice, why did you pretend to be Jesus? Like, what was the point?
Where's the proof for your claims?
Sure, I'll send you.
Maybe someone could answer this question for me. Does it not say in scripture in more than one place where Jesus says, take upon yourselves my name? He's not suggesting that you think you're Jesus. He's not suggesting that you take on the role of, but you take upon yourselves his name, pray in his name, and then try to act like he does, and try to carry out, your life in a manner that matches it the best way you can. I mean, does he not suggest that or say that to people? Can someone tell me yes or no on that? I think it's true. He says,
I mean, but to say, I don't want to stretch this out. It just happens that I saw him in the voice channel right now. But he said he's the key to the garden. I hold the keys to death. I am the fountain disperser, the holder of everlasting life. I am the key to eternal life, the doorway. Like, he's basically calling himself Jesus by that because Jesus said he's the gates to heaven. So
I don't.
7. Anyway, like I came here to ask a question. Like,
I mean, we can go to biblical if you want, bro. It's fine.
No, like I just want to end the topic here. Like, I just said like I didn't want to stretch it out too much.
4794. 478.
But I see everyone talking about like gas pressure without a container, but why is nobody mentioning like fluid without container? Like fluid needs a proper container or else yeah.
So fluid is
Won't stay in
ambiguous.
place.
You could say fluid and mean liquid. You could say fluid and mean gas or plasma, right? So that's 3 states of matter. So whenever I say fluid, I could be talking about any of those states, right? When you say gas pressure, there's only one way to have gas pressure according to the definition of gas pressure, right? So the gas,
I agree with
right?
that.
So
I'm
that's why
saying
we
like
try to be. Go ahead, bro.
I mean liquids in specific, like water in general, like our seas and oceans. It would only be possible on a flat, on a flat plane, if that makes sense. Because it just doesn't work on a globe. Like, can't find my phrasing for it, but like for example, if you take a glass, it needs 2 sides to contain the water inside, or else, yeah.
It needs 5. There's 5 planes of glass in a fish tank. So 2 on 2 sides, 2 on the other 2 sides, and then 1 on the bottom, right?
Yes.
Or a cup.
Or cup,
Round
yeah.
cup. could work.
But
I mean,
you
2
get my point.
dimensions basically. Yeah, I get you. Like 2 dimensions, like sides and bottom. Like it doesn't need a
Right.
top. Like
So let's say you had a ball the size of your house, and you could suspend it up with giant electrical poles, right? And then as it rotates once every 24 hours, half of the things would be facing up, and the other half would be facing down and spilling over, right? So that's why
yes.
you say it wouldn't work on a ball. Right, but what they've done is they've come up with these concepts to get your mind off of the ball and our physics, right, and our plane, right, and they want to put this ball in this imaginary place called space, with this imaginary thing called space-time and gravity. And because it's all conceptual, you can't disprove it, right? And that's how you know it's not science, because if you can't disprove it, it's not science. But it's a concept. So it all works out mathematically in their little concept. But at the same time, when you compare it to reality, it doesn't work out at all. But in their head, it does. It's just enough to trick a young person, just like a young person that's 5 years old. They can't conceive that St. Nicholas can't give presents to all the children in a 24-hour period, because they don't know how many children there are and how long it takes to give each gift. Right? So they buy Santa Claus up until a certain age. Well, after a while, they figure it out, right? And what's happened here is our society, meaning that the society as a whole, is figuring it out. Meaning everyone that lives on Earth is figuring it out that this isn't real. This whole low birth lie, it's not real.
Yeah. I mean, to be real, Saint Nicholas is more real than the globe. Because there was an actual figure in history named Saint Nicholas. So that's very, yeah. But yeah, like they just slap gravity onto everything basically. Like it's an fix for everything these days, according to them.
Hey Hank, I got a quick question. When you said it all works out in the math, but does it really? Because that's why they got 95% dark matter, right? Or whatever.
Right. So whatever they come up with a hole, right? They can just patch
Yeah.
it with whatever they need to. So
Right.
if
Okay.
it's not dark matter, right, then they got dark gravity. And if it's not dark gravity, right, then they can just come up with something else. And
Right.
because
They
you
make
can't
it.
prove any,
They make the square fit in the round hole or whatever. Yeah.
right, they make it work with
Yeah.
with concepts, not reality. not with testing, not with real observations.
Right. Just clarifying that point. I got you.
Yeah, but you're right. It doesn't work out mathematically. That's why they have to come up with these ad hoc explanations. That's why they have these bizarre theories like black holes and dark matter and dark energy and dark gravity and all these theories about the Big Bang Theory and multiverse. That's why they have all these, what we would call ludicrous theories that aren't really theories at all. They're more like postulations.
Exactly. So for me, that last guy just highlighted the major hurdle we face is people wanting us to replace their model that they think exists, And like we've clearly said, it's not up to us to replace anything. We're just pointing out the flaws with what they think they know. Anyway.
Right. So we debunked, Santa Claus, and he wants to know, well, if Santa Claus isn't doing it, then who's doing it then? It's like we don't have to come up with an explanation of who's doing Santa Claus's job, right? We just debunk Santa Claus. It's impossible for one man to deliver all those presents of all the children in a 24-hour period. It's impossible. What we're observing on the surface of the Earth, if the globe has a radius of 3959 miles, it's impossible. They're both debunked. We don't need to replace it with anything. It's just reality. It's the new reality. It's been this reality this whole time, but for everyone who's just catching on, this is your new reality. Go ahead. Try to falsify it. The thing is that you can. If we're claiming there's no curvature, you can falsify that.
Yep, that's all true. It's just frustrating. These people like him, generally speaking, they think that they have this model that works and everything. So if we can't replace it, then they kind of dismiss what we're saying, and they're just not logically thinking about it. It's hard to get over that hump.
Since the Globers had the model in the first place, why don't the Globers make their own model, but no radius is involved? It's a flat stationary plane that's contained. So why don't the Globers do that? It's not it's not a responsibility to replace their failed model.
Exactly, Sonny. It's a nail on the head right there.
So if you look at Kuhn's model cycle, I'll post it in here a few times. I'll post it in a few minutes. Right, it talks about the pre-scientific model. That's where they're at with their model. They have no scientific experiment that could prove their model. So what they have is like what you call a layman's model, right? So their layman model is about the Earth and about gravity and about how it works in the sun, the solar system, and the galaxy. But we can't verify any of this stuff. Like dark matter, what's the first step of the scientific method? So we observe a natural phenomenon. Okay, so the galaxy is spinning too fast, and the equation that we were given for gravity, it looks like it's not working, right? Because the stars are not flying away. So that's a natural observed phenomenon. So what are we going to test? We can't test anything. What are we going to manipulate? We can't manipulate anything. So where are we at? Let's just make up some bullshit about this dark matter, the galaxy shit's off, right? And it doesn't interact with light. We well, people we see like yeah.
Yeah, you're breaking up. Thanks, Chalice, for pointing that out. So, Chalice, you've been around the server for a long time, at least a year and a half. You've changed your names multiple times. Came back for Ladies' Night with this new name, had a conversation with Bambi about how you live in the Garden of Eden. What is your reason for being here? Why'd you join a year and a half ago? What are your thoughts about Flat Earth? Any of those questions?
I'm not sure of the shape of the Earth because I haven't seen it from a distance.
Well,
So
you
it
don't
still
need to. Are you
intrigues
willing?
me.
So, okay. So, what is your position on the globe model?
I can't prove that it's a globe either. I can't prove what it is, and that's the problem.
No, that's not really a problem. I mean, none of us here claim to have a definitive knowledge of the shape of the Earth. We just are united on saying that the globe model has no bearing on what we actually see in reality, as well as the fact that it measures flat and is stationary. You don't need to know the entirety of the boundaries of the Earth and so on to acknowledge that simple fact. So do you understand the arguments about why we say it's measured flat, such as the long distance observations and laser tests that prove, that give documentation to that concept?
Yeah, what's up with the drone footage? Have you seen that?
Which drone footage are you talking about? I've seen some drone footage.
Okay, so the stationary drone, right? And the moon is moving while the drone is not moving. What does that conclude? Have you seen that? I think Quantum Eraser posted it yesterday.
Nope, I haven't seen it.
Maybe
Does
somebody
anybody
knows what we're
has anybody else seen it?
Yes, he's talking about Lunatic's drone video, and I could find it for you in a second here.
Okay, thank you.
I think the discussion is regarding reference frames, the non-inertial reference frame and the inertial reference frame. The Earth being the non-inertial reference frame, drone leaving Earth, meaning it's going into the inertial reference frame where the sun, moon, and stars would be.
Yeah, the conclusion is the Earth's not moving.
Yep.
Now, the thought that I had was, if there is an atmosphere, would the drone be attached to the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is moving the same speed as the Earth?
What leads you to believe that, one, there's an atmosphere, and two, that would move completely congruent with the Earth itself?
Yeah. I was asking a question. I said, if there is an atmosphere, right? I don't believe that there is. I'm just saying. Just
Well,
asking a question.
if there's an atmosphere, there's also a globe, and there's also gravity, and there's also the rest of the fairy tale.
So is the atmosphere? The atmosphere is only on the globe model. So the flat Earth model, there is no atmosphere, is what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, when you consider the air in a room, if you consider that the atmosphere, then obviously, whatever. That's as far as it goes. And how do you experience this? Well, if you contain it and you decrease the volume, you have more pressure of this so-called atmosphere. And if you were to, say, remove the walls, it would equalize with the rest of.
So what is the video proving, I guess? That the Earth is stationary? Okay. And if the Earth is not moving, then everything they said is a lie, correct? Because
Well,
apparently we're supposed to be moving through space, right?
well, they said that the sun 340 billion times the Earth's atmosphere, so called, with no Earth in the middle. It's just a ball of gas in the vacuum. That right there, if somebody can't put two and two together, I don't know what to do for them. I mean, because that just saying it blows my mind. That's like, saying someone in a pool is dry. You'd go, huh? Like, there's nothing really to say after that because it makes no sense. You have stories that people told you, us, whoever, and then you have your experience. If you want to trade your experience for something that someone has told you, well, you've been indoctrinated, you've been abducted, you've been, what's the word I'm looking for? Well, you've given over your ability to think for yourself. It could be anything that doesn't make sense because somebody told you something that is an intricate story and it's interesting and you believe it, regardless of your experience, then you could be told literally anything. There's no limit to the deceiver at that point. They can rob you for everything you have.
Yeah, I just kind of stick to my senses, right? So if I can't sense it, then probably doesn't exist. Now, of course, there's exceptions to everything.
Like what
But I don't think there's
what can't you sense that does exist?
now we have to, for this, you have to look at like, do we only have five senses, right? Are you going to believe that, right?
But what can't you what can you what's the word? What did I just say? Somebody help.
What can you? What does exist that you can't sense?
Right. You have an example?
Wait.
Okay,
Well, you
something.
can sense his handiwork.
I mean, it's something that exists that you know exists that you've verified, like air. You have anything like that?
I don't think so.
Right. Right.
I would say there's things on the electromagnetic spectrum that exist that we don't necessarily sense with our natural senses.
Like ultraviolet light.
Exactly.
But it'll burn you, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
There are effects,
Yeah,
right?
so you do experience it. I'm looking for something that you don't experience with any of your senses: touch, smell, taste, um, seeing, hearing.
Yeah, I guess there's really nothing because even with gases that you can't necessarily smell or taste can still have an adverse effect on your body, which would be your body sensing what's taking place.
Exactly. Lightheadedness, drowsiness. You'd know. So the bottom line is this place was created specifically well, our senses were created specifically to exist and survive in a world that makes sense.
Bingo.
Everything
So
outside of that is just a story, some man's idea.
correct. Like if you can't sense it, like how can you believe in it?
Now, in a in the most non-religious sense, I guess I don't know how else to say it, but God gets a pass because the one thing that does make sense is that things don't just pop into existence out of nothing. So right there, it's like, okay, well, say you can't sense him, say you don't know if he exists or not, but you know that you're here and this place is here and it is tailored to your senses. Something did that. Then just randomly happened.
I don't know. I'd like to ask you a question, but I'm not gonna ask it. We can go to biblical later or something, or I'll ask you in DMs. This is Elijah, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna DM you.
Elijah, I can detect a piece that you have recently. Like you have this new piece. I can hear it.
I don't know. I almost like just listening to what he has to say. Like it's like he has like a soothingness in his voice or something. Like you said, like an inner peace or something. That's why I
Yeah,
figured I'd ask him this question.
maybe it has to do with my new habits. I wake up, I'm thankful that I am here, you know, and if there is something out there listening, I ask that thing how they're doing. Hope they're doing well. Hope my question isn't a dumb question to them. Whatever, this is what I do with my mind. Everyone can do what they want with theirs. Um, and I read a little scripture, and then I am across the street with the boys. Some you guys know, some you don't. And we're changing our lives for the absolute better, working on getting so many resources that we can actually move the needle in this place. This place being this whole existence here. They're powerful players with powerful resources, and your most powerful resource is your mind. When we realize that the powerful people, they can't do it quite like us. We decided, why don't we take over that space? So it's very calming to know where I'm going, simply because I think. And of course, I always give thanks. I'm trying to be a better person.
That's a good mindset, bro. Yeah, I messaged you, by the way.
Cool.
It's the same thing, though. North Star is, would you consider experiencing something, sensing it, right? So if you can't sense something, it can't exist. Like, very limited exceptions that we already discussed.
All right. Something that you can't sense, but it does exist. I would say like the Arctic temperatures, right? But if this place is dynamic and all connected and all under one roof, then I would be able to detect, because the Arctic temperatures would affect the temperatures here in other parts of the world because of the jet streams. So I can't really say that, can I?
If If you didn't experience it, you don't know. If you did, then you did.
But what about X-rays? Like when you go to the hospital and they take X-ray pictures, you can see your bones and stuff. I mean, you can't really sense the X-rays, but
Well, I mean, let's imagine they didn't give you that protective layer. Perhaps eventually you would.
makes sense.
And of course, we can't exchange unawareness for not experiencing, fine line between that.
Okay.
We were just talking about there was another guy in here who gave the example of music that he's experienced, but he experienced the words wrong. Yeah, but it's still a piece of information that, given more thought, given more investigation, you can verify that you did indeed hear it wrong.
Okay, I got one. Love. You can't experience love, but you can experience the effects of love. But how do you know that that was, I don't know. Love is real, right?
Those to be intangibles. Love, hope, faith, goodwill, trust.
Yeah, I like to say the word is used for the past tense experience, an experience that you look back on and label as love because it makes you feel a way when you think about it. That goes with all of, with every emotion that we feel, the emotions that people make us elicit by thinking of how we've experienced them. And then we call that something. And that's the best that we have.
Actually, you could feel love. You can also feel hate.
Right. After experiencing something, and then you have to think about it. And then you label how that thought makes you feel after it's happened. So you're labeling an experience.
What about curvature? Can you experience that? Where's that damn curvature?
Yeah, on a model, I guess you could build a ball and try and crawl over it, crawl around on it. To anchor a spike on the top, repel down the side of it. Yeah, we'd have nothing to do with reality, but you'd experience a globe that way. Wouldn't have anything to do with our experience on Earth, though.
Oh, so I was trying to say a while ago and I broke up or whatever. So, they have all these explanations and ad hoc explanations and what ifs and just so's and imagine if you can. All these stories like, multiverse and black holes and dark matter and dark energy, like all this stuff that we can't observe, but it has to be there to make their model work. So that's why I said, that, it works out mathematically because mathematics is just, like a language. You can explain it away, right? Like, for example, say you have like 300 fighters against like a full army of fighters, and they hold them off for like so many days, right? Well, how would you explain just 300 fighters, right? You could explain it all sorts of ways, like maybe they had superior armor and superior technique, and maybe they had a superior battleground, right? Or maybe they had superior elevation, or maybe they were superior soldiers because they were fearless, right? Who knows? Like, but it's just all explanations. So all they have is like this model that's just like hot air. Like it's just explanation after ad hoc theory, after postulation, after, you know, all these magic tricks, imagine if you can. All these magic words. And that's what they got. They basically got a magic model.
I have a video, and definitely trigger warning because it's not for the. I wouldn't recommend it to my Christian brothers and sisters, but in the same token, the guy is making sound points. It's not because it's in my mind. I'm listening to what he's saying about space and experience. I'm not really focused on his feelings about the scripture. I mean, from his own words, he admitted that he doesn't need to read the whole to understand. So that's on him. But there's a part in the video where he breaks. You know what it is? I just got a haircut. I'm so fake. That's probably what's up with my attitude. I'm so fake. I think I'm so cool. Um, that's what it is, Gemini. But so the guy basically says, I want you guys to hear it. But that's why I said trigger warning, because I want you to only listen to the specific, like from 1 minute to another minute and stop it. But of course, people's curiosity, you're going to listen to the whole thing or more than what I said and then go, oh, what is he saying here? Blah, 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 blah. But the dude makes a good point about something that you've never experienced, that you don't know exists, that someone comes up to you and because they're telling you about something that you've never experienced, that you don't know anything about, well, you're open to it now. You're susceptible to whatever they're telling you specifically because you've never experienced it. So you're listening. Not that you believe it or don't believe it. You just don't know what to do with the information. It is the unknown. And he says if you're one of these kinds of people that knows human psychology, well, you can kind of play on this unknown sense and instill fear in people and concepts that they've never even questioned if there was that actual thing. They just have an idea and then they have a fear that's been introduced to them through that idea. Never mind questioning whether this thing is actually tangible or in reality at all. And that's how they get you.
I think I kind of understand what you're talking about. Like you could take any group of kids, and no matter how terrible of a storyteller you are, you could take them out into the woods in the middle of the night and scare the crap out of them with just a handful choice words because of the unknown, right? Because of the fear of the unknown. So it's kind of like the curiosity with adults works similarly, right? You start talking about the unknown, like tree fish. You're like, oh, tree fish, I never heard of that. Tell me more, right? It's these fish that have wings, and when they jump up, they can fly. And sometimes they land in a tree, and they're able to survive there just long enough to catch a caterpillar or something, right? I just made all that shit up, by the way. So this is like you're kind of like, wow, like tell me more. Like you're curious, right? What else you got, Hank? Like tell me more about these caterpillar eating flying fish. I get what you're saying.
I mean, as rough of a messenger as the guy is, I mean, he makes so much logical sense. It's scary.
Send it to me, bro.
Okay, okay. Just give him at least 25 minutes of a chance. 'Cause that's all I saw, and I was like, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. You know.
That would probably work
Um.
on the majority of people, right? But it wouldn't work on everyone. And the reason that is because most people are indoctrinated and love to be indoctrinated, right? So those things will work on quite a few people or a good amount of people, but it won't work on everyone.
Well, he kind of goes. I mean, man, he he uses Adam and Eve, and he kind of, in a way, well, they're the example, but he's talking about people who feel naked when they're in a new experience, and 9 times out of 10, they're going to shrink into something they're familiar with to experience that experience through some religious avenue that they've been given to be comfortable rather than feel naked, which is a normal thing for us. You know, you go into a new job and you're like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I so much they just told me like 10 things, and then the person that's supposed to be helping me, they're not really helping me, and so at the end of this day, if I fuck up and I lose my job, like what's gonna happen? And then a month, 2 months into the working that job, you're running the place, right? Like it's always gonna be there, this experience, and it's almost like they've taken. When I say they, I mean the propagandists through TV, through all of the means of communication that they have. They kind of sheath us from experiencing things, and they replace it with some pseudo experience. And in this way, we're not really equipped if we don't have the right parents and the right foundation. We're not equipped with handling new experiences. That's why a lot of people are awkward, socially awkward. I don't know if I'm making sense. I mean, stop me when I'm not.
No, it's very apparent. Like the majority of people are indoctrinated, and people use these little psychology games, whatever you want to call it. Like I was driving on the way home, and I'm listening to the live stream, and I'm hearing someone speak about God and all these different things instead of speaking about measurements of the earth, something they could tangibly, do. And then I heard the words come out of the person's mouth, and they said that Messiah or Jesus or whoever you want to call him said he was the gateway to heaven. I mean, if that doesn't show you people are indoctrinated, because there's no citation for that. Where's the citation? There's so many things said that
That's
make
the thing that makes
people.
me so upset.
It makes me so upset, bro. It's like every time it happens, I want to come in and say, where is that citation? Let's go ahead and have a debate about it right now, because it makes everyone who reads that book look so ridiculous when everyone is just like, yeah, isn't that stupid? Of course it's stupid because he never said it. So,
Do you know, with every page I read, I get more and more upset. Because um, all, well, not anymore, but prior to recent times, all of my knowledge came from secondhand information. Like when you'd rather watch a movie instead of reading the book, I just go to church instead all the time. I didn't want to read it. It's like, well, here's this person who knows everything about it. I'll just let them give me the cliff notes. And then every page I read, I mean, sheesh, I just got into Numbers. I just finished Leviticus. Leviticus is that's anyway. Um, so just those few books alone, it's like it makes me so upset that what I thought was really wasn't. And I'm 32 years old. And I'm like, how the hell how could I have only this little sliver wrong this bad because of what someone told me when I should have just read the thing? And this is where a lot of people's misconceptions come from. I mean,
Yo, Elijah, when people tell you they don't need the whole, right? I don't need to read the whole letter. I don't need to read the whole book. I just need to read a few verses maybe and keep it pushing, right? So I'm gonna give the example I give to someone years ago, and we had a little study group, and this will be the last thing I say biblical in the live stream. I said, let me give you a scenario. Let's say someone real close to you is about to die, and they write you a 10-page letter. And I mean, this person is extremely close to you, right? So they die, you read the letter. Don't you think you'll read it more than once and you'll have every word memorized?
Mm-hmm.
If you really had that relationship with them and you really loved that person, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, of course, at least you're gonna know that letter like the back of your hand, like your favorite song. It's just crazy because it's like whatever people believe in. Well, just why don't you know what there is to know about what's being proposed first before anything else? Like people can't even get past believing when there is something to be known. Whether what whether what's being inspected can be verified after that, they haven't even got to that point because they're stuck at just believing. They're not even in the game yet. I mean, this stuff goes deep. The layers of laziness, intellectual dishonesty, and I had the word on the tip of my tongue, but you get what I'm saying.
Shiftless.
I wonder if does anybody have a device that they could play specifically 1 minute to another minute of what this guy is saying, because it's definitely relatable to the flat earth, and it hits hard, and it goes into like something I don't think a lot of people think about. And he uses an orange as an example. As crude as the example is, it hits hard when he makes his point, because that's exactly how I feel about the globe earth. How do I feel? Well, I feel it's really absurd that I never question if the thing, the earth being a sphere, I never questioned that ever until recently. Like, they just told me something and then they told me how things work based on this thing, and I never said, well, wait a minute, but how do we know that though? Never occurred to me to ask that question. And so it's hard for me now, even in retrospect, to sympathize with someone who is under that many layers. It's like, what do you mean? We got to talk about space. We got to probably talk about evolution. What's that? Don't know. We got to talk about so many. Instead of, hey, my man, all this stuff you're questioning and talking about, the one thing you should be first seeking to verify is that it's a globe. And when we ask them this simple question, well, how do you know it's a globe? Funny enough, like DXO would say, no one actually ever answers that question. Like ever. Like I think about that. Just think about the answers they do give you. They never answer how they know. Like no, not believe, but how do you know it's a globe? How do you know that what they told you is what it is? And that's how ridiculous this conversation has got.
Because the first time they do it, it's in your childhood when you are defenseless. They know when to implant information.
I mean, but hell, I guess the indoctrination itself is the framework because people jump from one religion to another, like just very easily. And it's like, I thought you learned, I thought you were woke, but you just swapped one thing for another thing. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I think that's a really good conversation. I've been listening along. But yeah, because what was done to these Glovers, same thing like the rest of us, it was done against our will as defenseless children. And that's what these people are still defending, something that was done to them against their own will. When they couldn't defend themselves or get an answer for things that were unanswerable, right?
As a glober, I was ignorant to so many natural phenomena and forces.
We all were.
Real
Sonny, can you
science.
do me a solid?
Pardon?
Can you do me a solid? Would you be able to, like through your speakers or through an extra set of speakers or an extra device, play this video from a very specific minute to a very specific minute?
Okay, yeah, I can. I just have to put my mic closer to my TV here. I can do it. I've done it before. Hold on a second.
Okay. Let me see if I can actually dig up the actual minute because I got the video, but
you're gonna. Oh, okay, so you're gonna post it to me on the
I'm
voice.
gonna send it to you directly because it's a
Oh
little
yeah,
much.
yeah. You said that. That's true. Okay, no problem.
You know, but yeah, I mean, I encourage. Yo, I don't know. I don't know. You know, I only get flustered when. Well, if you've observed me, you know when I get flustered. I don't have to tell you.
I probably cause people to be flustered sometimes, but you know what? I'm not. I'm not doubting the reason I'm able to trigger even the most woke people. Anyway.
Yeah, we have to just accept that you're not going to get a good reaction from a lot of people and not take it personally. I mean, especially people who are extremely invested in the culture, in the globe, and so on. You're going to be seen as the enemy to them, and that's just the way it is. Like you were saying, it's a lot of it's because of this globe being indoctrinated into our minds and hearts when we were very young children. So people have this visceral reaction to someone trying to rip away that security before they're ready for it. So sometimes you might play the villain in the cartoon drama of their life, and sometimes we just have to accept that role.
I like chalking it up to constipation. That way, I feel like they still have a chance.
On their side of that, you mean? They're the ones, as long as they're the ones with the constipation.
Just give them some prune juice and be on your way. That's right.
More fruits and vegetables. Stay hydrated. I like that.
Magnesium.
Hi, Mary Mom. It's good. It's always good to hear your voice. Yeah, I was just thinking of something funny. I'm always telling people, stay hydrated, my friend.
Yeah, why not? That's pretty good advice. Can't really complain about that one.
Gladflobe, are you there? Why didn't you sing last night?
Last night was fun.
Did you guys have a karaoke or what?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Or an open mic?
It was great.
Cool.
The good old classics.
Spur of the moment kind of karaoke, yeah. Except I was the karaoke machine.
Oh, that's good. You were playing. That's nice.
Listened to several of those over the months and years, and you guys are. I mean, I love music and I sing all the time by myself at home and whatnot, but for some reason I just can't seem to grow a sack big enough to sing at karaoke night, and I'm admitting that. You guys are obviously have a lot of fun, and I have a lot of fun listening to you.
You ought to try it and just pick a song that you're comfortable with, where it's no pressure, man.
Right. I've thought about that. I've definitely considered those things. I've been involved in music a lot of times in my life.
It's not easy. Look, yesterday I tried this because, like I'm getting up in years, and like a lot of times I have still enough security in myself, well, especially lately, but I have fears of going, and I've been a performer pretty much since I was a child. I don't want to say kid. I won't say kid. But anyway, and so for me to go pick my guitar up by myself and go sing and play for people, which what I did yesterday, and it opened up this whole new thing where now I'm not afraid to go do it. I did it I've done it before, right? So it's been a long time though. And so I think it just takes that first step, and I think you'd be amazed.
Actually, I think I can sing pretty good. I used to be in choir and stuff like Helio and all that.
Well, see, there's nothing to stop you there, boomer.
Yeah, I know. I'm afraid I'll sound like Grandpa.
From one boomer to another.
Yeah. Well,
I sent it to you, Sonny.
Okay.
Yes. Only from 2050 to 2422. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, if you want to watch that video, give it a hard listen for 25 minutes, and you'll know from then whether you want to keep listening or not. For me, I need to keep listening.
Okay, I'm going to put this as a guide. So from 2050 to what? 24? Something?
24, 22.
Okay, because I don't want to forget.
Now I'm curious, what video is that, if you don't mind?
It's a video from this guy that I rarely listen to, but because the video it had Space Force, waste of money, and the alien concept spell in the title, I just decided, yeah, I'm gonna check this out, and it resonates with me. Take the parts that make sense, remove the parts that don't apply, and that's all. But some people can't do that. That's why I said it's trigger warning. That's why I'm not just sharing it.
Right. So you found some truth in it, though, right?
Yes, for sure.
That's good.
He didn't say anything that doesn't make sense.
Okay, so I'm moving my mic here, so I might echo.
What's the guy's name or the channel name, or did you say it already? If I missed it, I'm sorry.
I'll send it to you. I'll send you the video.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Anybody that wants the video, just message Sonny or me.
Yeah, I would like it too, please. Thank you.
Me too.
But give it a listen first. You probably ain't even gonna like it. It's a real odd dude. I'm telling you now.
But yeah, but I trust your judgment. You know, you've been around here long enough to know that. You know, I'll probably
Thank you.
I'll be able to drag some stuff out of it like you did. I'm sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, hit it, Sonny.
Okay, hold on a sec. I'm searching in it right now. 2050. Okay, how's 2145? We'll start it there.
Situation where you open, because if you in a situation where, let's say I tell you something you don't know, you don't got no pre-existing Adam and Eve cloth, you don't got no form of information or anything to say I'm right or wrong, so you're just gonna be open whether you agree with it or not. You're open. So and then let's say I'm practicing witchcraft on, because I understand the human psyche. I tell you something you don't know about, but I put some fear energy behind it. Yeah, so if you do that, you will die. So let's say you never knew about peeling oranges, right? Boom. You might believe me, you might not, but you can't say nothing to argue me, so you're open. You're vulnerable right now. Now, since I got more information about peeling oranges than you don't even know oranges exist. I'm using that as an example, right? I'm about to add some fear to it. If I'm part of the shadow government, I'm about to be like, yeah, you don't know what oranges is. If you peel oranges, this is what oranges do. But you know what? If you peel an orange, you can die though. Now, not only can you not argue with me because you don't even know what oranges is, so you're going to be open and vulnerable just listening to the information, whether you agree with it or not. But let's say I understand the human psyche and I'm part of the shadow government. I'm going to add fear to it. I'm going to say, yeah, and this orange peeling, you know what I'm saying, that you don't know about, it's part of the unknown. You would die if you peel it. So now, everywhere you go and hear some other allegory or something like that about oranges and shit like that, you in motherfucking fear. So you're going to come up with your own concept and be open to anything that a person could tell you about orange. And here's the thing, it gets deep. Now that I know that worked, let's start talking about grapes they don't know about. Let's start talking about something else that they don't know about. And before you know it, your mind is rocked to sleep. You don't even know how to think about nothing else but what I told you, and that orange probably never even existed in the first place for you even to believe the fear of it. If I peel an orange, I'd die. You ain't even argue with me if the orange existed. See what I'm saying? But since I brought up the orange and made it sound like it made sense, and you are unknown in that area of expertise, then for the most part, you don't know whether to fear it or not. It's just unknown. And then when I add the fear energy to it, now it gets you into a situation where you have to use that to even know what an orange is. And an orange came out of my mind. It's like that deep. So if you would have to go create a scientific method to try to figure out my pseudo shit. So 2,000 years later, you will be having 2,000-year-old arguments and debates and infinite regress kind of concepts. And I'm here 2,000 years ago telling your monkey ass, it's in my mind, bitch.
Okay.
If you say bricks, and you can send me one on the bricks, because I want to know where those red bricks came from.
That's funny.
Right.
I like
was
that.
Was that Cat Williams?
Nah.
That's
just kidding.
true.
Just kidding.
That's like that's the conversation you guys were just having. Now that's interesting, man. That's
Exactly. You don't even know if this shit exists. You all into all this other stuff, and all these other ideas that came from someone else's mind.
Yeah, those oranges are gonna kill you, bro. They got some kind of poison on them or something. Yeah, they kill you. You drop dead with that after you peel that orange. Yeah, what about the grapes they don't know about too? Now the grapes do something really special.
Right.
I mean, yeah, you can fill in the blanks, boy, and that's I don't mean boy oh boy, you could fill in the blanks. I mean, I'm talking to myself too. So yeah, you fill in the blanks, and that's exactly what we see them do, isn't it? Filling in those blanks. Wow.
A powerful message, right? I mean,
yeah, afraid of the unknown.
Yeah, that would work great on American people. I mean, basically, consumers love to be indoctrinated. But when you think about things like this, you got to think about someone's character, appealing to authority, things like this. Let's, so, yeah, like I said earlier, it's going to work on the majority because the majority is like a little flock, right? They all run together. You only
Well,
have
it's
that one bull. You only have like that one calf or one bull that kind of
yeah, but
runs away from the herd and is
yeah,
like, "You're not going to catch me," right?
but North Star. The thing is, it already has worked. Not that it's gonna work. It already has worked.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's been working.
What's crazy is our minds do work though. Like, yes, we were all indoctrinated, but
yeah.
all it took was like I don't know what the separation between a Glober who remains a Glober and people. I got it the first day. I'm sorry. I know that a lot of people have different experiences, but all Eddie Bravo had to say was, "You think they fucking landed on the moon?" And I was like, "What? Hold up. What kind of conversation we having right now?" I never thought about it. I never thought that I could question that. And once I knew, you know what? I question anything. I can question everything. So yeah, I'm gonna need some verification for that. And then it
Yeah,
went
Logic.
to uh-huh.
I'm sorry, man. I didn't know you were gonna finish the point. Go ahead.
Well, it just rolled over from that into, well, you know what? Okay, how do I know it's a globe? And then that took me from, okay, well, what are they telling me? Okay, Eratosthenes, okay, infinite sun ray. Okay, well, how do they know where the sun is at? How far? Okay, they used the size of the Earth and Venus to kind of figure, oh, whoa, this thing is wrapping in on itself like a snake. No.
Yes, man.
My
I
logic, it
know,
triggered my
bro.
logic right there, and I was like, somebody got to give me some answers. And that's when I started seeking out other people in other places.
What you first said, like one of the first words you said was mind. It's all about the mind, man. You've never heard someone say make up your brain. And these people who don't have any concept of reality, they're literally out of their mind.
You know what? You know what really what really sent me over on the whole thing was after the nature of water, because I could go out and see it myself and I was like, holy shoot, like I knew it was flat. Didn't I always see it as flat? I had to answer yes. But then when I got to something like sundials, I don't know why, but if you think about the sundial, it looks exactly like the sextant situation. And it's keeping time of these things. And I go, that doesn't match with this spiraling motion of this Earth or the sun flying through somewhere on the edge of a galaxy with freaking 7 bodies flying around helically around it, chasing it. I'm like, that does not. That's
It doesn't compute. If it was a Big Bang, then there should be a whole lot more randomness, and it shouldn't act like a clock.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why are sundials horizontal? They have an equal. Hold on, North Star. Everything we're saying is repeating back. It's really annoying. Anyway, I see you're muted now. Okay. So the sundial. Why is the circle of equal altitude on a sundial, face of a sundial?
Right.
Just like equal altitude, circle of equal altitude on the sextant chart on your sextant readings.
Yeah, that's far out. I'm not talking about space. Like, oh man, yeah, I missed the other portion of it. Man, see, because I spliced the video together. So the other portion of what he was saying, if you listen from the like somewhere 4 minutes or something, he talks about how it all started, how they implanted this in your mind. It all started with the military, and then all of these programs like Star Wars, Star Trek, Twilight, even
Battlestar Galactica, all of those things, man. It was hot and heavy in the 70s, dude, with the sci-fi. Like they were just, it was everywhere, man. It was in
Yeah, Starman, E.T., Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I mean, anything's possible, right?
All that weird shit. $6 million man, like you name it, like all kinds of bizarre stuff.
And then, I mean, they're
Gamma
doing the
rays
same
turning
thing to our
people into
kids.
Hulk.
They're doing the same thing to our kids. I see. I posted in the chat something like people don't understand. They're like, who cares about the truth? And it's like, bro, this is not okay. If look, you're gonna be careful what you let your kids consume. You're not. Some of us, unfortunately, I have to say that some of us are not gonna let our kids watch the Players Club when they're 3 years old. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of us are not gonna let our daughter watch Magic Mike with Channing Tatum. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of us got the wherewithal to shield our children from certain experiences because that's not for them, right? But then when it comes to this idea that's not yours, that's someone else's, that you've never verified to be a fact, you can let them literally raise your child in this idea and you're going to pay for it. Look at that. Look at that. You telling me that if the earth is a level plane that isn't moving, you can't tell me that that's not disturbing. If you're a globe earther and you take that conditional statement, if it's not a globe, then this is abhorrent. It can't be, well, if the earth is flat, space camp is still okay. That wouldn't be an honest statement.
It's excruciating, man, to watch this. Like, wow. It's freaking so horrible, man.
So yeah, the idea of space programming goes back a very long way, all the way back to the 20s. Buck Rogers first appeared in the 20s in magazines and print, on radio in the 30s.
Universal Pictures, yeah.
And
Ancient Scenes, Aliens and Cowboys, it goes all the way back to the 1800s.
Wow.
Yep. They had a spinning globe before every movie 30 years before they went up there to see what it was, supposedly, right? Anyway.
H.G. Wells.
Think about the lead up to the space race around that time frame between the 40s, 50s, leading up into the 60s. Most of that culture was heavily influenced by space. Cars were designed based on shapes of rockets. They were named things like the Ford Galaxy or the Comet. You had furniture that was crafted in a futuristic space age way. I mean, it permeated every bit of culture throughout the 40s, 50s, and into the 60s, leading up to the Apollo missions.
What was that old racist white guy who invented cosmic horror? He had a black cat called Nigger. What was that guy's name?
Old racist white guy doesn't narrow it down too much.
I don't.
Cosmic horror. Just type who invented cosmic horror.
But you guys don't look. And listen, let's not pretend that we have our own ecosystems and cultures, right? So whatever your culture is for you coming up is your experience. You got to understand that Hot 97 and 105, like when I woke up to what they were doing, and all of the minorities, I'll say, like that just straight up suck that stuff up. Poison.
Wow.
It really gets under my skin because it's a directly tailored message to people who are of the culture that I came up in. I wouldn't even say it's really about skin color. I just know that the people that share my culture are the people that I grew up with, and they most of the time share my hue. And that being said, like for instance, there's literally a commercial where there's a dude in front of his expensive car, and he's perceived to be a hustler, and he's saying that, oh, I can't even say it. I can't even say it. He's hustling what the government is selling now. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Okay.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, to do what? Like, it's crazy that you would think that that's okay. Like a specifically tailored message for a specific culture. And I'm sure that you all have that same kind of thing within however you grew up and however you perceive messages.
Yeah,
It's
bro.
very
Bro.
very upsetting. So
Yeah,
there was a
Elijah.
movie.
Elijah. I'm sorry to
leading up
interrupt.
to a point.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Okay.
So there's a movie called, I think it's called Gay Niggas in Space. Like, bruh.
I didn't want to
I
laugh
mean,
while I was unmuted.
nah, you I laugh because I'm like, oh my God, these lost motherfuckers, yo. Because I can't imagine how many people soak that shit up. Like, it just looks like one of those terrible movies that everybody watch. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
Pulp Fiction.
like motherfucking snakes on the plane or something.
Like it's just one of those movies where it's like, I know this movie is terrible, but this is one of my favorites. One of those.
One of my favorite terrible movies.
Like everybody has this. They actually call it something where the movie is so terrible that it's good. Like that's why they sell them.
Yeah,
because there's
cringe
a
porn.
market for that kind of thing.
Your mama from the train.
It's called cringe porn. So H.P. Lovecraft was born in 1890 and died in 1937. Racist bastard. And he kind of invented the whole cosmic horror. So that's where we get like aliens, and stuff like that. Predator, the scary creatures from space. Like that all came. A lot of it came from him. He said to have coined it.
We'll have to look into his background a little more thoroughly.
Oh, H.P. Lovecraft is a dastardly fellow.
Huh.
Didn't somebody even reference H.P. Lovecraft when they were talking about quantum computing, and they were talking about basically summoning demons through computing, and was trying to paint a picture of what it was like? And I think he used H.P. Lovecraft as an example.
Look at yo. My bad. Because I found this title. And the synopsis reads: extraterrestrial beings travel to the galaxy to free men oppressed by females to make way for an entirely homosexual society. 1992. Where was the oppression? It's always this idea of oppression through Well, look, I was beat up like everybody fucking else, okay? Like every fucking body else, all right? Everybody has something. Like, but when they market a specific market, I don't think I can say that, right? Well, when they capture a specific audience tailored to a specific acceptance or whatever you want to call it,
Target audience.
It's like it's nobody understands. I mean, now I got loud noise.
Kind of like the guiding of the culture through music, right? Through music and imagery. You look back at the African American community back in the 30s and 40s, and yes, there was segregation and oppression, but they also had a much more close-knit families. The instances of divorce were exponentially lower back then, And as they continue to progress some sort of degraded culture through media and pop culture and music,
And the appeal to authority, yeah.
and there was a steady decline within that community. And
that was
to
planned.
me, it's controlled and planned 100%. Look back at the history of like rap music in general. Just
Go back
look
to
back at
actually the Committee of 300. Go back about 20 years from now. Go back, read that book, Committee of 300.
And look at the
stark
tall
difference between
Israeli.
that and like stark difference between hip hop and rap compared to R&B and soul. Stark difference.
Well, even the romanticization of I mean, even that was peddled to our children. All of it, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
All of it. You know why? I don't know about back then. You know, I'm gonna need somebody older to speak up. But for me, the music I'm listening, not that I'm listening to, but that the kids are listening to that's out right now, it's not a reflection of what's going on. If anything, they're saying generalizations that could have been said 2,000 years ago. Oh, I'm oppressed. Oh, the man is keeping me down. Oh, when I get rich, I'm gonna do this. That there's nothing special or unique about that. It's just it captivates you through sound, and you're like, yeah, this is a nice tune. I like this. But how is it reflecting what's actually going on? Yes, there are some artists that actually do that, but as far as the mainstream anything ever goes, that drowns out that real musician, the one with a real message. So it's not that it's not out there, it's just we don't know about it because we look to the machine to tell us what's cool, what's relevant.
Yeah, because it's all a corporate made product now. That's all that's allowed.
I'm about to fuck y'all minds up because my stepson, he told me something that I realized but just didn't. I wasn't aware, but I did know. And when he said it, I was like, let me try to verify this because I do kind of feel what you're saying. And he said that rock is dead. And I was just thinking, oh snap, when did that happen? And then I said, you know what? Hip hop kind of killed it with your little Trippy Reds and not Cardi B's, but Playboy Cardi's.
Not while I'm still around, bro. Not while I'm still around, bro. I won't.
No, think about it. The most popular rock song out right now has 3 million views on YouTube. That's nothing.
I know. That's true.
That's nothing in the grand scheme of what popular is today.
What song is that?
I don't even know. He was looking them up, and he was playing them. Let's go to YouTube right now. But y'all feel what I'm saying though? Like when is I grew up on, even if it was like alternative rock, even if it was like Nickelback or Green Day, or like all
Collective
MTV
Soul,
basically is gone.
I'll say this though, I grew up listening to mostly classic rock and rock, but like back in my day, bro, everybody knew who Linkin Park was, for example.
Yo, hell yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody knew who Korn was. And right now I don't really listen to rock that much these days. Usually I listen to metal or psytrance or whatever else. But yeah, it's like you don't hear about no rock bands. You're like, you don't go to the store and be like, oh yeah, they just dropped this new rock album. You know what I mean? Like you don't hear nobody talking about it.
You guys are so freaking young.
Like you said, sub-trance. Yeah, there are these like sub-genres that have branched out from it. But I can't believe that, like I'm finally of the age. I don't even think it's that, because for my son, being 16 to have known this himself is like, wow, so we're in a real paradigm shift.
Yeah, for real. That's
Because
the
he
key right there.
experienced it.
So to me, like the master OG of rock, I think would be Tool, right? Or
Yeah, I was
something like
just
that.
thinking that. Yeah.
So they put out an album not too long ago, but it's hard to tell like how many people are listening to that song because you got the original track, and then you got the track that focuses on the drummer, and then you got everybody else who's watching that and then commenting on it. So it's kind of hard to tell. But if you look at that one Tool song, it's off the album Fear Inoculum, which is a funny name for an album, but it's
Numa.
Numa. That's it. Yeah.
Wow, Fear Inoculum. We just talking about that. Wow.
Ain't no
I need to listen to that. I need to listen to that.
I bet that whole CD is the bee's knees, if they have CDs anymore.
Yeah, it is good.
Yeah, and look at what and that video about the drummer Denny Carey. Look, he's wearing his Larry Bird 33 jersey, and if you look on all of his drum heads, he has all these symbols that represent basically like trying to think of what is it called when you invoke. Yeah, but it's almost like witchcraft, but you're invoking it through imagery.
Are you talking about symbolism or
sigils? Yes.
Okay.
The sigils that he has on his different drum heads for different tones. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah.
No. I was interrupting you. My bad. I was just saying that video. Yo, he goes into all of that. All the stuff y'all are saying, like this dude be talking about.
You never did send me the video, bro. I looked for it.
Didn't you? Sure. Oh, okay. Hold on. I sent Sonny. Hold on.
Has anybody heard of, I can't remember the dude's name, but he came out and started talking about how back in the day when they would cut the master copies on vinyl, how they would basically perform rituals and incantations as they were cutting the original master copies to basically invoke spells through the music.
Right, because they can't curse Christians, but they can get Christians to curse themselves.
Trying to think of that dude's name that came out and admitted all that. I can't remember his name. It's been years.
Back in the day when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore, but sometimes I still wish I was a kid again.
Exactly.
Sing
it.
Well, wait, what was that just then?
That's like I heard that song. I don't even know what song that is. I gotta look that up. But it's from The Wood. I heard it from In the Wood with Omar Epps. Who's that other guy that played in Summer G? Peanut Head.
What?
Not Morris Chestnut, the other bald headed dude from Best Man. I guess Morris Chestnut. Anyway.
Yo, can someone post the Tool video?
Sorry.
Yo, thank you.
Anyone I'm sending this video to, again, don't say I didn't warn you. It's a trigger warning. Okay.
Like an MK Ultra trigger.
No, I mean it will trigger you if you're not willing to. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else to say about. It triggered me. So that's why I'm letting you know. I'm not triggered easily. So, but I listen because
observe, bro. Observe.
I didn't hear. It's in the 20. I haven't seen past 25 minutes, but from what I heard, he didn't say nothing wrong.
Yeah, post it.
Well, I won't say nothing. I mean, the logic is sound. That's all I'm saying. Other than, yeah, I have disagreements with him, but again, the message was so strong, I kind of bypassed it.
Hey, Elijah, where are you all the time on karaoke night, man?
I missed it. Yeah, that would have been fun.
It's always next time.
Well, isn't it this Saturday?
What?
Isn't it this Saturday?
No, they're not doing it on Saturday. We had one last night on here.
What? I thought it was
Yeah.
Saturday.
No, they all
That's
bailed.
karaoke.
They abandoned me. Well, anyway, I'll tell you that was too late for me, and all those people that are drinking have, you know, I don't have that boost. Well, I did last weekend, but paid the price for it. Yeah.
Is that Maroon 5?
Yeah, I just learned it. Pretty fun. Because
Check your DM, Sonny.
Crack Villain was singing it the other day, and I didn't know it, so I had to go learn it. So now I learned it.
Yeah,
I prefer the Moves Like Jagger song.
Well, now you're gonna get me started. I'll have to look that one up too.
Yo, Ripple's such a good song, bro. That was gonna be my request for you, but I didn't know if you knew it or not, so I forgot to DM you. I'll sing the shit out of that song.
Okay, I'm looking right now. I'll add you as a friend. Let's see here.
Okay, cool, bro. I'll send it in a second.
Oh,
I think I sent it to everyone.
Let me look that
Whoever
up.
else I didn't send it to, just hit me in the inbox. I sent it to Hank and a couple others.
Thanks, bro.
I got you, bro. I sent you a request. Yo, good luck.
Oh, that's funny. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I can't wait to get to Timothy.
Yo, Timothy, oh my god, there's so much profound stuff there, bro. I ain't gonna get into it, you know.
Yeah. I'm just getting into numbers and I'm like, oh my head, oh my gosh. I'm not the type of person to like do you know how long it took me to get through Leviticus and that's after reading Genesis like 1,000 times because of all of the accounts, the names and I still got to go back. And it's like I had to move on because I was like I'll never get out of here unless I thorough like that's just how I learn. It's like
you can read
I can't go past until I know what's being said. So
it's like one of them things you could read a million times and then you read it again for the millionth and first time, and you'll still find something you didn't see. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could play that song easy. I haven't heard it in years, but I already got it. It's simple. 1, 4, 5, and G. It's real easy stuff, man.
Which one are you talking about? What about that Hoobastank song?
It's like a.
Do you remember that?
Like that.
What Hoobastank? The Reason? Please tell me you're not talking about The Reason.
Yes. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. They got a couple of other joints though.
Yeah, they got some other ones that are good. I don't like The Reason that much.
I'm not a perfect person. I never.
Oh, that's actually one of my favorite. That's Hoobastank? I thought that was a Switchfoot or something.
No, that's
Hoobastank. Right. Oh yeah. Play Switchfoot. That's what I meant.
Meant to Live.
Yes.
I don't know. Yeah, those are all good. I have to look that.
I dare you to move. I dare you to lift yourself up off the floor. Dare you to move.
Hoobastank?
Now you
Like
switch. I guess I'm the reason that you switched to Switchfoot.
Never happened before. Welcome to the planet. Welcome to existence. Everyone's here. Everyone's here. Everybody's watching you now.
Is that Meant to Live still?
Everybody's waiting for you now. What happens next? That's my shit. Sorry. No, that's Dare You to Move. Meant to Live is
another good song.
We
Me and
were
my
meant
wife.
to live for so much more, and we lost ourselves. So many deep inside. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's it, pretty much. Yeah, something like that. It needs to be the electric. That sounds.
I'll tell you another good one. Somewhere Only We Know. Lifehouse covered it. That's a really good one. And I got another one that I can't remember. Give me a second. I'll post it.
I don't know the words, but I will say the earth is flat and next right. Oh no. like, you lost yourself inside.
I'm a little messy.
Never trust the big gov in their lies. That's good. That's good.
That's a good song. What's the other one you're talking about?
Oh, dare you to move?
Yeah, Dare to Move. Let me review.
I'm trying to remember this group. Oh, you know what? It might have been that group. I doubt it though. When I remember it, the ones that were brought up by Timbaland. Hold on, let me go think. There it is, One Republic. I think that they're the ones. But not apologize. That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's a good song, man.
Planet up into existence. Everyone's here. Everyone's here. Everybody's watching tonight. Everybody's waiting to see now what happened next. I don't even know if I'm on the right song.
Then what did you learn? What, you know the main verse, right? That's a great verse.
Yeah, man.
Something like that. Something like that.
Oh, Sonny.
Yeah.
Learn this. I'd love to.
I
I'd
need
probably
the
sing this for.
I need the structure of a singer, like the lyrics are what keep me playing the song right. So like, unless I'm singing it or someone else singing it, then I'll not be able to remember. Oh, okay.
Do you know that song?
No, but a lot of songs I say I don't know right offhand. When I listen, then I go, "Oh yeah," and I just don't remember it by the title sometimes.
Hey, Sonny, do you play a lot of open chords or are you playing bar chords mostly?
Yeah, I'm playing standard tuning and everything I played so far.
I know, but is it bar chords or open chords?
Bar chords, both.
Oh.
Both bar chords and open chords. And I do partial bar chords with open strings ringing like this E, which sounds really powerful.
So that's the E finger position, but with no bar. What are you saying?
No, that's a bar chord at the 7th fret.
Oh, okay.
7th and 9th fret with
A
using
finger position or E?
A shape, but without the third.
Okay.
A bar like a bar C, like a bar C.
A minor or something.
Yeah. No third.
I get you. I
So I
play
can make
guitar.
it.
I mean,
So I can make it. So I make it anything I want. If I keep those, if I keep the low bass and the high E ringing, those two, watch, I can go. Then I can make this a major sounding song by going. So I'm using an octave, using the 5th and the 3rd strings, and letting the other ones ring.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I know how to. I've had several guitars over the years. Just not haven't had one for. When I had my heart attack, I was in the hospital. My wife sold my guitar now. I was in the hospital. Real bad shape.
Hold on, I'm getting somebody's song request. Oh my gosh. I'm only one person. Human, I'm only, whatever I am, there's only one of me.
At least it's a sunny day. It's not cloudy and gray. You know how to play My Hero by Dave Grohl or Foo Fighters, whatever you want to call it. Acoustical great My Hero. Played it on Letterman one night. Fucking ripped your head off. It was good. My Hero. It's easy, really easy to play.
That's a good one too, Eli, the script. Yeah, that's a catchy little tune. I like that.
No, wasn't David Letterman. It was Howard Stern, excuse me.
Sonny, your music soothes the beast. My dog's sitting there just chilling, listening to you. I wasn't
Really?
even outside. Yeah.
What a trip. Isn't it? That's great. That's a trip, that song they're filming in locations I used to run around in as a teenager.
I just posted that song that Dave Grohl. He used to be the drummer for Nirvana. Now he's the lead singer for the Foo Fighters. Plays
Yeah,
guitar.
so actually, I could barely stomach the rituals going on, but I watched the MTV Music Awards. So I just skimmed through it because I can't stand most of it.
Yeah, I don't like ritual bullshit either, but yeah, years ago they indoctrinated Nirvana into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And they had Pat Smear there to play with Grohl, and I can't remember who else was. I can't remember. Did they have Novacek on the bass that day? I can't remember.
Yeah, I like his music because he plays a lot of these power open chords on the electric, and so he has a real strong voice, and that's a good way to go, man. Because, like, the way he sings, he's not really straining that much. Like, he's not straining at all.
He's really quite talented. I mean,
Mhm.
he used to write music and sing songs and record entire songs and play every instrument. The entire
Yeah.
time he was playing drums for Nirvana, but he
I
never told
know.
anyone about it.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah. And then when Kurt Cobain died, then he kind of came out of the woodwork with it about a year later, and then the Foo Fighters took off like a fucking storm.
I was in the Northwest at the same exact time.
Were you?
I moved to Silverdale, Washington, or Bremerton actually, in
Did you ever get to see
1989. 1989 when I left the Navy. When I left the Navy and moved up there.
Did you get to see Nirvana live at all up there?
No, I never did.
Oh.
Mm-mm.
I don't know what it is about Nirvana, but I used to really kind of like their music. It was so different. And then, I mean, a lot of people can't know how much of a taste for it, but I like it still today. But Grohl's an amazing musician. Like I say, he plays every fucking instrument there is in a rock band. And it's Pat Smear that they got. That was also one of the latest members in Nirvana. He came from the band Scream, a punk rock band named Scream, and now he's with he's with the Foo Fighters again now because they
Hey,
him up. Pat Smear.
isn't David Grohl in Queens of the Stone Age as well?
I think so.
Might
and Chickenfoot too, isn't he?
Are you talking
I
about?
think so.
What's the
Or am I
drummer's
thinking
name?
of somebody else?
Hawking.
David Grohl.
What's his drummer's name? It's Hawk. What is it? Hawkins something. The drummer in his band in the Foo Fighters.
Oh, I don't know.
I think that band you're talking about is his band. I'm not sure. The drummer, Foo Fighters, Taylor Hawkins. There you go. It might be. I don't know. He's got a band as well that he sings in and does stuff on his own. He also sings a few songs for the Foo Fighters. But yeah, I like some of the old nostalgia stuff that ended up, coming out of the band Nirvana. Like I said, Pat Smear was the latest member to ever join Nirvana, but now he's with Dave Grohl again in the Foo Fighters. And he wasn't in the beginning either, but he is now. I like Pat Smear. He's just a rhythm guitarist for the most part, but he's really an icon in the music field. Everybody knows him. Everyone knows Pat Smear. Yeah, you should listen to that song I posted that My Hero that Dave Grohl sings on Howard Stern in 1999. He knocks it out of the park, I think.
There goes my hero. Watch him as he goes.
He's ordinary. Yep. Good song.
Yeah, wasn't that song about his father?
No. He doesn't say it's about anything. They question him all about that on this. If you listen to the song I posted, Howard Stern and one of Stern's guests asks him. They thought it was about Kurt Cobain's death, but he denied that And he says, no, that's not what it is. And they still said, well, we think it is. One did. Well, I still think it is. It's like, okay, the guy that wrote the song who just sang it for you told you, no, that's not what it was about. But you're going to sit there and tell him, well, I think it is. Okay. You got your mouth shut before you came on here. That kind of shit irritates me. You tell something. When someone gets told, like from the person that read it, wrote it, created it, whatever, acted in it, whatever you're asking them about, tell you exactly what took place, and then you go, no, that's not what happened. You're a liar. A lot of the developers do that shit too, in a way. No, you're not right. You're lying. It's not that. It's a globe. We all know it is. Don't be so fucking stupid.
No, I don't see Grohl in Queens of the Stone Age. No, I don't. Did he play with them at all? I don't see.
So. I don't. It doesn't ring a bell with me.
And Chickenfoot is who is it? Paul Gilbert, Sammy Hagar, and the bass player from Van Halen. That's Chickenfoot. They're pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
Paul Gilbert's badass, man.
Who?
Paul Gilbert from Racer X, Mr. What is it called? Mr. Big.
Oh, I think.
And also Racer X.
What do you guys think about Chester Bennington and Chris Cornell that were both like funding and working on that documentary about human trafficking?
Yeah, well, yeah. You know what? Like, I missed the news about that. So, I mean, I knew something happened, but I've never really clearly heard
Another one
exactly.
of those northwestern bands from Oregon or Washington too, wasn't it? You're talking about those? Who are those two guys? Didn't they come out of one of those bands up there?
Soundgarden or
Chris Cornell was Soundgarden.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Soundgarden.
Yeah, they were out of Oregon or Washington too, right? Somewhere.
Oh yeah, I think so. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Them, Allison
actually, a little caveat that says after Nirvana, Dave eventually turned his music to create Foo Fighters. While playing guitar, singing for Foo Fighters is his main job. You can also find Dave channeling his musical genius through other world of rock, throughout the world of rock. Mm-hmm. Dave has drummed for the Stone Age and Killing Joke.
Oh, okay.
He has also recorded for guest performed with his buddies Tenacious D. That's right, and a project called Probe It. But he only drummed on like a couple of songs on their first album.
Yeah, he doesn't like drumming anymore, he says, because he can't sing. It's just too hard for him to sing.
You know, that's amazing to think that I was probably with my wife in Seattle getting a freaking Starbucks from the first freaking Starbucks store in Seattle, and could have been passing by those people.
Could have been jamming with fucking Kurt Cobain or Pearl Jam or.
I could have been.
Yeah. Or what's that other band up there? Not Pearl Jam. Alice in Chains. There's another one. It came out of there.
Dude, Wayne Staley was a beast on the vocals, man.
Who?
Lead singer Alice in Chains.
Oh yeah, he's dead though. He was bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but he died of a heroin overdose.
They used to live out here, or they used to surf out here.
Wayne Staley.
Wayne, yeah, there you go. That's it. Yep.
And who said you can't? Who said you can't drum and sing? Tell Don Henley and Phil Collins there.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely
right.
No, I just tell you what Dave Grohl said. He says he can't. He can't do it. He doesn't like singing and playing the drums. And he's the front man for the Foo Fighters. So, but he played the guitar. It was his first instrument that he learned to play. But it wasn't the drums.
Lane Staley from Alice in Chains was best friends with Scott Weiland from Stone Temple Pilots. Scott was fortunate from not overdosing.
Yeah, those people, those guys used to be local surfers out here in areas I used to
go out.
I listened to the Stone Temple Pilots like in '93 and '4.
Interstate Love Song.
When I was in prison, I bought their album. It just came out. It was pretty good. I liked it.
I mean, see, you guys are so young. To me, this is like the a lot. Actually, in the '90s, though, I listened to all of that music, like Collective Soul. Can't remember all the band names now, though.
That's where I got first time I ever heard for Pantera was in prison as well.
Pearl Jam, REM, just to name a
Right,
couple.
right, exactly. Yeah.
Offspring.
Mm-hmm.
You got to keep it moderated.
I can tell Hank's got a good ear, man. Go ahead, Dave. Keep it moderated.
Got to keep it moderated.
Foo Fighters 666. Foo 666. What's that? Or Roo or Foo. They got an album called 606. I think
it's a cipher. If you take the letters and you arrange them on a line from 1 to 9, right?
Yeah.
And you do from A all the way down, and you do that. F, O, and X are all on the number 6. So FOO is 666. Fox is 666. It's Masonic ciphering type of thing.
I see. I get you now. I just wondered what that was. I knew there was something behind it. I just didn't know what it was. I get it now.
It's like a little eye wink, isn't it? That number.
Yeah.
They go, oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, same club. All right.
Yeah, that's like Illuminati is confirmed running the gas station here because the gas price is $3.33.
No, no, that gets kind
it's
of
terrible,
doesn't it?
It's called terrible.
Nowadays, $3.33. That's a bargain today. Over $4 a gallon.
Yeah, and if anybody asks about it, we'll just tell them it's just another number.
Yeah, right. Isn't it just so amazing about how many times the globe has got 666 in it?
Exactly.
And people don't think that's suspicious in any way. I mean, are you fucking kidding?
People think that's just a natural order of things. And we just happen to freaking discover it.
That's the epitome of stupidity right there, in my opinion. Anybody that thinks that is coincidence or whatever you just said, oh my God, they've got to be the most. I mean, I don't want to say stupid. I got to think of something worse than that.
That's the height of ignorance.
It's worse than that, Hank. Or who was that? That you, Hank?
Yeah.
I think it's worse than that myself. Because it's so, I don't know, you're willfully ignoring something that is so obviously like demonic and just not fucking right at all. It's like the bottom of the scale, I think, for, denying that 666 in all those different ways in the globe model. You can deny that stuff, then you've got to be up.
I grew up in church, and I remember hearing like the preacher's son saying that rock and roll is the devil music, and then someone else would be like, "I don't watch TV." I'd be like, "What?"
Yeah, now that makes sense, huh?
Hey, Helio,
Form of retardation.
That's a good song, Helio. Yeah, that drummer can sing and play. That band's pretty good. Mastodon.
I was really surprised. I watched who are the guys that play? Jonathan is the singer, and what's his name? Flea is the bass player. Who's that? You got to know that, Sonny. Flea, the bass player, Flea, and Jonathan, the singer for
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, Red Hot Chili Pepper. Okay.
Yeah, I watched a live.
Has anybody
concert of that last night in New York? And I think it was '99, And that guitarist, and I didn't think they had a guitarist that was that good. He's amazing. I mean, I guess all three of those musicians.
Wait a minute. Which group again? I'm sorry.
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Well,
those
Chili
guys. Oh,
Peppers.
yeah.
Chili Peppers had 3 guitarists. The first guy died.
Yeah,
the second guy was the guy with the hair lip, and he left for a little while, and then he came back and got his hair lip fixed.
Well, all I know is last night they had 2 guitarists, and one of them didn't play in all the songs, but the one that was really, really good, I don't know what his name is, but I didn't realize they were as. I never thought the Red Hot Chili Peppers were that technically talented, but they very.
You know, technically they're like a funk band, actually.
Oh, yeah, they are. But I'm just saying.
Hey, has anybody seen this Flat Earth documentary that was aired on PBS in 1983?
What?
Yeah.
What's the name of it?
Was it real?
The timestamp on what I see is 333. So Illuminati confirmed.
Was it a hit piece?
No, it's actually Killing the Globe.
Oh, that's pretty rare there, boy. If it was on mainstream TV, I find that almost hard to believe. I'm not saying it's not, but I find it.
Yeah, I don't recall ever seeing that back then in '83.
I find that one pretty difficult, but I'm not saying it's
I
not.
mean, shoot, to be honest, I was 2 years old when this aired.
What year did you say it was?
83.
Yeah, I thought they were joking at first when I first started watching it until I realized they were being serious.
Where's it at? Who posted it? At what time?
Yeah, I wish we could find it.
Oh, I see it. 33 after the hour. Josh.
Yeah, 33 after the hour.
Okay.
83 was a really bad time in my life. I was a major menace to society at that time. It was really bad. I mean, really, really super bad. I'm not proud of it at all.
Okay, here we go. Thanks, Joshua.
Yeah, there's only one thing that I find kind of funny is when they start breaking down when Terry starts breaking down the speakers that aired in it. One of them is confirmed Flat Earth Society.
Oh,
and I think that's the guy that's pictured in the thumbnail. So just take everything with a grain of salt, but it was exposed for the world to see and nobody paid attention. Just proves the point of only those that are willing to see the
Did you post that in the live stream? Like, where is it?
3:33 my time, so it's 33 after the hour. Here, I'll do this. Shoot. Nope, not that. Come on. I'll reply to it.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I'll go here.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah. And then I'm going to delete the @ here.
New Dawn Fades, is that it? Oh, Inquiring the Shape of the Earth, that one. Okay.
Yeah.
1983, damn.
Yeah,
I was like 11, man.
I was only 2. I was still shit in the bed.
Wow.
That's the year Empire Strikes Back came out.
Yeah.
I remember it well. The line was extremely long. For weeks.
It's like now the only time you see people doing that is to get the new iPhone.
Friday the 13th came out like the same weekend, man. That line was pretty long too. I remember being a kid standing in line and like in the other line with for Friday the 13th, I was like, why are there so many people in that line? What movie is that about? Because I had no clue. I had no clue what a horror movie was, other than like Jaws or something.
Yeah, the only thing about that video I shared is they claim Pizza Earth model.
Okay, yeah, I just want to check it out. Like, what were they pimping back then?
Well, that's the Flat Earth model, or I mean the Flat Earth Society model for sure.
Yeah,
It's all
that's
the right
like the one guy that was talking. He's exposed at the very end as being a Flat Earth Society guy. but the other ones are aeronautics and all that other stuff.
Yeah, though they always do claim that the flat pizza is rising at whatever the rate of gravity or whatever, 8.9 meters per meter squared or some shit, whatever it's called.
32 feet per second or some shit. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know the meters. It's like 9.87. Yeah, no, 32 feet. That's simple.
I've heard it's said something per meter squared or whatever. I don't memorize those numbers for some reason. They don't seem to interest me much, but I do. I mean, I know exactly what it means and what it's all about, but I don't memorize that stuff. I should maybe.
Well, I remember somebody had asked me, well, what about gravity? And I go, well, what do you mean about gravity? The only thing we know about gravity is the rate that objects fall, called terminal velocity, which is 32 feet per second per second. That's about it. Anything else we can't test or verify because we cannot manipulate the force or the supposed fall rate. So all we can do is remove the air, and lo and behold, the feather falls at the same weight or same rate as a lead weight. So
Yeah, but this is all begging the question, I know.
I know.
It doesn't even matter,
I know.
what it's doing, because they're attributing it to something, and it's like, you know.
I just came across this last night. I thought it was interesting, so I shared it.
Yeah, I like to prefer to think of there's simply that there's an up and a down to the universe, because I think the creator uses that very term. It says,
Man, you guys get me all flustered looking for different songs. I got so much input. I can't keep up. Damn it.
Well, see, that one guy, he kept talking about space, and if you have space, which is just the distance between two objects, then you have to have negative space or anti-space, which there is no space whatsoever. So objects just teleport magically. I was like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? He goes, it's a well-known phenomenon. I go, no, it's not even a phenomenon, bro. That's that flat Earth dude, or flat Earth Society guy. So you have to with everybody, you have to listen to what they say. And when they start explaining shit, you're like, nah, So I might do a reaction video on it.
I think we should cut his tongue out when he speaks.
The Italian necktie.
Yep. I like to try and find a terminal way to stop these people with their lies, and then without having to kill them. But you can terminate the tongue to cut it out. You're gonna lie, so all you're gonna do is lie with the thing you were gifted with, and you don't deserve to have it.
Oh man, these rabbits are getting big. Should let the dogs out, chase the rabbits down. Yeah, Samson. Man, this dog don't hunt. Just sat there, watched the rabbits, smiled at the rabbits, and the rabbits were all freaking out.
We get depressed a lot right now. Not back depression. No.
Does he have a Nike watermark on his shit? What a fucking loser. Now it's confirmed Bill Nye is a corporate sellout puppet.
You know what I mean? I mean, it's pretty, maybe we're not quite there yet, but I can see it coming. You know what I mean? Fire's at the bottom of the hill and it's on its way up. I'm standing at the top. It's like, oh shit. See it coming.
See what coming, God Rockin'? I didn't catch what you're saying. I don't know if you're hot micing or talking with the phone upside down and in your pocket or something.
Oh, I'm talking to my neighbor.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute. What was he saying? It's at the bottom of the hill. You can see it. What?
Hot mic, and he never does that. It's the first time he's ever done it. God Rocket.
And don't be sorry. You're not a glober.
I talked to Ragnos. Seems sincere. VC verified. Hello, Ragnos.
I remember watching that documentary, like way back in like early 2015.
How's it going?
Welcome to the server. What brought you here?
Just I found the server through some debates. I've just been kind of listening in last couple of days, just trying to learn how to debate, verbally. So no, I love listening in. I've been debating over YouTube a little bit here and there, but not verbally and whatnot. So. But anyways, I've been listening. I think the last maybe 6 or 7 days I pop in and out, but I love listening in and hearing the arguments. I kind of enjoyed the argument you guys or the discussion you guys had about the models earlier. I think that was nice. I kind of strayed from, initially I didn't like the idea of saying it's flat because I like to leave maybe some some reserve for possibilities. I mean, who knows after it goes past the what do you call it, the dome or whatever is out there. But I guess hearing that argument, I do kind of feel more comfortable just sticking to flat and not having to be pigeonholed into a model. So I did like some of those arguments.
So you think it's flat?
Yeah, no, it's definitely flat. Definitely
Okay,
flat.
so you know it's flat. So what are the three best evidences for the Earth being flat and stationary?
I think the three best, in my opinion, is what you see and feel. Personally, you see it as flat, and you experience it as flat. So I think those are the two best. I mean, if you want to, ask for measurements and stuff like that, I think you can look at zoom of, if you look at videos of zooming in and out of ships, you can see that they don't, go past a curve or anything like that. So, yeah, no, I think it's flat. I mean, our perception of it is flat, and our feeling of it is that it doesn't
All
move.
right, so it's measurably flat. It looks flat, right? It feels stationary. All right, so your sense is that's one. You got two other arguments?
Aside from that, aside from from that, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that there would be anything else.
Well, what about water?
Yeah, I guess water. Yeah, I guess you could use water as a measuring tool. Yeah, I don't see nothing wrong with water. I think that's a perfectly fine way to do it. It's probably a little bit more complicated, not as much, but more complicated than just going with what you see and feel. But yeah, I think that does work, the water argument. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I don't, I think that the base senses are better, but I think the water's level works too.
All right. Well, you got to come up with another one. So, do you know anything about gas pressure?
Well, just the obvious that you can't have it without a container. But I think that would go more towards probably towards some of the arguments against it being a globe as opposed to it being flat.
Well, what other shape would it be?
Right. Yeah. 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 No. So yeah. I mean, I believe, I experienced it as flat, and I guess I don't want to use the word believe, but I experienced it as flat, and as far as the gas pressure, my understanding is that it's basically, obviously you can't have a container. You have to have a container to have gas pressure, but my understanding is that really is to disprove that it's a gas ball, ball, Earth, as opposed to using it as an argument to show that it's flat.
Well, I just figured, since you come in here and you said that you like to hear the debates, I figured you'd have like several arguments, that you had down already. So it sounds like you're pretty new. How long have you been looking at this?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a list, but my memory probably is not the best either. But I've been for about 4 years, looking into it.
4 years? Seriously?
Yeah, yeah, 4 years. Yeah, yeah.
Bro, you should be able to convince Satan that it's flat. Come on now. Let's hear some arguments, bro.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
He's in the closet. He's a closet flat earther.
No, I mean, I watched a lot of the videos. Obviously, there's the I guess when you ask for flatness, I was thinking specifically, measurements of the Earth being flat, and that, I guess you can get into a whole bunch of stuff about debunking the globe ideas when you get into gravity, you get into what they believe. It's more
gravity.
of
What's gravity?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, it's from their perspective, you have the more modern concept, space time, and then you have the older concept. So, I mean, that's all. I think that's all into, you get into more debunking their ideas as opposed to just proving that it's flat.
Well, you said debunking their ideas as opposed to just proving that it's flat. How are space balls made?
Yeah, no idea.
Gravity, right? Doesn't gravity pull all the particles together till it becomes an asteroid, and then it collects more particles, and then it becomes a planetoid?
I thought there was a funny haha man named fuck.
There's also a movie.
I forget his name. The one who wrote Spaceballs. Yeah. Not Mel Gibson. Mel Brooks.
Mel Brooks.
Yeah.
Not to detour from the point that you're making about how are Spaceballs formed. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could talk to Blue in the face on some of the debunking stuff. I was trying to answer specifically the question about flatness, and the two things that came to mind was just what you perceive and what you feel, not necessarily debunking all the craziness, because there's so many of them, right? From Coriolis, gravity,
Yeah,
etc.
you're right.
They used to ask about eclipses a lot, and they don't ask about eclipses no more. I wonder why.
I wonder
what
why.
happened.
That upside down one, maybe that was it.
Silurian.
The upside down impossible eclipse. That must have been it, right?
I used to love it when they came in and talked about eclipses. I'm like, oh, you want to talk about eclipses? Great.
Yep.
So do you know what I mean about eclipses, new guy? Why do I want them to bring up eclipses, do you think?
Yeah. So as far as eclipses, it escapes my mind, to be honest with you. I know that part of the argument is that they try to say it's supposed to show the shape of the Earth, but it doesn't really show a sphere, right? It just shows like a flat disk. So it's not really proof of a sphere, so to speak. Because I guess they say that it's only supposed to be able to, it's supposed to produce a sphere like shade, but it could also be a flat and circled disk, something to that effect. But it escapes my mind, to be honest, as far as the details. But yeah.
Well, the eclipses are full of contradiction. So you ask them, what happens to the moon during a lunar eclipse? And they'll tell you, well, it's a shadow. It's the Earth's shadow. Really? Shadows glow red now. Can you show me a shadow in nature that glows red? Like the color blood, like dark red, almost black, but a hint of red. And they're like, oh, well, that's because, the light from the Earth. Well, then it's not a shadow, right? It's not a shadow if it's glowing red. And then how about the solar eclipse? Is the light traveling at 93 million miles, like they say, with 90 degrees with Eratosthenes? Or is it traveling 93 million miles and then having like a tiny little beam of shadow come out of the moon like a magnifying glass? How does that work? Because it's only 70 miles across, 70 to 100 miles across of totality during a solar eclipse. And when you show like what they're showing, it's like a magnifying glass, but instead of it magnifying light, the moon is magnifying a shadow. I don't know how that works, but that's what it looks like.
Right.
Let me post some of these images for you guys, for everybody, so they can get some. Go to Livestream voice text. I'm finna start loading them up. Yeah, check out that last one for sure. Because it shows you what I mean when I say that it's like magnifying the shadow into like one little spot. So they say umbra and penumbra, and I'm like, okay, so what's causing the light to focus the shadow the way that it does? Because a shadow is like the absence of light. So what causes this phenomenon? Because everywhere you see like the big part of the shadow, which is the penumbra, I think. I might be wrong about that. I get those two confused. Like that's a partial eclipse. And then everywhere it's focused, that's the umbra. And it's like 70 miles across. So how does that work? Especially if we believe in Eratosthenes. If that's true, how is that also true at the same time?
Yeah,
And the answer is that can't be.
And why is it going the wrong in the 2017? Why is it going the wrong direction according to the rotation? Am I right in that?
I used to say that, but I'm not so sure now.
I'm not either.
I think they go from west to east. That is weird, right? I think I actually have a diagram for that.
The Earth is supposed to be rotating towards the east. So what's up?
All right, I just posted the name of the video. Why does the eclipse move from west to east? And it gives their little explanation. But you'll have to find the video.
Are you saying the shadow in real life moves west to east when it should move east to west? Is that what you're saying? It's backwards?
Yeah, I think so, but I posted a Metabunk link, and this is where I got a lot of this information from. But you can just kind of go in there and see how dishonest the guy is, how he strawmans and, makes claims for us that we don't make. But yeah, I would love to talk to that guy about these eclipses.
Probably the only reason they make videos like this because flat earthers were asking the question, so they had to come up with something.
I noticed a lot of the facts from NASA and science have changed in the last 5 years because of flat Earth. For example, I noticed the atmosphere goes to the moon now where it didn't before. That's probably because of flat Earth. And I've also noticed that the space is no longer a vacuum. That came up recently, right? Just stuff to combat the flat Earth.
Okay, here's the crux of the matter. Both the sun and the moon, we'll just stick with those two at this time. So the sun and the moon both come from east to west. So why is the moon shadow moving from west to east? And they're saying it's due to the rotation that they have never measured. So there you have it.
Official Globe Rancher, it's all relative.
Mm-hmm. So that's a big problem. Sure like to see that modeled out. Could someone show that to me? How does that work on a globe?
Okay, I see what you're saying. I looked at the video you have here. If the sun is moving faster than the moon, it will make the shadow go the wrong way. That's what they're saying.
Okay, I see that depending on the light source.
Wait a minute, the sun moving faster than the moon. Hold the phone.
Yeah,
not moving fast.
Does the sun move on the globe Earth model?
No, the changing angle, I think, is what he's trying to say.
The
Technically,
light source behind the
technically
moon
not.
is moving faster than the moon itself. And that makes the shadow go backwards. Take a look at your own video.
The changing angle.
I'm not saying it's legit. I'm saying that's what they're showing.
Sorry, Eli.
Right, but again, like what Hank is saying, like the sun is traveling, I guess, around the Great Detractor, right? But it's not from our reference point moving. You feel me?
Yeah, and the
Like,
heliocentric model. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No, yeah, I pretty much was. Go ahead.
Yeah, in the heliocentric model, it's actually acentric because there is no center. But we call it the heliocentric model because everything is based relative to the sun. So the sun is our reference frame in this galaxy, right? And the sun is going around the black hole or the center of the Milky Way galaxy, and that's the sun's reference. But we always set the sun as a reference frame. So for them to say it's moving faster than the moon, that's kind of a flat Earth statement to say that, because from their point of view, you know, the sun, because it's kind of the center of kind of their model. So they built their model as the sun-centered model instead of Earth-centered. And then when Hubble made his discoveries, alleged discoveries, right, then they decided that we have galaxies now. Now we got galaxies, right? So everything kind of changed from heliocentric to acentric, but the vernacular kind of stayed the same. Like it didn't change very much. Everything stayed heliocentric because I think it's kind of their religion. Like it, you know, it's kind of like how many times do people say God rather than Jesus? You know. That would be Hubble the man in the 1920s, not the telescope.
Was it Sonny? Was it Sonny who was also talking with Hank about this video of the moon over the Earth and the shadow? I want to ask. I
Yes.
think. Oh, hey. I think in reality, the shadow, or the umbra. I'm not sure what you want to call it. I think it may move from. Does it move? Does it move west to east or east to west?
West to east.
So how do we show that on our flat Earth?
Hmm.
Isn't the moon
Just like
moving
they
from the east
described
to
it.
west?
They described it the way that we would describe it. That's what I was trying to say. The way that he described it doesn't fit his own model. The way that he described it fits our model. Well, we don't have a model, but you get what I mean.
How does it fit us? Because doesn't our moon go from east to west?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 3 day links. The sun is 24 hours. The moon is like 23 hours and some minutes. And the sidereal day, which is the stars, is a little faster than the sun, or something like that. I might have got that mixed up. But there's 3 different links of the circuit for the sun, moon, and stars.
And none of which explain how the shadow would go from west to east.
Yeah, the way he explained it was right, but the way he explained it sounds like he's a flat earther, because he said the sun is moving faster than the moon, and that's technically correct for the flat earthers. Because
I said that.
Oh, I thought you said he said that.
No, I said that, but I wasn't sure if that's what's happening. I suppose that could happen on a flat Earth. The sun could be above the moon, and it can move faster, and then make the shadow do that. So, but is that our explanation? Is that our claim? That the sun is on top and it's moving
So
faster.
look up sidereal day, right? It'll show you that it's like 24 hours, or maybe a little less than. Yeah, I think the moon is a little more than 24 hours. The sun is exactly 24 hours, and the stars is a little less than 24 hours.
But when there's an eclipse, don't the sun and moon come from different angles, or are you saying they're from the same angle?
During a solar eclipse, they line up, and allegedly the moon blocks out the sunlight. Now, the flat earthers might argue against me, but I don't know. If the moon is the same size as the sun, it kind of makes sense.
But which direction is the moon and the sun coming from, going to? Is that both going? Are you saying they're both going east to west?
They rise in the east and set in the west, but the sun is lapping the moon, causing the shadow to go in kind of a retrograde.
I get that.
I don't know if that's the right word.
Reverse. Yeah, if there's a light source that went east to west, it would just go east to west. But the moon's going west to east, and that's a fact, right?
Not the moon, the shadow.
The shadow of the moon is going west to east. The moon is going east to west. Okay, that's a fact. Well, yeah, we can explain that by the sun lapping the moon, just like I said. But is that what's happening? I was just guessing at that.
That's what appears to be happening. Because what else in the sky that we know of is the same size as the sun and can block it out?
Possibly Rahu or Ketu.
You also have Rahu and Ketu. That's true.
Is that like dark matter and dark energy? I don't know what that is.
No, those are the black suns that ancient cultures like the Hindus spoke about in their Vedic writings. So they talked about Rahu and Ketu. These are the black sun. So whatever this light show that we're seeing up there, who knows what kind of lenses are being changed, or the mechanics of such. It appears to me, being a mechanical-minded person, that there's mechanics involved, because you can't have something reset like it does every year to the same location over Earth, but it does.
Yeah, that does make sense. Like you said, it'd be on a mechanical like a track almost, like it can't deviate from its circuit.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't.
And Enoch, he even describes it like that they're like locked into their paths. Like the wanderers, like they deviated from their first what they were supposed to do. They deviated, but so they were locked in like a slavery of this motion.
They rebelled against
Mm-hmm.
their where they were placed. Yeah.
So who knows where we actually are? But that's an amazing thing to speculate about, because if we look at the way things actually are, it does appear to be some sort of mechanical motion going on. There's no other way to describe it. So whether that is like we know it's physical from our point of view, but whether the mechanics are physical or ethereal, or who knows what else, like magnetic.
So if it was like the heliocentric model says, and it's all gravity, and there's this Oort cloud, and every once in a while some asteroids come flying through, wouldn't that perturb everything and throw everything off track and mess up our year and our cycles and our eclipses?
Wouldn't you think?
So you would sure think so. It's a good point.
That would be logical.
Right.
But the fact that we haven't been destroyed, like even in their paradigm, I know it's kind of a stretch for me to even mention it, but in their paradigm, the fact that we haven't been destroyed would be the number one. How are things so orderly in a chaotic happenstance freaking place?
Yeah, just settled into such a perfectly, repeating process. And what they describe as totally chaotic and random. Doesn't make sense.
Can I regress the conversation back to
sure
the drone thing? Well, it's not about the drone thing though. It's about something you could use to get someone to understand, dog, the earth is not spinning and the air is not spinning with it. Like, it just makes no sense. So one day I was on Nathan's show and we were talking about the Coriolis effect. And then the Kumu virus comes on and he says, in order to have the Coriolis effect, you must travel, it must be traveling, whatever is above the surface has to travel a long distance. So I said, like what? Like a hot air balloon? And then he tried to pivot to something else, as they always do, because he knew that I was just going to look up like some kind of record hot air balloon flight. He could anticipate that, like, wait a minute, this sounds like something that I can't really rejigger or make sense. So right here is just one example. 1991 first trans-Pacific hot air balloon flight. Sir Richard Branson and Per Lindström crossed the Pacific Ocean from Japan to Arctic Canada at the furthest distance of 6,700 miles. Now, that's going left to right, west to east.
So they were going against the spin the whole way. That's fucking hilarious, bro. And I would have asked him, how far does the pendulum move?
That's a good one. So
Are they going with the spin?
They're going against the spin.
They're going to the east. That's
against the spin. They were going against the spin.
Oh.
No, they're going with the spin. Wait a minute. They're going with the spin.
Yeah, the Earth should have walked away
Right,
from it.
with it. They're going with it. They're going with it.
Yeah, you're going with it, but there should have been in that amount of time how much rotation? There should have been like probably would have went around twice, probably.
Yeah,
all the way around.
Should have been
Like
never
the
been
sun,
able to catch it.
the sun and everything else is going west. And I thought the atmosphere moved well. In that sense, it would have to, right? That's just retarded.
Well, the thing of it is, the atmosphere is actually going
No,
fast.
yeah, there should be only a eastward blowing wind. There should never be westerlies blowing, and then we have westerlies blowing like stupid.
Most of the time, the air does blow from California across to like where I live, to Utah. That's either north. It's either going southeast or northeast, or straight east. But sometimes it does go the opposite direction. But for the most part, it does travel from west coast to east coast directional. But if the Earth is spinning at whatever speed, that means the wind is going faster than the spin of the Earth.
Yeah, and then think about this. We also have the Gulf Stream that's coming from the south that's blowing up really quite rapidly into the north, into America. And then also some of the Arctic areas where it comes down and it blows through the lake states.
Yeah.
It has that Arctic that's blowing almost directly from the north.
Yeah, but it still has a little bit of
Wait, now,
a little bit.
Sorry.
It's all right. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if it was going with the spin of the Earth, then the balloon would have went nowhere.
Yeah,
actually, it wouldn't have went west to east. It'd have just stayed in the same spot.
Yeah. Why didn't it do that? That's a great question.
Well, because the wind's blowing from west to east, and the Earth's not moving. It's blowing the balloon with the natural way of the jet streams, and the Earth's not moving. That's the only possible scenario.
So it's moving faster than Earth's spin. Oh man, where's the energy for that coming from?
Yeah.
Wow.
Not only is the atmosphere keeping up with the spin of the Earth, but something is moving it faster.
It's accelerating it.
Like about 150 miles an hour average jet stream.
That's the next question we need to ask, Globers. The next one that comes in. Why is it moving faster?
Right. So I want to tell you guys, I delivered to the people in the balloons, right? And I asked them, I was like, hey guys, can I talk to you just for a second, right? How do you get around when you're up there? And they said, oh, we got these computers and they tell us at what altitude, what jet stream is blowing what direction and how many miles an hour. Yeah. So I was like, oh, okay, so you get to a certain altitude and you know that you're going to be going eastbound roughly 30 miles an hour. And they're like, yeah. I was like, okay. And when you want to come back, you just drop down to a lower altitude that's going westbound. And that's how you land exactly where you took off. Because I always wondered, how are they getting around up there? They ain't got no propellers. They ain't got no, like steering wheel like on a ship. How are they getting around? That's how they do it.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, that's a trip. How's that work on a globe?
It doesn't, because the mountain peaks is what they say stick up and they drag the atmosphere with it, because it's like little fan blades sticking up off the surface a little bit, causing the wind to blow.
My God.
Yeah, how does it actually make the wind go faster?
The other way you can say it is the wind. The wind does not indicate any Earth movement. There's no experiment showing that the wind can determine the Earth movement at all. That's also, I guess, the thing, right?
Well, gas behavior doesn't allow for that, because it doesn't bond to anything. It doesn't bond to it doesn't stick to any shape or form, or it's not pushed around as the entire atmosphere. It's just certain pieces of it move certain directions due to the winds and whatnot. It's not like this big, massive body of gas all flowing in one direction. It's just
hold time out.
Not happening.
If the mountains are like fan blades, then it's not connected and it's not moving together.
Mm-hmm.
Because the movement of the earth, the movement of the earth would be causing those winds, so called. So then
But
there
not
is an inertial reference frame. So
Mhm.
then
Yeah.
how much deviation is there? None.
You're right, Elijah. There goes the Velcro atmosphere right there. There's no way it's moving together.
Yeah.
Hey, do me a favor, Dave. Leave your mic open just for a second.
No.
Oh, come on, bro. Yeah, okay. So I know what it is. It sounds like the castle off the first Mario. Dun 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 dun. And you can hear like the flame swords in the background.
On my
Oh,
mic,
that is an epic sound too, by the way.
I don't hear it. I don't know. Anyway,
It's okay. We hear you just fine, but I think the fan or something, your air conditioner is blowing in the microphone. It's whatever back feedback we're getting. It sounds like the flaming swords from Super Mario Brothers, 1986.
I remember that. The Velcro atmosphere is
Dun
stupid
dun
anyway.
dun 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 dun.
Yeah, is there a rainstorm near you?
We're actually under a tornado watch right now.
Whoa, that's a strange sound, bro. I think you have aliens in the area.
No, it's some flaming swords. He's at the Garden of Eden, guys.
Well, it could be the flaming sword aliens.
What
Yeah,
Ranger
it
does,
actually
and
sounds.
it took that long for the sound to get there.
It actually sounds like the sound that Bowser makes when he launches one of them fire loogies.
Yeah, that's it. It's hilarious. Dave, good job, man. Bringing good quality.
I
I'm
know.
glad I could bring some entertainment to the panel. I'm going to mute now.
Nice. Now it's coming in. Tornado watch. Yeah, I remember those days. Well, barely.
You know, discussing these things in this way that we have been for the last 10 minutes really does make it rather difficult for the Glovers to actually have any, real way to say that these things do what they say they're doing. I mean, it's just not. Everything's opposite of what should be happening, but yet it's still flowing with the direction they say. I mean, how are they getting away with this? How are they getting away with this kind of mental gymnastics or verbal gymnastics and having people believe any part of it?
Because people are so dumb. That's how.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Majority rule.
No, man, it's like
consensus.
It just
That's
amazes
all they
me.
got.
It's like Rohan. Each one of these NPCs has the ability to lead his, kingdom into battle and die for what he believes in. But these NPCs are under the spell of the worm tongues, right? These Jesuits and these Jesuit colleges, they got them all under a spell, right? It's fluoride in the water, chemtrails in the sky, all the stuff in their food that isn't food, food-like substances, and it's like trilateral warfare. And you can't really blame the NPCs for being NPCs because they've been programmed to be that way. But like I said, they all have, the ability to unlock themselves and be like the King of Rohan.
But they choose to rather defend it rather than try to get themselves out of this craziness. I can't make sense of that.
Because remember, he was a badass when he woke up, right?
When did they wake up? Oh, you're not talking about the Glovers. Never mind.
Yeah, when Gandalf went and remember they kicked the guard's ass, and they went and woke him up, and they pushed Wormtongue back, and Gandalf snapped him out of it. And that's when he rode in with his cavalry and saved the day, and he died and shit. Because it's not about when you die; it's about how you die. I don't think it's about when you die. That doesn't matter at all.
When did you die in what a honorable manner, or fighting for your cause, or what do you? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I'm thinking Valhalla these days. It just seems right. I don't know. Fight for what you believe in, but I'm not talking about just lawlessness, right? It has to be righteous.
There seems to be a little bit of an absence of that, though.
That's what I'm talking about. We ain't looking for sheeps no more. We're looking for lions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the sheep got blunt teeth.
I guess it does make it a little bit more believable when you're doing it for an honorable reason. But when you're doing it for a slime ball reason, it sort of makes it hard to believe at all. That's what people doing
About
gymnastics and believing themselves about all this fucking complete nonsense. I mean,
if we're supposed to be like Christ, wasn't he the Lion of the tribe of Judah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose that's where we put it.
So we're supposed to be like lions.
Yeah,
and, I really do. I do identify with cats. People might say, "Oh, the cats are terrible. They're killers." It's like, yeah, but they only kill what they're supposed to kill.
The sheep have blunt teeth because they're meant to eat vegan food. But is that to say that if you eat vegan food, you are a sheep? Maybe. The lack of cholesterol might have an effect on your brain.
Yeah, I think you're right. Rather than have an effect on the blood flow of your circulatory system.
Oh, it would have an effect on that too, but not necessarily a good one. Cholesterol doesn't hurt your circulatory system, it helps it.
Right. But they don't tell us that. They tell us when you get a little bit too much cholesterol that your arteries are all clogged up, not flowing right.
Plaque is totally different than cholesterol.
What is?
Yeah, so when you take those pills that reduce cholesterol, it doesn't necessarily work on your cholesterol and plaque buildup, right? That's not what it works on. In fact, it works on your brain. Because your brain's made of cholesterol.
So why are we taking pills to get rid of the cholesterol in our brains?
Why are you going to a doctor that can't even tie his fucking shoes to tell you how, healthy you are?
The same reason people think they live on a planet in space, because the television told them to do it. The television told them so.
I'm definitely going to give that a test. I'm going to ask my doctor, please, can you show me how you tie your shoes? Please.
Yeah, look down and see if he's got loafers on or if he's got those, what are they called? Crocs?
Yeah, with the Velcro strap.
Yeah, Velcro straps, or they're like slip-ons, right? Gliders.
Sneakerheads be like, "Oh, he got the Velcro."
What?
Macklemore's a little hard of hearing.
Oh man, have you heard his cinema song?
No, but that moped song is rocking.
It's Life is a Cinema.
That kind of takes me back. Cinema. That was one of those songs that my kids was listening to. Children were listening to.
Anything.
Lost Boys. Something about the Lost Boys. Cinema. Let's see if I can find that.
There's a lot of truth to this song.
Who was it saying earlier that we had some kind of a Glover shortage? I think
we do. We're running out.
I think he might have been right.
So Skrillex. This is the kind of music my children were listening to in like the like 210s, I guess. So I had like a huge stereo system back in those days, and we would just crank that shit up.
Isn't that? Oh no. Yeah, that feet. That FEAT. Isn't that some kind of a word for like a cover song or something? Or is that not right? Am I making a mistake there? No one knows.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, man.
The word in that saying, bangarang feet. I think there's a lot of cover bands that use that word feet in their music. I think it has something to do with that. I'm not sure.
Featuring.
Maybe. Oh, is that Sonny might know? Isn't he? Is he here?
Yeah, because it's Skrillex Bangarang featuring Soraya. Soraya. Yeah. Because it's FEAT period. So I believe it means featuring.
Yeah, I can't remember that kind of music, but I actually enjoyed it. It didn't last very long. What is it? It's like a new style, or it's old now, but
Dub
it was like
mix or something like that.
Something like
Dubstep.
that. Yeah, something like that.
Call of Duty Black Ops 2. It's like they featured like one of Skrillex's songs. It's kind of weird.
Is that Skrillex there with the big old mustache? Is that him? Is that him right there in person?
No, that's just an actor. Skrillex looks like a nerdy white vegan with too many split ends.
Oh. That's got to have a real healthy look to it. A vegan with split ends. Undernourished. Fucked up hair.
Does he have blunt teeth?
Yeah, Craddy is better, personally. Skrillex has a few good songs, but Craddy is way better.
I still think it has something to do with the cover song, though. I'm pretty sure.
Shit, I was muted. You know those glasses with the nose and the mustache? That's what that looks like minus the mustache. Oh shit, here comes an osprey.
Those crypto glasses?
Yeah, the Groucho Marx glasses.
I'm just a mild-mannered news reporter. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about subversion. I'm not here to subvert your country. Don't worry about that. I hate communism. But really, in the middle of the night, you know, I go into my booth and I totally subvert your country's laws and decide to take the law into my own hands, and you know, I get rid of people that I don't want to. Oh, so I'm sorry. Is that the story of Superman, or is that modern America? Shit, I can't tell. Cryptocurrency. They took that word away, didn't they? Those fucking bastards. They're so fucking smart. When it comes to shit like that. Okay, so when I say crypto, what comes to your mind, everybody?
Cryptography.
Death.
Superman Kryptonite.
Damn. Calling him a crypto would expose him, and everybody would know that he's not like everybody else, that he's an alien from a foreign land, not from a foreign planet. Kryptonite. Oh, you fuck. You blew my mind, bro. You blew my mind.
Three Doors Down even had a good song called Kryptonite. Remember that?
Overplayed, but yeah, it was a good song.
Also, blockchain reminds me of a couple of things, right? Block is the chopping block, and chain is the prison chain.
Damn it, Bobby.
That's actually kind of funny. And sad, but kind of funny. New chain gang. It's all digital, baby.
I wonder how many people in here know what I'm talking about when I say the cryptos. So it's part of communism. It's part of the Long March. So they invade your country, like after World War II, and they invade your colleges, and they change their names to match like the names of the people where they're living, and they try to blend in, and they subvert your youth to turn them all communist. Who am I talking about? I wish I had that old quote. I'll try to loosely quote it. I think it was Franklin D. Roosevelt. I think it's who said it. And he said, since I've become president, I realized that there's a power so secret, so sinister, so well funded, so highly organized that when people speak in condemnation of it, they do it in a whisper under their breath. I think is how the quote goes. If somebody could find that quote or knows what I'm talking about, share it with me, please. I used to have it. I used to red pill with it all the time.
I know that quote, Hank, but for some reason I thought it was Woodrow Wilson, but you could be right.
It might be Wilson. It might be. That sounds right. I'm terrible with names.
Because Wilson was the one in office that allowed the Federal Reserve Act to go through, you know.
Yep, you're right then. You're right.
So
that's right. And who could he have been talking about? That J.P. Morgan feller.
there's a VC verified in here, Aaron Levi. Y'all want to try to talk to him? Hello, Aaron Levi.
Hey everyone, just hanging out with the son here, just listening in. So
Cool,
just joined the channel here, I think yesterday, but kind of new to the whole thing, but definitely on board. I think I've seen enough to have been more than convinced.
Well, how long have you been looking at this subject?
About just like a week and a half, really.
Wow, you're brand new. Somebody else go
Yeah,
ahead.
brand new, but I tell you what, I think, well, I know I got a lot of questions. I don't got everything figured out, that's for sure. But I know one thing for sure is most of everything I know is been a lie. So
Right. So you're at most of the stuff you've been taught was a lie, or well, things that you've been taught are.
Say again.
The things that you've been taught were a lie. That's where you're at. So, what have you learned on this journey about those things? Well, at least that has to
Well,
do
that's a pretty open question. Yeah.
Right, well, I mean, Earth, so ball, flat Earth. What have you uncovered that deals with the Earth that?
Well, I think some of the things that really got me have been no curvature, space has been fake, and those deceptions just really got me thinking about everything else that's pushed, the propaganda that's pushed, the things that are shoved down our throat. I mean,
right?
You know, I used to consider myself. Oh, I mean, you know, and again, don't claim to know it all, but you know, and actually, maybe I don't want to breach any of the rules, so maybe I won't go down the whole.
Right, not too far, but like, so have you learned anything about gas pressure since these new revelations?
What was the thing you said?
Gas pressure.
Gas pressure. I watched a little clip today. I think in one of the sub channels here. A guy was doing a demonstration on pressure and that and what happens in a vacuum. So, you know, barely just have brushed on that one.
All right. Well, I mean, I personally have never seen like argon or propane or anything else, xenon, anything else outside of a container. Have you?
No, I have not.
Right. And that's one of the interesting things that they tell us in school and on television, radio, everything else is that, you know, we've got this air that we're breathing, you know. We got 14 psi down here, right next to the Earth, surface of the water. And yet somehow we're not supposed to have container, but we have gas pressure.
Yeah.
Anybody have that definition handy?
Yeah, I got it memorized. The definition of gas pressure. Gas pressure is the pressure that the gas molecules exert against the wall of its container.
Thank you. I was looking for the meme because I don't have permissions to do the meme in live voice text. So that's an interesting one to think about. Gas pressure.
Yeah. I think if I can shift the subject, I would ask about, and I've seen some things, and I know I can look this up and try and work it out myself. But part of the reason I joined this Discord was to sort of take advantage of all the research that's been done and connect with folks and get up to speed. I guess get up to speed. You know, just sort of learn as quickly as I can. So, regarding the seasons, would you be able to give me a sort of a summary overview of on a flat Earth how the seasons work?
All right, there's two ways that you can look at it. You can look at it from a modern perspective, or you can look at it from an ancient perspective. Which one do you want to look at it like?
Well, I would say the one that is the closest. Well, the one that is reality. So I don't know if that falls into both categories.
Yeah, it does. So I'll give you a little homework. I want you to write this down, okay? So Enoch 38 is an ancient perspective on geocentric cosmology. Enoch chapter 38.
Okay.
It's really interesting. Also, I would look at Job 38, and that'll kind of help you understand that we don't know everything, and that you should be humble and learn to ask questions and seek the truth. So I'll just answer your question outright. So there's your homework.
Okay.
So as the sun travels from tropic to tropic once every 6 months, crossing over the equator once every 6 months, what it does is the proximity of the sun causes spring and summer and causes the earth to breathe in and breathe out. And then 6 months later, the sun goes south and everything down there breathes in and breathes out. And each time this happens, we get summer and winter vegetables, and it's because the proximity of the sun. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it definitely does. I think one question I still have in my mind is when the sun travels to the Tropic of Capricorn, since that, well, and again, I'm picturing the flat Earth map here, sort of from a top-down view. That circle, if you will, is larger. Am I correct in that?
So that's not really our model.
Okay.
You are correct that would be larger and that the sun would have to be moving faster, right? And that's why I gave you the ancient perspective of how to look at it too. And then I
Okay.
gave you Job 38 so that you will learn to be happy by not knowing the answer to everything. Because in the heliocentric model, they give you the answer to everything. Like you can Google these three things. What is the mass of Mars? What is the mass of the Earth? What is the mass of the sun? And they'll give you answers as if they know. We don't do that here. We understand that there's certain things that we can't know. And when you ask us something that we... Go ahead.
Now I follow. I didn't follow that logic earlier, but now I get the what you were saying. Okay, makes sense. There's some things we may not be able to know or may not be able to fully understand. And there are things we can observe with our eyes, our senses, that sort of thing. Is that where you're going? Okay.
Right. Yeah, I don't normally point people to the Bible in here, especially when they're asking questions about our reality. But the questions that you asked are answered very well in Enoch. And the questions that you're going to ask, you're not going to get an answer for all of them. And that helps you understand it in the book of Job, right? Because every single one of those questions that he asks, none of us can answer. None of us can stand up and say, oh, pick me. I know the answer. None of us.
All right.
And
Great.
doesn't it make
Got some
sense
homework.
doesn't it make sense to say we don't know whatever we can't experience? Like that's all we're saying. If we can't experience it, there's no way that we can know. We're it's really a lot more simple than meets the eye.
Yeah.
Like India was talking about how they claim that Pluto's atmosphere was thinning when you can barely see it with the most powerful telescope. Well, I mean, never mind Pluto. What about everything beyond? How do we know any of these things from this vantage point? Anything that they're saying, how obviously we can't experience any of it in any way other than looking at it and then saying, well, it looks like this, well, it looks like that. Well, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. Maybe it's Maybelline. I don't know.
All right. Well, that's all I had for now. Thank you guys. Thank you for your time and input, and I'll be sure to jump in when I get a few more minutes. So, catch you all later.
Peace.
Oh, God damn it. What was that dude's name?
Something Levi.
Aaron Levi. I was trying to give him roles. He should get the global role. He's respectful.
Hey, I want to apologize to everybody for going to the Bible and the Book of Enoch. You know, I just kind of felt that those two places are like really good when you're talking about the seasons.
I didn't say a damn word, Hank. I didn't even give you a hashtag biblical, bro.
Oh, you missed a little karaoke going on earlier, Mike.
Did I? Bummer, I was working my ass off. I would have enjoyed karaoke, but I mean, I was singing while I was working. I put speakers in my work trucks that have magnets on them, so you can pull the 8x10, three-way 8x10s right out of the truck and magnet them on top of the truck. So on the parking lots, we'd be jamming. I was playing some of that flat earth music, man. My guys were digging you and Choco and Kai. They're like, Kai, they're like, oh, that girl's got that voice, Mike. I was like, yeah, I know. Just kind of lures you in. Might get a few new guys.
Did you see the video I sent you?
Yeah, I was doing other shit when I just got here. I ain't got a chance to watch it yet. I just got home, bro. Should have been.
My
Did he glitch out for anybody but me?
Yeah, he roboted. I thought it was me. I think he said bleepski bloopski. He must be a Russian bot.
Eep, up, orb, up, up.
It sounds like he's back now.
Act.
Nah, I'm about to go back down the elevator, so I'll repeat myself when I get down there.
Coming in clear now. Good, buddy.
Yeah, I'm literally about to step back on this elevator.
Man, I slow cook
Thing is,
pork
if I
chops
get
since.
on the elevator, do I really exist since my connection is cut off from the rest of the world?
Well, we don't know until the doors open. It's a cat in a box paradox. I've been slow cooking pork chops and scallops all day long, man. I got home. That shit is, man, the potatoes are falling apart. I asked my daughter, I said, why didn't you shut it off? She said, it's good like that, Dad. Just eat it. It's also cooked. Yeah, it's blending together. You can just pinch the pork chops apart, dude. It's fucking good, though. Yeah.
A good pickle and some really good bread. That's all you need for that, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, shit. Get up at 5 a.m. and don't get done with work till fucking 7, you know. Anything's good. But I'm going to have a second plate. I made a heaping plate. I'm about to eat another one.
Every now and then you can't beat a good stew and a ridiculously cold lager.
Yeah, I don't like beer or lager.
No,
I don't like to taste that stuff.
Do you drink alcohol at all?
I do on occasion. Scotch, whiskey, brandy.
Nice. Yeah.
But
You had me a stew.
When I work, man, I'm out on the road. I don't like to eat on the road because I don't like fast food.
Sure.
I eat a lot of wild game and farm food, and fast food tears my guts up for a couple days.
Fast food fucking sucks.
It does, dude.
It's not good for you. It's good for something.
I'd rather
it's
make
good for
like
someone else, as they say.
I'd rather make a hamburger gravy, bring that for the crew, and like a whole like 2 things of biscuits. That way
Or
everybody
just a
can have
loaf of
biscuits
bread.
and gravy for
Yeah.
breakfast.
We call that shit on the shingle, brah.
Oh yeah. We
Just
used to do
toast.
that with chipped beef.
Yep. Just a bunch of gravy over bread. Hamburger milk gravy over bread.
See, my grandfather used to run the senior center. He was the president of the senior center, and I would have to go there and help him out every Sunday, and then I would take out Sunday mornings breakfast. Short order
Oh, yeah.
cooks. That is.
Old people like that parade meat and the gravy. Hell yeah.
Yeah, we put that made a big pot of chip beef gravy, and at the end of it, we'd pretty much be done with it. No biscuits and gravy, just SOS and eggs.
Yeah, I like
then you
chip
get
beef.
SOS bacon. It's like, yeah, that's just pretty good.
It is.
In here in the UK, you ever heard of a ploughman's lunch?
No.
Okay, and here in the UK, it's kind of like a very, very old tradition called a ploughman's lunch. It's effectively based on what a poor farmer would eat, in the middle of the day, or his first meal of the day, after he'd been out since like the dawn. And it was basically it's a big ass piece of fresh bread, a lump of cheddar cheese, some possibly tomato, or something like that. Very, very simple meal because.
Oh, you're talking about a po' boy.
Yeah. I mean, they knew
when
that.
I was a kid, my grandma used to make this stuff called meal loaf, and she'd put an entire meal, meatloaf, stuff like that, inside a loaf of bread. We take that in the fields with us, and a couple slices of that and a glass of water, and that's a meal.
Yeah, but back then they knew that if you were working really hard, anything other than as the simplest, most nutritious things would just tear you up eventually.
Yeah, the po' boy is a French thing too. They basically put, whatever they can put in a little sandwich, like you said, the bread. So they might do shrimp, or they might do fish, or they might do something like that. But yeah, same concept.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because all around the world there's different ways of, well, particularly in Europe, there's different. Like, have you ever heard of a Cornish pasty?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know the origins of the Cornish pasty?
No.
Okay, well, in Cornwall, which is in the very southwest of England and the UK, there used to be lots of tin mines, and we're going back a long time.
Take it right in the mine with you, huh?
Yeah. So no, what it was is the tin mines. There was always a shaft to them, and this is back before automation of any sort at all. But the tin ore and the strata of rock they'd be digging in was toxic. Yeah, you wouldn't the people who worked at that time they didn't last too long. They're breathing the dust or whatever. Ingesting it anyway was not good, and the Cornish pasty was effectively a way of taking the meat and vegetables, wrapping it in a hard case that would survive the journey down in the bucket, and the crust. You would hold the crust with your filthy hands, eat the body of the Cornish pasty, and throw the crust away. Therefore, you've immediately got sort of like something you can hold that you don't actually ingest. And that's the origins of the Cornish pasty. It's like a container for whatever you want to put inside, but at the same time you can eat it without actually taking in the filth of your hands.
My grandma that made that uniloaf, she used to make pasties or pasties, meat pasties.
Yeah.
You call them pasties, we call them pasties, but it's just a meat sandwich. You roll it up just like a pasty.
Yeah.
And you could put beef stew inside of it, cold pork, whatever.
Oh, are you talking about those things where you got the bread and you stuff it and then you fold it in half and close it with a fork?
It's something like that.
It's similar to that. The original Cornish pasty is like the crust of a pie if it's just wrapped around effectively. That's the original. That's exactly it.
Yeah. My great grandmother used to make those for me, bro.
Those have got their origins in the UK. But
I like to make the original steak hoagies and put them inside them. I love pasties.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah, especially at work. I take 5 of them to work and eat them cold. I don't care.
They're lovely cold. They're lovely.
Yeah, I grew up on those till I was about 8 or 9 years old till she got sick.
Yeah, but as I say, the original way of eating it, that rolled pastry on the outside, you'd stop there. You'd eat from the body and stop there, and that bit would get filthy off your hands, and you just throw it down.
Yeah,
that was how they were. That was how they were first.
You know how I eat them? My grandma taught me this a long time ago because I was always working in the garage with my dad. My hands are dirty, or the field. With a sandwich bag, and you use the sandwich baggie as a glove.
Yeah.
So that way you don't get. Because I used to, when I was a kid, man, I'd be wrenching on a motor, building a car, hands covered with grease, and just grab a bologna sandwich and put fingerprints on it. My grandma would slap me and take it back.
Yeah, right.
Come back with a sandwich baggie. Wear it like a glove, boy. Don't put that crap in your body. You only get one body. My grandma was big on what you eat. What you put in your body, you are what you eat.
Well, that's lost. Sadly, that's lost on us all today. Really, we eat far too much shit that's not good for us, but good for someone else. If you know what I mean.
The body used to be sacred, right?
Yeah, not entirely true. You can shower in a muddy water and come out clean, but you can't eat shit and not be full of shit. I'll never forget it because I got cracked upside the head every time I told, don't do that shit. Put that shit in your body. That came with a slap, and people are like, oh, you shouldn't hit your kids. Well, that really drives a lesson home. I'm not saying beat your damn kids, but getting their attention drives home what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
they're
got
probably
tough
burning
love.
themselves in the fire.
Yep. I got tough love all growing up. I'm a successful person. I know how to show love and kindness, but I also know how to teach a person and get a thing done without crying about it. You just do it. You don't cry about. I can't stand whiners. Whiners will complain about everything you do along the way. So he's a problem person. When you're a solution person, you're just making solutions all the way. Not whining and crying. Get it done.
Mm-hmm.
People that whine and cry, they're not wanting to do it. That's it. They want life to be easy.
1% inspiration, 99% perspiration.
Amen. We got anybody else in here that's new? Nope.
Can I ask a quick question? Have you got the guys that are in here?
Go ahead.
Do you have anybody in your community who's flat Earth but atheist, or is it predominantly religious and spiritualist people in here?
No, quite a few of them are atheists, but flat Earth.
Sure. Okay.
Right now, I can't name them all. Give me a minute; it'll come to them.
I thought agnostic, but I don't think any of them are atheists.
You're still kind of lagging in and out, Elijah. I hear you trying though, bro.
Because I was talking and then everybody started talking and I was like, oh damn, my mic ain't coming through. It's still choppy.
No, it's coming in clear, bro.
Oh, I only wanted to say that well, damn, because I was going to talk about the video that I sent you, and I was saying that there's a major trigger warning for those that get triggered. Trigger warning incoming. If you're a Christian folk or you know, something like that. So
somebody who pays a lot of taxes and Christian.
but I figure we be on the same page and you'd be able to get the message out of it, and it'd be I don't know what the rest of it says. I only seen the first 25 minutes and I'm gonna watch the rest. But I was so feeling it that I stopped it to, like, you know, cut a portion of it and try to let the live stream hear it. But you'll see in the first 25 minutes when he starts going into the orange thing, it's like, damn, this motherfucker is on point. You were here earlier, right, Hank? When Sonny played it.
No, I don't think I was. I might have checked out for a second.
Dang.
I was here, bro. What's up?
What'd you think about it?
Yo, he was telling the truth, bro. That's the reality we live in, homie.
Yeah. So yeah, when you get a chance, when you do check that out, or if you want to watch it together, we could go down to the cinema.
It's good. I'll watch it, bro. Yeah, just hit me up when you want to do it.
Yep. But anyway, continue, I guess.
Oh, where's the video located? Did you is it in the lobby?
No, I didn't post it. I'm not posting.
Can you send it to me, please?
Perhaps. Damn, I gotta go in this Burlington coat factory, and I only got 15% battery. Hmm.
You know, Elijah, I got magnetic car mount or dash mount batteries. So not battery. So when I plug my phone into my dash, the magnet like grabs it out of my hands and it starts wirelessly charging. Does your phone wirelessly charge?
I would assume it does. I got the A52. Let me look that up real quick.
I think that is the higher end medium grade phones. It's like the highest medium grade phone, I think.
Yo, why is my phone listening to me? Look, does the A52 have wireless charging? I didn't even finish type, bruh. I'm sick of the AI.
Yo, flip phone for life.
But it's for your convenience, though.
I wonder what AI Annie thinks of me. Oh yeah, yeah, yep. There is you can do the portable charging thing, the wireless charging thing.
I bet
So
it's got
you
you in one of those categories where you just like to shop around but never buy anything because you frequent all these stores all the time because it's part of your job, you know? We're not sure what to send him for advertisement.
I'm 100% sure that I'm never going to find a coat for the next 2 hours. I'm gonna be in here. I know it's gonna take forever though. Thank you. Alrighty. That's why I don't get my hair cut.
The coat's got to find you, man.
I don't know about New York or what your body temperature is like, but man, a good windbreaker is all I ever need.
Yes, no, that's exactly all I need. They had these pretty affordable what are they called? 30 and below or something like that. And they're very thin, and I would put that on with like a sweater in the coldest weather and wouldn't feel a damn thing. I don't know what they make those coats out of, but man.
They're
Well, it
usually
keeps the wind off you.
yeah, exactly. They're usually an advanced Gore-Tex material that doesn't let the wind blow through you, but lets you breathe. That's basically it. You know, and then you put on layers underneath that just give you enough insulation to mean you haven't got too much heat dissipation from your core body. That's all you need.
Yep. Because I don't like
And
these
as long
super big bulky coats. That's just not it's not happening.
Not with our jobs, right?
no, but a big
However, if you're
bulky.
working outside, you want a heavy duty work jacket because it stands up to the abrasions that you'd run into in construction and stuff like that.
Yeah, sure,
But that's
absolutely.
just like a
The
thick leather jacket, like a Carhartt type of thing.
the lightweight coats are very good for sort of walking or lots of movement of that ilk. If you're going on a bike, they're useless. Yeah, and if you're doing, like you said, if you're doing lots of heavy work, then they're just not up to it. And then when you are doing heavy work outside, you've got to get that balance where you don't overheat yourself. So it's a bit more tricky.
Yeah, as long as it's like below 15 degrees, above 15 degrees, I don't even put on a jacket normally, like nothing. Just a t-shirt, no undershirt, If I do start getting cold, usually I'll put on like an undershirt or something, or some sort of windbreaker just to keep it off my arms.
Yeah.
And I don't usually start wearing like pants until it gets like below 40.
Yeah, well, the bottom line is that sort of down at those temperatures, a good hat makes all the difference anyway, doesn't it? As well, you know, you're losing a lot of heat off the top of your head.
Yep, a simple scarf. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, like right now my hair's been growing out since like midsummer. So by the time like winter rolls around, I probably won't cut my hair unless it's a mild winter.
Yeah. To be, what for you guys in the US? What's the coldest winter temperature you've experienced in your own country?
Oldest? I don't know about the
Coldest.
country, but
Minus 15.
it's hit negative here.
Minus
That's
15 for me.
That's
It doesn't-
centigrade. That's centigrade, yeah.
Fahrenheit.
Minus 15
Fahrenheit. Which would
minus
be,
15.
hang on, let me find out for you.
Minus 4.
That would be about 31 degrees Celsius.
Minus 31 degrees.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a freak winter storm where there was no cloud cover and just cold air coming straight down from the polar vortex.
I like this Nautica.
Oh, that was a freak storm though, possibly man-made, if that's what you're talking about. For Texas, the lowest I've seen it is in the single digits, so like 4, 5, 6, 7 degrees Fahrenheit. But it's not normal. It's not uncommon for the summer heat to be 115 degrees.
The coldest in Montana, I just Googled it, that's ever been recorded, is negative 70 degrees Fahrenheit.
Wow.
That's a bad day.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Here in the UK, we never get that kind of.
Yeah, if you live in Montana and you're getting those kind of temperatures, fly your ass down to Brazil and dance your ass off.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to do if it's that cold here.
At the very least, stay indoors. Yeah.
Yeah. It does get into negative 20s, negative 30s at least once, almost every winter, except last one. We got a pretty soft winter last winter.
Well, that's crazy. Where I am, we never ever get any temperatures at that low. I think in England, in the UK, particularly in the south of the UK where I am, if you get around the 15 degrees Fahrenheit in the worst part of winter, that's as bad as it gets.
Dang, that's like nothing.
Yeah, exactly. And also in the opposite extreme, if we get into the 90s, 95s at summer, that's a ridiculously hot summer. I don't think I've ever experienced 100 degrees Fahrenheit in the summer in the UK. I'm 50 odd, so.
Wow. That's crazy.
It's quite mild here. That's not, and where I am in the UK, in terms of it's kind of on the same sort of like line of latitude as Moscow, where vodka freezes. So yeah, we're quite lucky here in the UK to be so close to the the currents on the Atlantic that keep us wet and warm in the winter and wet and cool in the summer, should we say? That's basically what it comes down to.
I hear jokes about how you guys never see the sun.
We get to see the sun. We just get to see the sun through cloud.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's all right here. No, I mean, let's say we get a lot of rain, but it's green, Everywhere you go, it's green. Near where I live in the south of England, we have a huge chunk of land, about tens of thousands of acres of protected scrubland and lots of gorse and heather. Goes on for miles and miles and miles, called the New Forest. And any trees that are there are either really old oaks or really old firs. And there's not many, because no one lives there, because you're not allowed to build there, and the roads are very very sparse. But if you walk away from the road, you walk away from the noise. It doesn't take long before you're in a spot where you could literally everywhere you can look right around you 360 degrees, and you know that it would have been exactly the same 3,000 years ago. So, and it's quite a small place, England. If you look at it, think of the size of this place, it's not very big at all. In England, we call a big journey 70 miles.
Yeah.
Anybody who commutes 50 miles to work in England is criminally insane. So we don't have a. It's quite a unique place in that respect, in that it's very green, very wet, and very warm all times of year. And it's only because of where it is in its position next to on that front from that side of the Atlantic, taking all the warm currents coming up from the Gulf of Mexico and up across from taking the warm weather from the equator. If all that stopped, it would be like Moscow. So yeah, I mean, America. You tell me those stories about the temperature differences. Just crazy. It's just unimaginable for us. At the same time, from a point of view of living in Europe, the sheer expanse of the US and some of the pictures you see in the film you see of some of the wide open spaces is just breathtaking. But nothing like that here at all.
Yeah, but you guys got like a factory for redheads, and I don't know. Redheaded women are awesome, so you guys got it going on over there, right?
We've got 3 millennia of Vikings and Norwegian influences. The Irish are good, are very, very red-headed. The Celts, the Scots. We've got a right mix, pool of many very different cultures all crammed together. If you go back far enough, we were ruled by the French, the Germans, the Danish, the Irish, the Scotch. We're all melded together in one big Anglo-Saxon, glory fest.
Isaacson, huh?
Anglo-Saxon.
Saxon, Isaacson.
Anglo-Saxon is the term they use to describe the.
Maybe I know something you don't, brother. Look it up.
What's that? So what's that again?
Isaac, son, Saxon.
Okay, I'll have a look. Never heard that term. Is that a biblical reference at all?
It's a theory. It's the 10 lost tribes of Israel were the Scythians, and the Scythians were from the Caucasus Mountains, and the people from the Caucasus Mountains spread to the east and to the west. To the west, they invaded Europe, because you guys know that you weren't the original landowners of Europe, right?
Who is the original landowner of any part of the world?
I guess it would be what's left of the what are they called? The Welsh. Yeah, because I don't think they're from there originally either.
Hey, isn't the Scythians actually the oldest known? I think it would be called would it be a haplogroup or something? Maybe not. But I do know the Scythians. The Scythians are older than the Egyptians, and they're older than several other groups as well.
So here's how the theory goes. during the captivity, not the Babylonian, but the Assyrian captivity in the Old Testament, the 10 lost tribes were removed. They left Benjamin and Judah, and they took everyone else. So the Israelites were placed in between the Black and the Caspian Sea in the Caucasus Mountains region. That's why they call us Caucasian or Caucasoid today. Right? So these people were at the same place at the same time as the Scythian people. Now the names are all messed up because we got biblical history with different names than Roman history. So we're taught Roman history in school, so we don't put two and two together. But the facts are this: the Scythian people and the Israelite people were at the same place and at the same time. Now there's several outcomes that could happen. Either there was a war, which we have no evidence of, or they intermingled and bred, which is a possibility, or they're the same people with different names, right?
Sure.
And these Scythian people would have expanded into the east and to the west. Hang on one second. Okay, thank you. So we have found blonde hair, red haired mummies as far as China, found by a Chinaman, not a European. And they had the same stitching structure as the Europeans do, and it was like our blue jeans, the same type of stitching structure, the same pattern, right? So these 3,500-year-old and 4,000-year-old mummies, these white mummies, they don't just come from there, they come from China, spreading all the way into the Americas. If you were to go into the chroniclingamerica.gov or the Library of Congress and set your parameters between 1800 and 1920, this is all the old newspapers, right? So this would be independent journalism, investigative journalism, before the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers took over the news. And you type in giant bones, and you're going to see it should equally pull up giant dinosaur bones or giant human bones. And you'll see that time after time after time after time, they find giant bones, giant red-headed bones, giants, human-like bones, right? And one of the oldest ones they found in Florida, and it was giant redheads in a marsh. Now, the UK has these marshes too. They preserve the people very well. And of course, they get smushed into little pancake-sized people, but they're really good at preserving the people. Anyway, the theory is, and there's lots of evidence for this, and I'll go ahead and post where I'm getting my evidence from. It's a book. It's just a theory, so don't bust my chops on it. Scientific theory. So I'm gonna go ahead and look that up and find it for you real fast.
Hey, Hank, after you come back, the video I posted, I don't know if you've seen it before or not, but I found it super fascinating along the lines of kind of what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'll check it out. But, here's the thing. I'm not racist. I don't care what other people think or what other people believe. For me, this isn't about race or anything. It's just an interesting theory. That's all.
Sure.
The British Israelites, or the evidence of our, let's see, origin. So here you go. Now this is a former anti-flurfer. So this is an anti-flat Earth guy. I've been in quite a few hangouts with this guy, but this has nothing to do with flat Earth. And when I found it, I was kind of surprised to see him in this genre. But anyway, yeah, this is kind of like half of the book. I'm sure you could find the book and read it for yourself, or you could just do the dishes over the next couple weeks and knock out, the half of this book. But it's pretty interesting.
Oh,
because okay, you posted something for me, Jenny, right?
So I forgot. You know this name. The video's by Asha Logos. I guess he's at one point in the truth community. I would imagine a couple years back, maybe still now, but I guess he's put out
Oh,
some
I've seen
pretty
this.
good content. Yeah, that
I've
was
seen this
good,
on World
dude.
Truth videos. Yeah, that is a really good series that you posted,
Yeah.
Chinny.
Yeah, I need to watch it
Um,
again, actually. It was really super good.
anyway, if you don't know anything about the Scythian people, definitely worth your time because these Scythians were highly advanced as far as their gold that they had, their ability to manufacture things, highly advanced, like really top notch, highly educated people. These weren't your typical, you know, low rung of the mill civilizations. And they expanded into the steppes and into China, obviously, and
They
Russia.
they were renowned warriors, and they had their government, the Scythians. It was different than what the Romans did and such. I mean, they sounded like amazing people. If I'm putting it all together right, Hank?
Yeah, highly advanced people. And these are our ancestors. The Scythians invaded Europe and the British Isles. Yeah, they're basically our ancestors.
Yeah.
So in this it talks about they went back to the records of the original peoples in the original countries, and their names were Israelite names. So you can always spot the Israelite names because they have the name Yah, Y-A-H. So it'd be like Nehemiah. I'm sure you guys heard that. Jeremiah, Elijah. These names, they have that sound, right? So you can always spot Israelite names because of that. It has the name of the Most High. And Jesus' name was Yahshua. See how it's in there? So when they did these records to see like who were the original founding members of these places, those are the kind of names they come across. So it's just a theory. I'm not proving anything. It's just, it kind of makes sense that the people of the law, Britain.
In my opinion, it's definitely conversations that should be had. I mean, even if you can't outright, well, I mean, when you say that you're not out to prove anything, I get that, and in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with speculating. But what makes you say that the most? If you were to say anything about that, Hank?
Well, because I've seen evidence on the other side of the Hebrew Israelites. It's a movement in America of people who believe they're descendant of the Israelites, and I am not in any kind of way disrespecting those people and their beliefs. I think their beliefs and their theories are just as valid as the European Israelite theory.
Okay.
And
Well,
to be
they're
honest,
supposed to be scattered to
Go
the
ahead.
four corners, right? His people was scattered to all four corners.
Yeah, that's right. Because they were supposed to be a nation of priests so that they could witness to the world. And it's all about reconciliation to the Most High.
Great Spirit.
So do you think there's like a middle ground where both theories can be integrated potentially?
Absolutely. Absolutely, I do.
There almost certainly is. The kind of British Israelism behind it, which is in that YouTube video, the guy is citing I think it's 19th century dissertation. There's one of several of them. Another one was another eminent tenant, another advocate of the 10 lost tribes of Israel and the propagation across Europe. Is a guy called I think it's Garnier. I've read that somewhere as well. It's even its harshest critics describe it as pseudo historical and pseudo archaeological, which by definition means that it has some something to contribute, but I personally don't know one way or the other. I'm not making a judgment, but it's the truth is somewhere between, that and what is what is described as the history. I would imagine with these things, there's always a bit that's lost in translation, should we say? But
So
it has its merits, definitely.
Well, look at the tribe. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna write a note. You go ahead, Hank. Go ahead.
Look at the Danish people, right? They name everything after where they've traveled. They name the Danube River, and it's because the Danish are from the tribe of Dan. And you start looking at it, and it's like, that makes sense. Like that makes a lot of sense. And then the French. Go ahead, bro.
No, I'm with you on this. Since you guys are talking about it,
Oh,
we might as well
wait,
go ahead.
Wait, before you start. Okay, so real quick to Hank. Okay. So what would you say, if any, would be like the implications of, or the practical application, how it would apply to the people, maybe, if the two theories were put together and,
Wait, which two theories, Jen?
They were on the same. Oh, wait, what?
Which two theories are you talking about?
Oh, that Hank was talking about. I apologize. We were kind of right in the. If Hank could probably reiterate it, but do you know what I'm saying, Hank?
Yeah, of course.
The
I'll
spreading
explain
of
it.
the tribes across, different parts of Europe and all. Is this what you're talking about?
Yeah, the Israelites were scattered amongst all the nations. The Israelites are all over the world. Some of them are Native Americans. Some of them are black, so-called African Americans. The Hebrew Israelites recognize themselves as obviously
Are
Israelites.
some of them yellow?
I guess they could be yellow.
Well, I don't often hear that expressed in this vein. You know what I mean? Most of the Asian people are, like the Eastern.
Well,
they're
let me
not
answer her
often
question,
mentioned.
though.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I kind of both of them together. What are the implications? What is the application? Basically, our ancestors were swearing an oath to follow the Ten Commandments, right? And the statutes and what's the other ones? Statutes and basically the laws of the Old Testament.
All right. Well,
So
on that, Hank, who are the Jews?
Well,
I know you guys get frustrated with me sometimes. It's fine.
Well, I apologize, Helio. I wasn't trying to be rude or anything. You probably heard me sigh. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll try to answer the Jew thing next. So basically, we're under a contract. That's what a covenant is. That we're going to follow God's law, and we'll be blessed. And if we don't follow God's law, we're going to be cursed. We haven't been following God's law. It looks like there's some curses on the horizon. So the right thing to do would be to accept our punishment and say, you know what? You're right. We were lawless. We need to get back to following the commandments and God's law and even the statutes and can't remember the ordinances, I think is what it's called. And if we get back to that, maybe we won't be judged so harshly because a nation is judged, right, for breaking God's law. And the Jews, it's difficult to answer that question because it's like, what do you mean by Jews? Judaites, the descendants of Judah, are most likely the Sephardic Jews. A lot of them would be Mexicans, Spanish people, people from the what's that peninsula in Spain?
Eber,
Yeah, thank you.
Iberia, the land
Yeah.
of Eber, the land of the Hebrew.
The
Right.
Iberian Peninsula, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. A lot of those people would be Judaites. And then the people that are Jewish, they would be Ashkenaz or Ashkenazis. And this is a totally different bloodline.
But Ashkenaz is not the son of Japheth. Ashkenaz is the son of Japheth, not the son of Shem.
Right, different
Judah
bloodline.
is the son of Shem. Yeah.
Right. So there's a difference between Judaites and Jewish people. And you can usually see the difference in the color of their skin.
Yeah, me and you have talked about this like before you even started joining this server. We've talked about
we talked about this in 2015, bro.
Yeah.
So the two theories would be in regards to the Scythians, right?
Well, it kind of leads back to the line,
I guess what I
that
was
leads up
hoping
to the Christ.
Well, I guess what I was wanting to clarify from Hank, with the two theories in short form, what are the two theories again?
In short form, there's a group of people who claim to be Hebrew Israelites in America, and their claim is that they are the people in the Bible, and their claim is that they were brought over here in slavery because they broke God's commandments. And when they broke God's commandments, they were judged, and they were taking part in the promises of, what is it, something 38?
Yeah.
Leviticus 38?
Okay, and then the
Something
second
right?
theory?
No, it's not 38. Hold on, I'm trying to remember.
Ecclesiastics.
Well, where's the judgment in the Bible? I'm gonna ask my neighbor. I bet he knows.
The
judgment. So the other one is
Yeah,
the other.
if we follow God's law, we get this. If we don't, we get that. The covenant.
Well, even with all that, I mean, where are the people that are living in Israel now, and they're
starts in
claiming to
Leviticus
be
26.
the people of God, and they're the original Hebrews, and which may or may not be, but there's I think it's more political than actual.
It's the blessing and the curses.
Yeah, that starts in Leviticus
covenant.
26. God's
That's it,
promises
Leviticus
for
26.
those who keep his law. The Lord continued, never make worthless idols or set up carved statues or carved stones for yourself. Never cut figurines and stones to worship them in your country, because I am the Lord your God. Observe my days of rest as holy days and respect my holy covenant. I am the Lord, Yahweh. Besides me, there is no Lord.
I've got a quick question for you guys. Yeah, talk about the God's judgment. Yeah, and the fact that a lot of Christians believe that we're now in an era of more sin than before. In what context do you think that in modern days we're more sinful than, say, we were 200 years ago?
Please let me answer this one.
Let me cover this, Hank.
Oh God, it's like we all want to answer that question.
In modern days, in modern days, most people in Christianity believe they're no longer under a covenant or laws. They believe the laws were done away with, and they're left with 3 commandments.
Yeah, but the Jews don't.
Love your God, your Father.
Yeah.
Love your brother as I have loved you, and love your neighbor as you love your brother.
Right. Yeah.
They no longer believe they're under the covenant or the law. They've thrown out the law. They believe faith. Faith is their only
Wait,
requirement.
are you saying all Christians believe that? Are you saying all Christians believe that, Michael?
No, I prefaced the beginning of my statement with most Christians believe they're saved by grace, which is a gift. Faith is given, grace is received. Well, grace is a gift. Grace is a gift given of your own free will. If I give you something of my own good graces, that's because I wanted to, not because you earned it.
Is there anything in the New Testament that requires someone to go, start following the law again?
Absolutely. I can post that for you.
All right,
I'll go ahead and work on that right now. Might take me a second to find that because it's going to be down at the bottom. But you want to go ahead and answer while I'm looking for this, Helio? Because you said you wanted to answer it at the same time that.
Well, there's a big difference. I mean, just like when you're talking about, the tribes of Israel, in
Did I lose signal?
I
Nope.
think I did too.
Yeah, I think it was a block.
All right. Well, there's the answer to Helio's question about
We're not
Christians
saved.
observing observing Old Testament law. That's right there.
Well, we're not saved by works. We're saved by a person called Jesus, and through his death on the cross, and that's the only way you're saved. So that's what Christians believe. They don't believe in not following the law. They
Yeah,
don't go
but
against the law. We don't. The law
what's the
leads you
product of?
as a teacher to the schoolmaster to Jesus. So the law is good.
That's what.
There's nothing wrong with the law. The law is good. So we don't
Yeah,
go
that's what I
against the
said.
law. And
You believe you're saved by faith.
No, we don't believe we're saved by faith. We're saved by grace, and our lens is faith to see grace.
Bro, I
Grace is a
was
gift from
raised in a
heaven.
Christian family. I
Right.
believe in the law. The law. He said,
the
"I
law
come not
can't
to
save you.
destroy. I come not to destroy the law or the works of the prophets before me."
Yeah, but
He said
that's not
that.
Christian. Then you're not Christian. Then
I'm not a Christian. I never said I
you can't be a
was.
Christian then.
Okay.
I don't believe your doctrine, but I do believe in Messiah.
But what are you then? A
Can I read a few things?
Well, that's just it. Hold on. This is what I don't like. Do I have to be something? Could you not interrupt me when I'm talking, please? That's rude. So, do I have to identify myself to you to have a relationship with my Father? Do I need your agreement or acceptance to follow my Father's law and earn my Father's good grace? It takes a hell of a lot of pride to say, I'm the only one that knows the way to heaven. You better follow my interpretation or you're going to hell.
No, I didn't say that. But what I'm saying is that it's nice to know what you believe, because if you're not open about
I
who
know.
you are,
I don't believe in doctrines. I don't need other men to define for me what the Holy Spirit was given to me to discern.
How can you have a relationship if there's no
I
transparency or
don't
openness?
need a doctrine to have a relationship with my Father. That's the question I asked you. Now
I'm
you're
not
saying,
talking
how
about-
can I have a relationship when I don't have a conviction? Who said I don't have a conviction? You?
No, I'm talking about a relationship with you. How can I relate to you if I don't even know what you believe, because you won't even tell me? So
When it comes to me and God, and I was very clear about what I believe, I don't need you to be in the relationship between me and my Father. That's one of my beliefs. My relationship with God is between me and the Most High. It's not for other people. That's why Jesus told you to go in private.
Right, but how can we even relate if we don't even know what you're talking about? That doesn't even make sense.
Why do I need to relate to you what I'm talking about to be? So is the fact whether I'm a good person or a bad person, does that weigh on whether or not you can relate to my belief?
No, I'm just asking you, like, how
And
can
this
we
is
relate to
generally
each other?
why we don't talk
I don't
about the
even know
Bible in
who
here,
you are.
because people come in here and want to talk sideways out their neck to twist everything somebody says around their doctrine. I wasn't
But
trying to
I'm
tell you
just
who
saying
I
I
am
can't
or
relate to
make you relate to anything. I was trying to finish my
can't-
sentence.
Yeah, but I can't even relate to you if you don't tell me who you are.
I'm a guy who believes in God that doesn't believe he needs a doctrine. I'm not asking you to relate to me, guy. That's a straw man. Didn't ask you to relate to anything, I believe.
Man, this is awkward. This is awkward to listen to.
It is. This is why we normally don't cover religion in here, because somebody gets butthurt over their doctrine and they think their path is the only way to heaven. Well, I don't believe that. I believe you're wrong.
Can I
Relate
just
to
say,
that.
Can I just say something? Yeah, I apologize for asking the original question. I didn't mean to.
No,
to
bro.
kick off any animosity.
Your
You're good.
question didn't do anything
not
wrong.
I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, bro.
I'm still
just
waiting
saying.
to answer your question.
I have a firm right to take the following of the Holy Spirit, our guide that was sent here for us. I don't need other men to inspire me religiously, or their beliefs or their doctrines. You can call me a heretic if you want, but I don't need you to get to heaven.
I can't call you a heretic because I don't know what you believe.
I was talking to everybody, not just you.
It's not about belief. It's about, a holistic understanding of. I mean, we can only express this in English, through this room, and I'm sure there's a lot more involved, when it comes to spiritual understanding.
I'm just saying I got no idea what you even stand for, so I don't know what to even say.
I really don't care. I've said it five times now. I'm not trying to make you understand.
This is a flat Earth server. I mean, for the most part, we're spiritual people, but for the most part, we're trying to show you that the Earth cannot be a globe. That's impossible.
Right. I'm not looking for two witnesses to co-sign my grace or my relationship with my Father. In fact, I need no witness.
Well, I agree with you on flat Earth.
All right. Well, then what are you arguing about? This is a flat Earth server. We try to keep.
Oh no, I'm not arguing. I just wanted to know why is it so secret about what he believes? It doesn't make sense.
No, what do you mean?
We're in a
live. It's not secret.
Hold on. That's a challenge. What do you mean by secret? I was very clear about my relationship with the Most High has nothing to do with you. That's not a secret. That's mine, not yours. I own that. I'm the chief priest of this temple.
And if you want to argue religion, there's a room for that. Not here.
Right.
Yeah. Michael, it was nice of you to explain all that, actually.
Yeah.
I think that's the politest I've put it since we've been here.
I know. It's just like I jumped in. I'm sorry I jumped in.
I enjoyed what you had. Yeah, I enjoyed what you had to say, Michael. I mean, I didn't think you were coming from, being mad or anything like that, but you're definitely passionate.
I'm not.
You're definitely passionate
Here's the
about
thing.
where you stand.
Here's the thing. Now, I don't believe in religions. I'm not a religious person. I don't follow rituals. I follow the Most High. So, if anything that doesn't unify us in the belief of our Father, one true God, only divides us. And the Lord is not the Lord of separation or division. He's the Lord of unity. So you should question whatever you follow in the name of the Most High if it causes people to be divided and labeled into groups. But that's that's an onion peel for you to get to, not for me to give you.
Here.
Here's 13 onion peels. That's what I was.
Oh yeah,
like,
yeah.
I've been
We can
thinking
name
about this
we
a
can
lot
name
today.
all the different doctrines. We can name all the different doctrines that since Christ walked this earth did nothing but argue over who was right, and they did nothing good in the name of God. They sit around and argue who's right.
Yeah, and I think Jesus was actually trying to help everyone, to solidify the argument when he talked to everyone in Jerusalem, and then the apostles, as they went out, they tried to solidify everything too, and said, "Hey, this." And then when man got a hold of religion, it was it's just everywhere. It's just
I think the guy that spoke up and had the problem with battle, so I remember how it kind of started. And what I heard was, I guess he was hearing about the law and he was against that. So what he came in saying was he's saved not by his works, right? So works without faith and faith without works, right? So you're quoting half scripture, trying to come up with some doctrine, some theology. And it doesn't even
Faith
make
without
sense.
works is void, right?
Yeah, so here's one thing I just wanted to say, because his whole issue was being saved based on works. And I just want to ask you, what does it mean he who endures to the end will be saved? What's the enduring part? You already got that gift, right? So what's the enduring part?
That means you need more than grace.
The principle itself stands even in modern times with all the shit that's going on, and with
no rapture.
like
Rona.
people will, they'll reside on their works. And it's like, I'm doing something. What if you're doing the wrong thing? What if you're doing the wrong thing? It's like people will say, "Oh, well, the democratic society is the best thing," which all of us probably know that that's not true. It's like, let's support democracy. Yeah, I wouldn't. I think it's the worst thing that could ever happen to humanity is democracy. Because most people are ignorant. And they can be influenced by powerful people.
I would like
Yeah.
to answer the British guy's question if he's still here.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm listening closely. I didn't mean to set off a debate on.
No, you didn't, bro. It's fine.
It's
So your
a
question,
better
just
argument than the religious argument. Go ahead.
just to make sure I got your question correctly, what does us have to do with modern day and keeping the law? And do you think that the judgment that people talk about is relevant today? Is that what you asked? Something like that?
No, not quite. What I was asking was that I hear a lot of Christians say that we're in a time of more sin than before. Yeah, they kind of make they kind of, and I'm not again. I don't. I'm not. I take that on board, but can you summarize what you think is more sinful about modern times than say 500 years ago, or half the time between now and Christ came to Earth? What's becoming the tipping point in terms of in context of the world being sinful?
Well, obviously, people's worldview. People 500 years ago mostly thought the world was flat and that, we were created and we didn't come about through some natural process like evolution. And because they knew that there was a God, it's like they knew there was a cop, so they made sure to stop at the stop sign, right? So I think what's going on in our modern day is you got people like, say, from my country, invading the Middle East and killing people, and it's causing them to flood your country, right? And in my country, we got people killing unarmed men in the streets, not going to trial for it, not going to prison because cops have qualified immunity. So as the cops break these laws, right? This is natural law, this is God's law. The people know that this is wrong, that they should have to go to jail just like everybody else. So what do? They riot in the streets. They break into businesses and steal and they burn it down, right? And all this is a chain reaction, a positive feedback loop that's like catching fire and it progressively just burns and burns and burns and people are full of hate. And if everybody would just obey the law, if you love your brother, you won't steal from him. You won't steal his life, his wife, his car, or anything like that. You'll just let him be, right? And the thing is that the love of many is waxed cold. So when people break the law, we get judged for it. And it's a natural process. God doesn't have to send his judging angels. It's natural. If you steal from somebody, they're going to steal from you. And then before you know it, you have a Hatfield and McCoy situation where it's a positive feedback loop. I punch you, you stab me, I shoot you, your cousin kills my cousin kills your family, and your family kills my family, right? When if everybody would just obey the law, like it says in Leviticus, if your donkey damages someone's fence, then you go mend their fence, right?
Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. Do you think it's possible? Well, I'm asking. Maybe I shouldn't be asking this here. But do you think if someone led a really good life, where they kind of really didn't do anything but be nice to other people and respect other people, and the only thing that was missing was
the perfect man? Are you describing the perfect man?
No, I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that everyone has discretion, which you could be argued is sin. But if you had if you weren't doing anything,
if you're walking in equity and you owe no debt to no man, is that what you mean?
Yeah, is there a place for you if a judgment, or is it you know if you is there a way to?
Oh, hold the phone, bro. Are you talking about the the judgment seat when you die? Are you going to be judged by God, and whether you go to heaven or hell because of how you acted in life? Is this where you're getting at?
Well, the thing is that like no, not me personally, but I know you said earlier someone inferred earlier on that a lot of people who think themselves are Christians are not following all of the things they need to follow.
And that's absolutely true. We all, that's obvious to everyone. So yeah,
of course.
Yeah. Listen, this has gotten a little bit too much biblically focused, and it doesn't belong here. It belongs in the biblical lobby. This is a science lobby, and
Sure.
Okay,
maybe I should take it there. I don't mean there is
we're lenient on this because a lot of what people talk comes straight to this, but this is our lobby for science, and we're not going to allow it to just be a doctrinal debate, and that's what it's being right now. I believe this, so what do you believe? Well, we really don't care. We're not a doctrinal server, but if you want to talk about that more, I'm sure there's people that will welcome you in the biblical portion of this server.
Yeah. Yes, my apologies. I meant no disrespect to the lobby, to the forum.
This is why we try not to focus mainly on biblical, because it becomes what has destroyed religion for the last 3,000 years. A debate over who's right from the Holy Scriptures. Some who take only from a portion of them, some who take from every Holy Scripture ever written.
And I'll tell you what else is
that's
destroyed.
a 3,000-year-old argument that we won't end here.
Yeah, mostly spirituality has been destroyed by politics too. So that's another thing. So we don't talk about politics or religion in here. We talk about the science of Earth.
Yeah,
well, I'd like to give an example of the one thing he asked about more. He actually said sin, but I think he means more evil today. Just one example of that, and this doesn't have to do with religion. It's the fact that the New York State Senate, can pass a law legalizing euthanasia, or basically killing a baby after it's born. And then after passing that law, the whole Senate give a standing ovation. That right there is absolute pure evil. And that's a great example of a lot more of it, in that nobody's saying anything about it or doing anything about it. It just shows how evil this society has become.
Yeah, and that's politics, which sometimes that has to be addressed. I mean, that's why we fluctuate a little bit back and forth, with religion and politics, involved with this direct observation of Earth, But yeah, I mean, this is a flat Earth server, but obviously we're passionate about most, different things about politics, religion, freaking creation, evolution. I mean, all those questions come up. It's a very very dynamic conversation.
And if anything, from the responses I got from you guys, I think the comments about the fact that the change in the perception of society from what is in scripture to like evolution and the globe, earth model, and so forth, that is pertinent to this form in that respect, isn't it? That
yeah, sure. I mean, if you get into religion, you could go on for days with people. Sure, that's why we try to focus on science here, because we all have different opinions about religion. So we try to focus on the science of Earth in this live stream room, but we have plenty of other rooms to talk about different topics.
Yeah. All right. One I've got to go because it's getting really late here in the UK. It's 2 a.m. and as much as I'm enjoying listening to people, I've got to go. But I've got one last question. Okay, yeah. And that's to do with the in the flat Earth context. What does latitude? What does lines of latitude actually represent? Is it just a manifestation of the description?
Simple answer: path of the sun.
Okay, right.
It's for navigation by the stars. We see where the star is, and then we can triangulate our position on Earth. So these
What are you
lines
talking
of
about, Hank? It's path of the sun. What are you talking about?
yeah, you're right.
Latitude lines are path of the sun.
So you're saying, for instance, the tropics are the extent to which the sun is in a very northmost position when at certain times of the
And
year.
then the southmost position, and the the equator is in the middle.
And,
Right.
and
Well,
for everyone,
it's observed to go certain things, but the tropics aren't the limits. It goes well beyond the southern tropic and well beyond the northern tropic.
Are you talking
We
about the
observe
land
those.
or the path of the sun? Which one are you
The
talking
path
about?
of the sun. The
path of the
path
sun
of the
moves
sun.
further?
I'm on the topic of the conversation. Yes, the sun travels past the southern tropic and inside the northern tropic. We observe this. You think that tropic is the limit to the sun's path?
Well, as far as the standard mapping of everything, it's based on the path
Wait,
of the sun. That's where the
say that
seasons
they
come from.
did you say that they tracked the sun going south of the southern tropic?
To a degree, yes.
Really? When was
Yeah.
this done? I'm just curious.
Well, whoever said that the southern tropic was the limit of the sun's path?
I'm curious if I have the same curiosity. What are you talking about, Michael?
The sun goes a lot further than just the tropic. The tropic is just. Go ahead.
Well, it goes in. Ready? Yeah, Michael, you go ahead and explain it to us because I'm confused now.
I did explain it. It's pretty simple. I said it goes a couple degrees past the southern tropic and a couple degrees past the northern tropic. And this is true, the tropics. Those aren't the limits to the path of the sun. I don't know who the hell told you they were.
No. I think I
want
understand
citation.
how.
I want to know who told you the southern tropic is the limit of the path of the sun.
No, I think I know how it could possibly happen because with this 24-hour
the equinox, the celestial.
Yeah, but that has to do with different types of calendars. I can.
Yeah, it goes over the Tropic of Capricorn. Right.
I get that.
It doesn't stop at the Tropic of Capricorn.
For simplicity, I mean,
that's called the Celestis.
Yeah. Does it happen all the time, or is it just like a rare occasion?
It's called the Celestis.
My bad, Mike. Yeah.
The equinox, the Celestis. Christ, man, do your own research. This is known. It's known.
I've never heard
the Gregorian calendar is bullshit, to be honest.
I'm not talking about a calendar.
I know, but at the same time, you have to worry about
talking about specifically. No, I don't. The path of the sun can be observed. Not worrying about what month it is. I can look at the sky and know what month it is by the path of the sun.
You have to have something to compare it to, at least.
I was only asking because I'd never heard that before. I was just curious as to.
Well, what is the Celestis in your mind? The equinox is when it crosses the equator. The Celestics is when it goes over the Tropic of Capricorn.
Okay, I've never heard that.
Which is the southern tropic.
I've just never heard that term before. So I'm just saying I never heard it. That's why I asked.
These are the furthest north and furthest south that they go. It's a difference between June and December in my area.
Yeah, but June and December wouldn't exist without the Gregorian calendar, right? It would be based on something else. So anyway.
Listen, the Celestis, regardless of the calendar, the Celestis will happen approximately the same time every year. The sun will cross. It'll go to its furthest point, cross the tropic, then come back and cross the tropic again. And that'll be true in both the beginning and the end.
I've just never heard that. From my understanding, what I've always
It
was
stalls for 3 days in the southern tropic and then starts back again towards the north.
Okay. I just always heard that the southern tropic is the furthest south it goes, and the northern tropic is the furthest north it goes. So this is completely new to me. Thank you. I'll look into it.
I don't know who told you that, though. Information is all about source.
And to be honest, Michael, this is something we should talk about someday. Because if it's like what we have with the Gregorian calendar is every 4 years. There's a leap year. You have an extra day. Why couldn't they just calculate path of the sun to create an entire year exactly as we experience it?
I think it's to do with the fact that I recently visited Stonehenge, and I paid extra money to, because when you visit Stonehenge in the UK, you effectively normally you just walk around it at distance because you reserve it. And I paid extra money to actually go in between the stones. And I listened to the guys who give the tour and stuff. They describe how at certain, you can see they describe to you how the stones are linked up so that at the summer solstice, they're almost aligned it's like a theodolite. It's like a ancient sophisticated but nonetheless ancient mechanism for calibrating their calendar. It has a religious context to it, or a spiritual context to it, but it's definitely used. It definitely had some context in which you knew where you were in the time of the year by the alignment of the sun at dawn and so forth. On what would and obviously that they had their own beliefs about what that was in a religious or a spiritual sense. But I think the reason you have the leap years is because isn't it the case that the sun's for astrology deals with
are you about to say it's just like not an aversion of how they understand the time? I mean, it's a Roman calendar that we're on right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's based. Its origins are there, but I think it's down to the fact that from ancient astrology, ancient astrology kind of calibrates itself in a more regular context upon when the wandering bodies where they are at dawn. Moon rising, sun rising, Venus rising, whatever. Which constellation they see it against on the backdrop.
Okay.
So I think that that quarter day is there in terms of it does shift. It doesn't between dawn and dusk, or 2 successive dawns. There is a shift in the whole constellations, and I think that's part of the context in which you have to have a progression on the calendar every now and then, because it's not quite.
Well, hey, we're in October right now, right?
Yeah.
And oct means 8, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Why is it the 10th month when oct means 8?
Well, the Romans inserted a few for themselves, didn't they?
Oh yeah, of course they did. I mean, I'm pretty sure it has something to do with shit that happened, with the Bible. But we're not supposed to talk about that anymore. But anyway.
Oct, nov, dec. Oct, nov, and dec. 9, 10, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah,
December.
and
sept is 7.
Listen, Helio.
Right?
The sun travels from pole to pole. It'll be directly over each pole at a certain time of the year. The solstice is when the sun is directly overhead the tropics. The equinox is when the sun is directly overhead of the equator. So the solstice and the equator, that's what the tropics mark. They mark. There's the only 3 spots on Earth where the sun will be directly overhead at noon one day a year.
Yeah.
Sure. I was led to believe, you guys could confirm this. I was led to believe that the sun can never be directly overhead in like the extreme reaches of the northern hemisphere.
The only place the sun
Exactly.
on Earth
the
could be
poles.
directly above your head would be at the equator, but from what I understand. But.
Well, if we buy refraction, it only appears that way.
Yeah. You can never know where exactly.
That's the apparent position, but yeah, you're right, because it could. Once it goes past the tropics, there's no point towards the poles where it'll be directly overhead at high noon.
And where, as an example, where I am in the UK, the sun definitely it never's been directly overhead in the UK. Not directly overhead. It's always it has an elevation.
I've never seen it that way. So
I posted a couple of videos on Stonehenge being built in 1954 and rebuilt in 1958.
Yeah. I was gonna say something about that, but
I mean, I'm not saying it's true or whatever, but they do. It does
rebar at Stonehenge.
Rebar Stonehenge. Yeah,
unthinkable. The Egyptians had rebar.
No. I was just giving. I was gonna give him that. Just,
I know, bro. Even though you can't get it out, I'm with you.
I know you are.
There was actually, like you say, there was actually a huge degree of vandalism there and rebuild.
Hey, I'll tell you. Yeah, sure. But the same. There's something significant about that place. Whether or not it was rebuilt and people whatever happened there, there's something significant about that place.
Some of I mean, in the 1950s and the 1970s, when they did a second raft of restoration.
No, this is actually they moved it from a different location, and they only started with 1 or 2 stones. They say the rest of them are man-made.
It doesn't matter. It still doesn't matter, with Stonehenge. I mean, it may be the same with the pyramids and shit. I mean, we have misinformation about, history throughout everything.
Right.
Sure.
The pyramids and shit. It's come on, man.
Just more lies about our history. That's all it is.
There's an inner circle and an outer circle in Stonehenge, and some of the outer circle stones were brought there. They're still in ancient times. Nothing has been brought there in contemporary times. Because and the restoration that occurred in the 20th century some of it is down to vandalism in the 20th century. In the 19th century, it was bad for Stonehenge. People were just taking chunks off of it, coming up, and some of the stones were taken for architecture elsewhere in the UK.
How many lips have been on the Blarney Stone? That's what I want to know.
I'll tell you this much. Yeah.
I'm just playing.
I tell you, it's more than 10. That's as far as I'm prepared to go.
As far as I know. No, I'm pretty sure it's more than that. But
how many hands have been on the Wailing Wall? How many hands have been on Mecca? Do you know what I mean? These things are who could possibly know?
And are they?
I'm sorry, I'm such an asshole, everybody, but it's just
that's not being an asshole. That's just whimsy.
All I'm kind of wondering after seeing these is it actually even what they tell us it is? It leaves a very huge question mark in my mind. May not in yours, but it did in mine.
Sure, they do know. They do. I think, to be fair, you're right. There's a lot of it that's just rebuilt for rebuilding's sake. But to be fair, I believe there are some of the uprights. There's a proportion of the upright stones at Stonehenge which they categorically know haven't been tampered with, and the only reason they know that is because in the 1970s they did a very, very detailed archaeological evaluation of the foundations or the soil around those stones, and they effectively they could effectively determine if they'd been disturbed, you know, and they did it not from a point of view of trying to prove one way or the other, but just from an empirical measurement mechanism, just to make sure that, you know, they could be certain what's been tampered with. So Stonehenge is a hybrid of an ancient hybrid of several ritual stone sets brought together. There's no question about that, because the rocks in there, the stone, the makeup of the strata of the stones is radically different. Anybody who there's always people always question how they were built in ancient times, how those stones were lifted in ancient times. But I mean, that's only those are questions which they're moot questions as far as I'm concerned, because you can move stones without cranes. You know, obviously you can elevate architectures in ancient times. It just takes a lot longer and takes a lot more effort. You know, but it is an interesting to stand there between them though. It's still interesting place to stand.
All right, who brought in the crickets? Who did?
Someone let a whole bunch of them let loose, I think.
Yes. Get those. You guys are gonna have to get those little suckers.
I don't
Catch
have
them
any.
up.
I don't
I'll
have any.
feed them to the chicken.
Yeah, there you go. Set the chickens loose on them.
Listen, guys, I've got to go. Yeah, you'll take care. Yeah.
Yep. You too.
You two have a nice evening.
Stay safe. Speak to you soon.
Go down through here and see if we got any new people. It doesn't look that way. Felix. Recently new.
Hey, Godrockin, that video that you posted, is that saying that Stonehenge isn't an organic type of configuration structure?
Yeah, I kind of interpreted it that way. It actually shows one of those stones or two of them where there's a square footing around one of them that sticks, is buried in the ground, and there's a square piece of concrete coming up out of the footing. And then the stone is wrapped around it, and it looks like it was manufactured with some kind of concrete, and it wasn't quite finished.
Well, would it be geopolymer?
I don't know. I like I said, all I know is I watched the video, and it looked like at least one of them, maybe two, were actually manufactured on site and were stood up, poured on footings, and a big concrete pillar that come off the footing straight up in the air. And then this other stone was like wrapped around it, and it wasn't quite finished at the bottom. You could see this stuff exposed.
Yikes.
And so it tells me it was completely man-made. I mean, so you
Well, not man-made.
You can name that
When
whatever
you
you want, but I don't think it was a natural stone.
right. Oh, but
It sure looked like one when they were done. They were pretty good at it, I'll tell you that. But you can see that it was actually mounted. Concrete was going right up inside of it from the ground.
well, is that what's going on with that? Is that any way similar to what people have looked at so far as like the pyramids, like the Sphinx? I think it is.
I don't know. There's some anomalies with that stuff also, but I can't post a video. I've heard some stories, seen a little bit of stuff that kind of indicates there was some manipulation that went on there, especially with the head and possibly a square opening somewhere like underneath the head or somewhere in the front. Somewhere looked like there was a tunnel at one point somewhere that actually went inside that's been covered up. I don't know. It's who knows what you see. You know what I mean?
Oh, definitely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm on the same page as you.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to co-sign any of it. Not even this. Other than I can tell you what I think it was. I don't know for sure, but sure what it looked like is what I described to you. So
Yeah, well, I think it's important to bring these subjects to light. I mean, because I think it's important in the idea of like making connections with things. So,
well, if they're telling people that this is a real location, well, they actually say that it was not in one of these videos. I think they said it's been about a year since I watched it. Maybe not quite a year, 8 months, 7 or 8 months. But yeah, they moved. This is not even the original location of whatever they started with.
what's your idea on the? I don't know how, like, I guess valid that this theory would be, but the idea that extremely large objects were moved with some sort of resonance, like sort of levitation.
I would say my opinion would be no. They were probably poured in place, manufactured. They were probably formed and poured. I think most of the megalithic structures, especially those ones that have the
That's
eight-sided stones and that they look like they were fit, like paper can't go in between them.
Right, and that's the geopolymer.
I think they were poured in place.
Yeah, along those.
Either poured dry in maybe like leather bags or even something, some sort of a moldable, shapeable form in some way, which
right.
You know what I mean? So you see that with leather or maybe like burlap of some sort with boards on the outside of the burlap with straps around them. You fill it up with the dry powder, and then you could actually shape it from the outside by tamping and packing the burlap, so you'd have that perfect little edge that tips in right where they seam together. So it almost looks like to me it was actually troweled to look like that, and it could have been done while it was dry, and it could have just been left to absorb moisture from the air to actually get them to solidify. I don't think they were poured with liquid concrete. It was a dry mix, I think, because it doesn't shrink, and they're much stronger that way.
So you might be really interested in this YouTube channel. It's Geopolymer Institute. I think Damsel Medic gave me this channel.
Well, what you're saying is basically the same thing I am. The geopolymer substance they use to put in these forms, these bags or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
I posted his channel.
Okay, cool. I'll take a look at it for sure. Thank you.
Sure. But fascinating stuff he's got to, and I guess he
I've
has
done a lot of concrete
he's
work.
got credentials as well.
I think that stuff looks poured in place to me, either with a dry mix. I think the dry mix.
Well, he actually reconstructed something, and it's been too long for me to give you any details. I apologize, but he actually, put together a crew, and
did it look very similar to what they're trying to say the old stuff was? Did he get it?
As far as I can recall, as far as I can recall, yeah, but he had a lot to say about it, so you'll have to check out his channel.
I've seen a little bit of stuff on that already, but I'll look at this too as well. But yeah, I think the dry pack is the best way to go, because anytime you mix water and concrete mix, then the water has to evaporate, and then it leaves spaces inside, and then they're weak. It weakens the concrete. If you pour it dry and let the moisture absorb from the outside over a long period of time from just humidity, they get a lot harder. There's no air gaps in the stone, and they actually come out mimicking natural stone much more closely when it's done that way. Because there's
I think he with the Geopolymer Institute guy, I think he went into looking at samples microscopically.
And you would be able to identify if there was water inside that actually had to evaporate out because it would leave little.
Yeah, you're gonna love this guy. You're gonna love this guy.
It would leave little air gaps inside the stone. If there were
Yeah,
actually
I think we
water.
went into that. Now that you say it like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I do dry packs in the bottom of my showers when I put them in. I just put very little water in the mix, and then I pack it with a magnesium float and shape it and pack it real tight. And then it doesn't have to dry and shrink up or evaporate the water out of it. And it's really hard when it's done, and it lasts a long time. It's a really good way to do it. And you can actually slope it perfectly to the drain, so the tile doesn't, have to have an awkward slope to the drain. So you can make it perfect. You can just shape the floor exactly how you want it, and it's dry and it's just got barely enough moisture in it so that if you picked it up, you can make it like a snowball out of it, and then you'd have a ball of, barely wet concrete in your hand, concrete mix like a grout, and you could make snowballs out of it. When you put it on the floor and you pack it with a magnesium float, it just gets tighter and tighter and tighter, and then when it dries, it's hard as hell. And then you can also shape it exactly how you want it shaped. It's really a good way to pour concrete or grout mixes or anything, because there's no water that has to evaporate out of it. And leave empty spots inside of it, which makes it weaker.
Wow, you know like a lot about this.
Yeah, I spent my whole life building and pouring concrete, and this is old. This is like old guy information. I learned from the old guys. I was just a kid when I
Well,
started doing
if
this.
you find me,
Learn that kind of stuff from the old timers,
after you look into that geopolymer guy, that channel, let me know what you think.
Yeah, I will. You bet. Thank you for letting me send that to me. It's interesting they got geopolymer actually listed, a polymer listed. It's be very interesting for me to know if they actually used polymers, because they are flexible. Polymer is a flexible additive they put in concrete. And it's also like a glue type substance. So it glues and bonds the rock together.
Detail, dude. He goes into real detail.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. And I know all about, I studied all that stuff a little bit. And I've used polymers in my grout mixes and stuff.
So yeah, you would be the perfect person to discern with this guy and, find out, oh, that's not really true. That type of thing. I wouldn't be able to do that. I don't have that ability and knowledge and stuff. You do. So
Right. Well, like I said, it's just I've used polymers in concrete and grout mixes and stuff. A lot of tile setters use it.
Nice.
Because it sticks. You want to have that stuff be sticky, stick to the walls, not droop and slope. And like when you hang a piece of tile on the wall, you don't want it, because the tile's heavy, to slide down the wall before it finally stops moving. You want it to be like sticky and dry, not real wet. And you want to shim it so it doesn't settle. It's got to be shim solid all the way to the floor. So the next piece of tile's got to shim on the floor, the first piece. The next piece has got to shim between it and the next piece. So it's a solid, you can stack it 8 feet tall, and the weight of all the tile is not going to have any of it slide down the wall at all. You shim it tight so it can't settle. It's another trick they use to make sure. I mean, it's just the way they used to build, old timers, to make sure that shit was fucking bulletproof. So nowadays, people are lazy. They think they got these geopolymers and they can just slap it up and smack the tile on there. You got to set the tile also. They got these setting little pad you have in your hands, like a block, and you smack them. You pat your tile, and it when it smacks it, it vibrates it, and it takes the geopolymer and actually hits it so that it forces it into the ceramic or the porcelain tile. It works it into the pores. When you set it, it's called setting tile. You smack it with these little blocks. Smack, 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 smack. That sucks the concrete right into the pores, and it makes it so it's really stuck hard when it dries. There's just a lot of little tricks when you do that stuff that lazy people don't do.
Oh, there's all kinds of laziness everywhere you turn around. Yeah.
And not just, sometimes they just weren't ever taught to have it, that those things are important as well. Fly by night, contractors and shit. They don't give a shit.
Oh.
Give a bid or cheap bid to somebody and go do them, and then when the job's done, it's not like somebody that takes the time to do all those little things, to make sure that it's a high quality job.
Quality workmanship.
Yep. And it does make a difference. I'm here to tell you, just to do little things like that, especially if you know how to do it, why you're doing it, and make sure it's done properly. You can do a really lot better job of making it last longer and looks better because it doesn't settle or sag or not. It just takes care of all the issues that you have. Just even use little grinding stones like sharpening stones for blades. When you cut a piece of tile, if you just cut it and stick it on there, when you break it or cut it with a diamond blade, there's little rough edges. It's not, you rub your finger on it and it's rough. Well, then you take a stone, it's like a grinding stone for sharpening a knife, and they're usually white color, and then you sand the side of the tile and you round that edge perfectly so it's not a square corner. It's like, and you take all those little, like when you break stone, it usually makes little sharp corners on them and stuff. And then they chip easier, that's when you get the tile. Later, someone will drop something on it, and chip will fly off because it had a square little corner sticking out that was like a little piece of glass. Porcelain's.
I thought
this
old guy I was working with, because he was doing the tile, and I taught him, hey, if you cut it upside down, you won't worry about, chipping the color when you're doing those angles, and then it'll be a clean edge instead of
never as clean
putting
as that.
tape on it.
Take a stone to it.
Oh, I know.
You know what I mean?
Okay, so all this happens.
Just one step further is all.
That's why you usually hide those cut edges towards the border, and you leave the factory to factory edge.
Well,
it's always a chore when you have to drain.
Those kinds of things, obviously, but if it's an exposed cut or you take a stone to them and make them look pretty, and you don't leave any sharp edges to them. Just makes them so they don't chip. They look better too. Grout goes.
Yeah, if you have natural stone, that's better. But usually, if you have the terracotta ceramic with the design painted on top, that color layer will come off on the cheap tile. Even the more expensive tile, it's the same way to where. Yeah. Well, I like working with the fucking, what is it, 6-inch by 6-inch, freaking like
myself, but I prefer.
It's like
I prefer
$12 per tile because it's real rock.
Well, ceramic is baked. Ceramic tile is ceramic made in a kiln. Porcelain is also poured in ceramic. If you've got natural stone, like there's all kinds of different, like marble is natural. It's cut. It's not poured. It's not baked in a kiln or whatever. But porcelain and the one you mentioned, now it's lost my.
I can't remember what it is, but it has geodes and shit inside of it. It's pretty cool looking for showers and stuff.
Yeah, they got all kinds of different stones.
Shit, the guy was a millionaire, and he wanted me to do the entire park with him, and I'm just like, okay.
Hey, guys.
Yeah. It's nice when you can learn from people that know all that shit.
Yeah.
Know all the
Sorry,
tricks.
Go ahead, Jen. Go ahead.
I apologize, guys. Thank you. So I was just noticing Hank just posted an MP3, and I'm guessing that that's his MP3, and we could play it.
Oh yeah, I'm down.
No, that's the Soggy Bottom Boys. I am a man of constant sorrow.
So that would be subject to copyright. Darn.
Possibly.
Okay.
So we can't listen to it on the live stream. We just have to play it for ourselves.
Oh, and before you guys go back into your topic, I just wanted to. So have you guys ever talked to Nick? It looks like he's just VZ Fairvide, and then also, let's see. Yeah, I think that's the only. Well, we got Platypus.
Yeah,
I mean,
don't play that song.
Okay.
Yeah, we
I'm
won't.
pretty sure that song's from the.
That's
motion
copyright shit.
picture
I mean, we're
of
trying to
Brother
avoid
Roar.
copyrights.
Yep,
so don't play
absolutely.
that.
I can listen to it though, right? But just don't live stream it.
Yeah, don't play it on the live stream,
Right.
please.
Okay. I got you.
Has anybody talked to Nick at all? Nick, are you around? Hey, Nick.
Nick never talks.
Okay.
That's why I
He's a
usually
Russian
keep him
spy.
muted.
Nikolai is a
I usually
Russian
just-
spy.
Alrighty then.
Nick never talks. He's muted. That's funny. Sorry.
The battle mod has spoken. Next topic.
He is silent.
All right. So anyway, go on, you guys. I just want to do a check for the live stream sake.
Well, it's sort of sad we can't all listen to it together, but that's okay though.
Hey, if you guys want to listen to it, go into another room, but don't play it on the live stream. That's all I'm saying.
I get you.
No problemo.
Well, we can listen to it here. You just don't stream it. That's all. Don't share your screen. Right? Is that not right?
God Rocket is the ultimate hot micer. I just really
Right?
This is the shit.
What? Someone's picking my spot?
No. Nobody's gonna captain you on the hot mic and shit. God Rocket.
Give him a tag.
You'll never have to worry about that shit. I'm gonna create a new tag called Ultimate Hot Micer, and only is gonna be exclusive to God Rocket.
Right on. Thank you so much.
Bada boom, bada bing.
They still be known for something.
Bought a big motherfucker chicken wing.
I'm a proud one owner.
I mean, we love you, God Rocket, but damn, you're the ultimate hot micer.
I know. Just mute my ass. I can unmute it. I don't care.
I know.
I just forget. I get a lot of people coming in and out. My son's here. Been a lot here last year, trying to get him straightened up. And I forget to mute my mic. I'm getting old. I have a bad memory.
I get it. I do
try sometimes, and I do have my times. I go for a good month or two without hot micing, and then I'll have a little bit of a spurt.
That is so funny.
I really haven't done much because I've been down in the other rooms studying other stuff for a long time now.
No, that's good. I'm just messing with you, man. It's all good.
All good. I'm not upset.
We love you guys, rocking, bro.
I just hope you guys are. That's all.
When you're hot, you're hot. When you're hot, micing, you're not hot.
Yeah, well, I am. That's the difference.
Oh well.
Because I don't let it bother me.
Hey, do what it do. I mean, dude, if it was really a major issue, we would have a major issue with it.
Now.
Yeah, for sure.
I know.
Yeah, dude. You always have.
You've been very gracious toward me about the whole subject, so.
Yeah. I mean, we just have to give you shit about it every once in a while because
I deserve
whatever.
it. You're right. Sometimes it's the only way I can get people to talk to me, so I don't even mind.
Yeah, you mean like, God rocking, you're hot micing.
Yeah.
It's like, oh shit, I didn't know. And now you're gonna get big into a to a talk now. Like, wait, the only time you get to talk is when you're hot mic. It's like, God rocking, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Yeah, it's funny. Whatever. That's funny.
My mic's real sensitive. I'm usually in the other room when I'm doing it, in the kitchen or something.
Trying to think of somebody that hot mics more than God rocking. That's what I'm saying.
What do you
Man,
have?
you're
A
the
canister mic?
He's the major. No, he just forgets to mute himself when he's not talking.
Someone comes around like
weird.
that.
It's like if I go on a rant or whatever or have a talk, I just mute myself when I'm not talking. God rocking
I
just
know
forgets to
what
turn that shit off.
I mean, hey, Leo, I know what I should be doing. It's not like I don't know.
I know you know. I
just get forgetful. That's all.
It's all good.
All kinds of my neighbors are always coming over here and wanting me to help them do this and that.
Well, get your neighbors on the mic. He's like, hey, I'm talking to some flat earthers. What you got going on? Get them in here, man.
They think I'm fucking crazy, dude.
Oh, they do? They think you're crazy?
Most of them do. And I don't really give a flying F about it.
Yeah. All my family and friends think I'm crazy. They don't have the guts to come on here. And I have guts, and guts is enough. What is that from? That's from a movie, right? I have guts, and guts is enough.
Yeah, I think I have the same thing. I don't really give a shit what they say. Because I know
it's just like
I know it's right. And they just can't come to that conclusion.
Well, it's just like weird. It seems weird to me that it's just like, why do you think the earth is flat? I mean, it's a simple question, right? Can't they just ask you that?
And but it's a simple answer. And when you give it to them, they can't process it. You know what they do? I mean, you've been doing this longer than me.
I know, but I mean, it's just like, well,
they just don't.
They don't have enough guts to actually have the conversation.
Well, they do, and I have had many of them. But
here it is, God rocking. They scared.
They scared? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, they scared. That's what it is. They scared because they don't even have.
Well, I don't back down.
They don't have guts enough to come in and actually have the conversation with you.
Yeah, I do too. I do, and I don't back down. And so,
Yeah, I had a good convo with a friend of mine that I was in. When I was in the Pentecostal church, it was a friend of mine. He went like full Church of Christ, and I was in the Pentecostal church, and I was like, dude, how did you go from Pentecostal to Church of Christ? If you guys know anything about different doctrines and stuff, and I mean, he's not in Church of Christ anymore, but he was for a while. And we still kept in contact over the years, and now we're on the same page. It's like with the flat Earth kind of thing, we're connected. He's not on here. I tried to get him to come in here, but he kind of reminds me XO, but he's not as as bombastic. But he knows the scripture like nobody's business,
Right.
And yeah, I talked to him last night, and I want him to come in here, but I'm just afraid what's going to happen because it's crazy because he's so freaking awesome. I talked to him last night, but
you don't want to be shunned by his peers.
Yeah. I mean, I do well, and I'm not sure if he's actually even interested in coming in here, but he could be, But I was talking to him last night again. It's been freaking probably a year since I talked to him, but last time I talked to him, as a matter of fact, a few years ago, we hung out like for a like me and him just one night and drinking tequila and shit, just talking. And he's really really freaking cool guy. And I mean, India. Anyway, he's a really cool guy. So I mean, I think if he came in here, you guys would freaking. You would love him, but some people would hate him. Some people would hate him because he's so freaking hardcore. You know.
Right. Well, some of them can have the conversation and be, they don't have to be rude or they don't get mad about it or whatever. They just won't waver their belief system, you know? And so I've met people like that.
Yeah. I mean, he's like, he like has, he's like memorized scripture and shit. I mean, he's so freaking hardcore. It's hard. It's for a lot of people, it'll be harder to talk to him, but I'll try to get him to get it. Cause when I would talk to him last night, I was like, hey man, let's set up a convo with some people that I know. And you know, it's so fun. I have a blast talking to him because we've known each other for years, you know, so it's,
well, that does make a difference for sure.
Yeah, he's freaking awesome.
I can see you having a good conversation with him because I know people like that too. So
yeah, he's. I mean, it's like we found flat Earth individually. You know, after he left the Pentecostal church, and I did too. He found flat Earth, and I found flat Earth, and
does he actually?
So then we found each other back again on Facebook and stuff. He's like, "Oh shit, Earth is flat," whatever. So then we started talking again.
So he's flatty then.
Yeah, he's a flat earther.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. He's dude. This dude has so much energy, it's exhausting. He's like EXO times 2.
That video you just posted, Battlemon, that is so fucking stupid. Oh, I laugh. That's when I see that person.
I gotta get me 6-pack. Shut up. I'm trying to concentrate.
I thought
which way to the counter?
I've been trying to get him in here, but at the same time, I don't want him to get it because I think he'll be treated like EXO is, and it's kind of like he doesn't even know what to do with a platform like this, you know. So it's kind of that's the way. I mean, because he's a friend of mine, you know, and he's very bombastic.
I don't think you guys treat EXO all that bad. I mean, he just
no. I get that too. Yeah.
I don't think
he misunderstood.
Helio, I unbanned him that day.
Yeah. Oh, did you? Okay, cool. So
I don't care if Pantos. I don't care if Pantos gets mad. I put the stipulation of saying what he could do and what he couldn't do when I brought him back off of permaban.
Like EXO, those are whatever.
Those are my stipulations, and so I didn't see a clear violation of my stipulations when I listened to the live stream. So I said, no, you're basically saying he was told not to do this. Well, he didn't specifically do what I told him not to do. He didn't say you are.
No.
He asked the dude if maybe it was a possibility. That's a different thing, and I'm okay with that.
If you put me and EXO and my friend that I'm just talking about in the same room, it's going to have to go to religion room, biblical room, because this dude is
because it'll end up one big doctrinal. Doctrinal argument. You got guys here that say
it's going to be awesome, though, man.
We're a non-doctrinal server. The reason the reason we avoid Christianity or any doctrine in this is because we're a non-doctrinal server. But we got all kinds of people down here in biblical butthurt because there are people in biblical who disagree with their doctrine. There's Pentecost with Adventists, you know what I'm saying, with Mormons,
but
with
why do we do that?
and
I
listen,
mean, I don't
the
even know
minute somebody
what that's about.
disagrees with their fucking doctrine, they start attacking our server. Oh, this server allows people to talk about Jewish law, but they don't like people who talk about Jesus Christ. Well, listen, all the religion, all those Abrahamic religions came from one place. And if you're ignorant of this, then maybe you should up your fucking research skill. The Abrahamic religions all came from the same place, and they're all Jewish in beginning.
Yeah,
So they
this
all come
it
from
really
Jewish
makes
stories.
me
So
sad, Michael. It
the
really
Torah.
does.
So when you argue about Jewish law or Hebrew, it's bullshit. You're saying maybe a person who was raised in the Torah and following the Torah is making a Hebrew roots movement, but maybe he's just an Adventist. Adventists have always adhere, and Protestants, to the Torah and the law of God. So you're just blowing smoke out your ass about a bunch of people who aren't even involved in the conversation, because we can't possibly view every comment on the server every day. So before you go around saying we allow this and we allow that, maybe you should talk to somebody about it, because implying that I allow things I'm unaware of will get you banned for just causing drama and
Yeah.
division. And that's just all there is to it. I won't argue about it. You'll be begging with somebody to bring you back.
On that point, when I jumped in earlier,
then I'll put rules on you too when I let you back.
No, on that point, Michael, when I was like at a loss for words earlier, because I mean, there's so many different doctrines and shit. I mean, that's why I was at a loss for words. It's like, okay, so if I address you, I don't know what
nobody asked you for your opinion, Heartless. No offense, but we'll talk about what we want on the platform we created. Thank you.
Yeah. So anyway, moving on.
And it's not an argument. I'm not arguing anything. I'm making a statement. It didn't even require a rebuttal or a response.
And as far
That's
as
a statement. Before you say I allow something, bro, you better check yourself and make sure I am aware that it's happening. Otherwise, I'll just ban you for doing it.
Where are
that
you
simple.
looking? Where are you looking, Michael? Are you talking
in the
about
live stream? Talk about FE. This is a pointless argument. Nobody's arguing anything. I'm making a statement. And if you can't get it, then you'll probably be.
Yeah, this is a free platform, but it's a free discussion. And if you
we're not doctrinal, and we don't agree with people attacking you, and we don't agree with disrespecting anyone's beliefs. Whether you're disrespecting theirs or they're disrespecting yours, that's not something we allow here.
Heart revelation, man. What do you mean by that? I mean, even if we move off, FE a little bit and talk about doctrine, that's purposeful.
Yeah, I'm talking
for us. We're
I'm pointing out
moderators.
we are non-doctrinal. We're non-doctrinal. If you get butthurt over somebody doesn't agree with your doctrine, don't attribute us to the conversation, because that's the quickest way out the door. Don't say we allow your people to get attacked, because we've taken no position. We have no pony in the race. We're non-doctrinal. We're not going to back either side. Either you're adults and you can get along, or you're not.
Yeah, heart revelation, it can move into that direction every once in a while. And if you have an opinion
Bro, I'm not
on
the
it,
one to play games with, Heart.
Yeah.
You better figure that out real quick.
But
Get your little.
Well, hold on. I know. Yeah, I know.
We can
you
take
are,
this
Mike.
down in philosophy.
I'm trying to
You don't
help
have to.
him. I'm trying to help him figure this out. If you have an opinion about it, you better make it
microaggression crap.
Just freaking follow the conversation for a little bit, because it will eventually, move back.
It's not a biblical argument, Heart Revelation. I'm not arguing from the Bible. I'm telling you what we'll accept here and what we will not accept here. You can either listen and continue to be here, or you cannot. It's that simple. I'm not arguing Bible. I'm saying respect people like you want to be respected. Otherwise, get gone. I'll show you the door quick as shit. I'm not here to argue with you over the Bible. That's a 3,000-year-old argument that ain't nobody won yet. You think you're going to win it? Psh.
What? He's challenging you to go to the Bible room so he doesn't
Yeah,
have
let's
to
go to biblical. For what? So I can tell you to stop attacking people over their beliefs or I'm going to ban you in biblical? You really fucking want that?
Listen,
I'm non-doctrinal. I don't take sides.
This is
I don't
not
take
what this
sides. I'm
channel is
saying get
about.
along. Right, get
Don't
along.
freaking argue with flat earthers this over this. Don't do it.
Be adult and get along. With that passive aggressive bull crap.
Don't do it.
What? Open mic night again? Good.
You want to go downstairs, bro?
Hey, man.
Yeah, we go catch me
like,
outside. How about that?
Yeah, catch me outside.
We go downstairs.
How about that? Shit.
Hey, bro,
Air
there are several voice rooms in here where you. It's like
no, religion isn't something I argue because I'm not so full of pride.
Dude, I
wouldn't
even want. I want
weighs on my shoulders, bro.
It's like if he's a silver, so why would he even freaking do this in this room? So
I don't know. I don't participate in biblical arguments. I'm perfectly fine with another person having a different belief than me. That's fine.
Heart Revelation, I'm about to take your silver off, bro. Or flat earther. Well, I thought he was silver. Never mind.
I
was looking at the color.
Man, if I wanted to talk to you one-on-one, I'd restrict you to one area and put your ass there, and then we do it. How many times I got to say I'm making a statement? I don't take sides when it comes to doctrinal arguments, so please leave the administration out of your doctrinal arguments. If you hadn't said anything to us about people attacking you, we're not aware of it. We don't allow it. We're just unaware of it. Because the rule down in there is respect each other's beliefs. I'm just wanting you to follow the rules. You want to be a child and walk around that and give some more passive-aggressive bullcrap?
He probably thinks the Bible proves flat Earth.
Well, I'm not going to attack the dude. I don't care what he believes. I'm just saying the rule for that area is respect each other's beliefs and don't attack people over doctrinal disagreement. That's the rule. Hell, I made the biblical area. Me and Shekel. A Muslim and an Adventist.
Hey, man, I was
for
involved in that too.
comparative study, not argument, not butthurt argument. We made it for comparative study.
Sure, yeah. I think it's important. But it's not for the live stream.
Nope. And it just shouldn't anger anybody to the point that that's all they can talk about is our disagreement on this subject. That's shouldn't even be what it's about. That's furthest from the point
for
of even
someone that
in the
can't even spell correctly. He said if you need TOO talk, there should be only one O there. Two talk should be one O.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, heart relation. I think you misunderstand this chat. So just don't try to take the piss out of us. We've been doing this for a very long time. It's okay.
Yeah, I wasn't even attacking him. I was making a general comment that you're supposed to get along down there and respect each other's beliefs.
Sure,
That's
if
it.
you want,
and I would know because I created the religious section. I absolutely believe that these two topics go together, but should be kept separate. We're not going to reach science nerds with the KJV. So we try to beat them down with science in the hopes that they'll realize if evolution isn't true, then, creationism looks a lot better.
Well, these are labels put upon what we experience as reality. So creationism is an ism, right? But reality is what we experience, right? So people that are creationist. I guess IST is an
Brad got it.
would be like an ism, right? But yeah, creation isn't obvious. It's not even concept. It's just obvious. And whether or not the people on the the other side, the people that would say, "Hey, well, it's what's the other side of the freaking accidentalists? Is that what you would call them? Oh, just everything happened on accident. I just call them the accidentalist. How about we do that?
Accidentally on purpose.
Yeah, accidentally on purpose. There you go, Michael. I mean, see. So I mean, which one is right? A focused creation or shit happened on accident? What you got there? Swinging his balls.
That raccoon always cracks me up. What would you do if you seen that in the forest? Run?
I would just laugh and point. I think that's what I would do.
I probably push the person next to me down, and then I'd run fast.
Oh shit! That's
Here, my
funny as
friend's
hell,
cool.
Mike.
Later. Later.
Goodness.
It's a raccoon with tea bags. Ooh, too much?
I don't know. Someone might want to kick one of those things.
Right.
They're kind of prominent, aren't they? They're right at the foot level, or a little above. Perfect kicking height. It'd be like 4. Knock that raccoon.
Hey, you'd knock him in the kaleidoscope eyes.
Knock it back onto the freaking flat floor of the forest.
Lucy in the sky with diamonds.
That's an interesting little riff.
Man, that's a hell of a reflection there. Big ass mirror.
You pissed him off too much, Mike. You made him go away.
I feel like the religious argument is pretty good though, only because the books back up, flat Earth cosmology.
That wasn't the point. The point
I
was.
feel like that's the only reason we bring religion into it though.
The point is that everybody that down there in biblical that gets butt hurt because somebody disagrees with their doctrine goes straight to
That's the
attacking the
point.
administration of this server. They start
Yes.
saying, we allow this, we allow that. We're a bunch of lawless Jewish law fuckers, and the truth is we have no idea what they're down there on about. We don't allow any of that. Honestly, we've been ready to just take that section out of here for a minute. It causes too much drama among grown-ass people. Grown-ass people who can't act like adults. But they want to act like they're portraying their higher self. Like, I got the message, but I can't treat my brother like I love him. Okay, well, you disagree with me, that's fine. That's love. They say they're under a new law, the law of love. They love not. That's what it gets tiring. That's why we're a non-doctrinal server. We're not here to preach a doctrine. We don't want some 2,000-year-old version of what somebody else pulled from a bunch of books. We can read the books ourselves and make our own discernment. We don't need others to paint the road lines in the road for us. We know the way. It's like trying to teach me at 49 where the curb is on the street. I know where the damn curb is. I just get tired of that section and the people in it. If you get that mad over somebody disagreeing with you, maybe you just shouldn't be interacting with people on the internet or interacting with people at all, because it seems you're an antisocial person.
Well, I think the problem with some people is they get in the mindset of the debate site up here, and then they move down there, and they're still in that same debate mindset, and they just can't accept somebody else's different opinion.
Oh, you're 100% right. This is a debate server, and they want to debate everything. And they're like, "What do you mean I can't debate?" Well, some people's faith isn't to be fucked with. Some people feel Christianity, it's not a Christian quality to mess with people's faith.
And that's fine, but don't get upset when it's not the same opinion as somebody else's.
Right, and don't say I
Or
wouldn't help
triggered.
you out on this server if you hadn't made me aware of your problems. Right. I'm the most helpful person here. If you bring your problem to me, I'll do what I can to squash it.
And it's the exact opposite of what you read in the book of how they act. Like, it's the exact opposite of humbleness. It's ridiculous, man. Saying some passive aggressive shit because the person speaking doesn't have the same opinions, same views as the person listening.
Kind of defeats the point of his ministry when his ministry was to unite people through love. Bro, I disagree. I was raised in the Adventist church. I disagree with my pastor on a lot of things. He's never once got all butthurt about it and, well, you're out the congregation, or I mean, I don't go to church, but I still support our outreach functions, our ministry, like donate to our homeless shelter, donate to providing clothes for, poor people or people who need help. We donate to the first aid, Red Cross.
That's being fucking humble.
Still,
Not saying some passive aggressive shit about opinions. You don't need to boast about that stuff, man.
well, I'm not boasting. I'm just saying I can sit down and disagree with the entire Seventh-day Adventist doctrine and still do it over a meal and still have an enjoyable meal with my own pastor.
Yeah,
Who I
I was
disagree
raised
with, and he's
Seventh-day Adventist.
heartbroken because he was raised Adventist. So for
Yeah, I
Adventists
was.
adhering to being raised Adventist means you adhere to the law of the Torah. You have a difference in belief of the Trinity and rapture and all that. For us, going to the Hebrew roots movement, part of everyday life and doctrine. It's the covenant. We made a covenant. No, I didn't mute nobody. I got a picture of your house, and you're standing by the door. It's black and white and faded, and it's looking pretty warm.
Wait, Mike. Batman said that you muted me, but you didn't, right?
I didn't. No, I didn't.
I didn't think you did. So why the hell are you saying that Mike muted me, Batman?
Yeah, if you look, the last action I did was update Ravenous Brad.
No, I've been having some issues. I don't think it was you, because that's not the first time it happened tonight. So it's all good. Don't worry about it. I was just trying to share that video, and I was, working on some stuff. No, it's all good. Yeah, Batman.
Yeah, the internet's
you're just wrong. I didn't think Mike wouldn't do it. I mean, if he's gonna mute me, he's gonna let me know. So whatever.
No, man, he muted you.
Fuck.
That fucking battle mod. He just whips it out and takes a piss on everyone. Goddamn him.
No, it's all good. No, I was just sharing that video that if you guys haven't seen that freaking Bolivian salt flats video with that guy, it's like an hour and a half long, and it's just like people, the cameramen walking around like 2-3 inches of water, just taking the video. It's so freaking awesome. And
hey, when Hank was talking about the Lost Tribes earlier, I posted a thing. I wonder if people seen it. It's a Ojibwe word. It means he who creates, and it's pronounced Yahuwata, he who creates. And it starts with Yah, Y-A-H.
What about masa? Do you have a masa in your culture?
Not in Algonquin, but probably in southern Algonquin.
Because I know
so
down here
Algonquin is native languages, but there's a difference in dialect between them.
Because I know down here, like the Hopi, they have one called Masa, who is the lamb of the gods, who will show mankind how to walk and how to be prosperous.
Yeah, Masa. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Some people say that's shortened for Messiah.
Yeah.
The Hopi are some of them that hold the closest to Paleolithic Hebrew in their language. Like we say Yawana Atanka, the Great Spirit, the highest spirit.
Haya.
Yep.
Well, if anything starts with an M, wouldn't that sort of imply a female kind of predilection?
Not really, not
Not necessarily. So it's always.
There is a feminine spirit, though. It's the spirit of discernment, the spirit of wisdom. It's called Sophia. And that's a part of the Holy Spirit, but it is not the Holy Spirit. It is a specific spirit.
I think that's Mother Earth, but it do what it do.
I mean,
it is what it is.
Have you ever read the book called what is it? The Wisdom of Solomon?
Is that one of
on-
them
it's available on
forbidden
PDF.
books? People just all that's not part of the scripture. That's one of them forbidden books. You shouldn't read that stuff.
So male and female in Ojibwe is Ikwi and Ikwe.
Hey, wait, that's not in the scripture either, Michael.
Noka Omis. Brother.
I need more redneck impressions. Keep going.
Hey, from the South, I can do this all fucking day. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God, that there
You're
don't
not from
mean
the
shit,
South.
man. At a Winnowag. Yeah, I mean.
Hey, careful. He lives where he just may be hillbilly.
Dude, I'm from
He lives over there.
I'm right from where Bill Clinton's from, so look out.
Yeah,
My
he
God,
lives
that's
up
an
there, right there
Arkansas
in the hills.
motherfucker. There's an Arkansas motherfucker has Dennis Cash. By God, I'm telling you what.
Hell yeah.
That's not no South. That's Central
Yeah,
USA.
some crazy shit happened in my area, where I come from, and
You fuck with
ain't
him,
no
he'll
lie.
fuck around in a Folsom rotting away every day. You know what I mean?
I mean, there's a lot of people from some crazy towns in America. Man, there's all kinds of crazy shit happened through history, but way before America too. And I think that's what we're talking about. We're trying to get. I think the overarching idea of how they've manipulated us into this situation where it's like they've stolen culture from all across the world and convinced you that your culture your culture actually is what you experienced while you were growing up, but at the same time they've stolen the culture of lands by through warmongering and all that kind of shit. It's just like people that support these governments and shit, the way that they've taken over lands and created countries is they should be embarrassed by how they've conquered these lands. Now, not to say that.
Yeah, but you have to remember the United States military force is the best at invading, destroying a country,
Well, it's
and
because
decimating their heritage.
they had the most money and freaking influence, but at the same time they destroyed cultures, and then they'll like develop a culture and completely erase everything about the land they conquered and say, well, this is our new culture, so fuck them, basically. So that's basically what happened. We're going to create a new culture and fuck everything that happened on this land from here on out.
Welcome to the counterculture.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking. You should be embarrassed for supporting, what they're doing to people. Some of the tribes that we freaking stripped of everything, and we'll give them a little bit of land so that they can. That's embarrassing.
Bro, don't even get me started. You ever been to Four Corners? It's desolate. Not even fucking weeds grow there. Not even cactus.
Well, it's desert, man. I mean, do you think weeds grew there?
Everywhere
before?
outside of that area, things grow, but that area is cursed, man. They put there. They put those people there on purpose. They were the last ones to go into the
there
Native
are people that live there. Yeah, I know. I mean, there are certain, there's certain parts of, there's all kinds of parts of America where they put the natives, and same thing in Canada as well. So yeah, it's not like it's not necessarily good, but hey, man, same shit happened in the South too. Don't tell anyone, but I think there were a lot of black people in the South in America.
Oh yeah, Louisiana
They didn't all come from Africa. They didn't all come from Africa.
Louisiana
They
was
were all
predominantly ran
already
by
here.
black
They were already here.
Yep. Louisiana was predominantly the land of the black people. In fact, most of the black slave owners back in the day were in Louisiana.
Okay, so
Because of the land that was their inherited
who
land.
in general, it's like in modern culture, what they'll tell us, every single black person's ancestors is a slave in North America, and if you don't believe that, then you're a freaking bigot. There were black people and red people in America
Hey, guess who
long
the
before
KKK targeted?
they came from Europe. Long before.
Guess who the KKK targeted, dog? Guess
Yeah.
which group? The Republicans, because they elected black senators, right? So they went and they killed all the black senators and all of the Republicans that lived in the South, because the South was always Democrat. The KKK is a Democratic party, Democratic gang.
Yep.
Oh,
Yes, sure is.
sure,
Yep.
yeah.
All the racists have always been Democrat.
Yep. And they're doing it now again.
Yeah, totally are.
But see, you have to remember, it's a false dichotomy. It's a false duality paradigm. There is no good, there is no evil. They are all the same. They're just man, right? So both the Republicans can be evil, and yes, the Democrats can be evil too. That's why I don't follow either of them.
Yep, two wings of the same bird. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Bottom line, it really doesn't matter. The plan's going to go through as it always has. I mean, just look at the Civil War, which violated the Constitution of the United States of America.
Yeah, completely just obliterated it.
You get a different perspective when you actually look into the facts of things.
Yeah.
Like the whole Civil War was started because one man and his son raided an armory in Kentucky. Occupied that thing for a month. Fought off all the soldiers from the South.
Well, see, after Lincoln was out of the way, I'm not sure how good he was in the first place anyway, but once he was out of the way, the central bankers came in. Then basically under martial law, they removed anybody that was of any power in the South, and they put in governors. They put in all the cabinets. They put in everything. It was all...
It was a military-style government, and the military-style government went ahead and eradicated the 14th Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
So it was all supposed to be based on that, but the maneuvers started, the aggression started when that one man, John Brown, raided that armory.
Well, it's interesting. I never learned about that. Like I remember there was another person who held off some people in that area, sort of close to that area. What was his name? There was a movie made about it.
Yeah, I think it was John Brown and his son Leroy. That, big bad Leroy Brown, baddest man in the whole damn town.
Right. See, I heard that song for a long time. But anyway, I'm talking about something else where they actually had the state of Brown or something like that. They seceded. They said they were separate.
Dude, there's a TV series about John Brown. So freaking awesome. Ethan Hawke plays John Brown. One of his best roles ever. Let me see if I can find it really quick. Oh man, love that show.
Yeah, here it is right here, battlefields.org. I know it's .org, but still, the Civil War was the accumulation of a series of confrontations concerning the institutions of slavery, the following of the timeline events that led to the Civil War. 1619 to 1865, the particular institution. Then the Missouri Compromise in 1820. 1831, Nat Turner's Rebellion. 1846 to 1850, the Wilmot Proviso was a piece of legislation proposed by David Wilmot, Democrat. At the close of the Mexican-American War, if passed, the Proviso would have outlawed slavery and territory acquired by the United States as a result of the war, which included most of the Southwest and extending all the way into California. 1850, the Compromise of 1850. All right, and then you had Uncle Tom's Cabin, 1852. 1854 to 1859, Bleeding Kansas. The Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1855 or 1854 established Kansas and Nebraska as territories as a state of Bleeding Kansas by the adoption of its popular sovereignty. You hear that? Kansas is its own nation. Under popular sovereignty, it is the residents of the territories who decide by popular referendum of the state to be free or enslaved. Settlers from the north and of the south poured into Kansas, hoping to swell the numbers on the side of the debate. Passions were inflamed and violence raged. In the fall of 1855, abolitionist John Brown came to Kansas to fight forces of slavery. In response to the sacking of Lawrence by border ruffians from Missouri, whose sole victim was an abolitionist printing press, Brown and his supporters killed 5 pro-slave settlers in the Potawatomi Creek massacre in Kansas in May 1856. Violence existed in the territory as early as 1855, but the sack of Lawrence and the Potawatomi Creek massacre launched a guerrilla war between pro-slavery and anti-slavery forces. Although the violence was often sporadic and unorganized, mass fleeing or terror existing in the territory, or although President Buchanan tried to claim the violence was supported by Lexington Constitution, his relentless support for the Constitution resulted in a political crisis among the Democratic Party and further aggravated sectional tensions. The violence subsided in 1859. The warring parties forged a pledge of peace, but not more than 50 settlers had been killed. And then Dred Scott versus Stanford, and then John Brown's raid of 1859 started the Civil War after the Potawatomi Massacre. Bleeding Kansas Brown returned north and plotted far more threatening act. In October 1859, 19 supporters armed with Beecher's Bibles laid a raid on the Federal Army at the arsenal of Harper's Ferry, Virginia. So it was in Virginia. In an effort to capture and confiscate the arms located there, distribute them among local slaves, and begin armed insurrection. A small force of U.S. Marines led by Colonel Robert E. Lee put down the uprising. There were casualties on both sides. 7 people were killed and at least 10 more were injured before Brown and 7 of his remaining men were captured. On October 27th, Brown was tried for treason against the state of Virginia, convicted and hanged in Charlestown on December 2nd. And then Abraham Lincoln's election in 1860.
Yeah, bro, you got to watch that show that I just posted. Dude, I love Ethan Hawke and a lot of his other movies, but this is my favorite role he's ever played as John Brown.
What did you post?
Really, yeah, I just posted in the live stream.
I see Batman, what, no embed? And then...
No, Soap Today.
Oh, okay, I see. It's just
The Free State of Jones. Watch, it's a series. You can trust that link. Make sure you have a ad blocker on your thing, but for the most part, that website is safe. That series, bro. If you want to see what, I mean, I'm not saying it gives the complete accurate account of the story, but dude, I love that series. It's so freaking good. Ethan Hawke that's his best performance I've ever seen him in. I've seen him in a lot of movies and stuff, but that's his best performance as Jones. Good stuff.
Cool. Now I have a couple things to watch. Thanks, you guys.
Yeah, you got to watch that one, man. It's like 6 or 7 episodes.
I didn't see that one, but I watched the Free State of Jones. That's the part I was talking about.
Oh, Free State. Did I
separatist?
post the wrong one?
No, you posted. Yeah, well, you posted as a.
Oh, you posted that, and then yeah, that one.
Yeah, I posted Free State of Jones. Yeah.
Yeah, this one should work for you. Yeah, it's called The Good Lord Bird.
Yeah, I got that. I just made it my favorite on Soap today. So I got that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's a really, really good show.
I'll watch that.
I think it's a Showtime original. Really freaking good. I mean, it's Ethan Hawke's best. That's the best of Ethan Hawke, man. I've seen him in a lot of movies, but that one right there kills it. No.
Hey, was Mike on that entire time? Hang on. Can you hear me? Oh, good. Whew. That is good news.
Yeah, we could hear you the entire time, bro.
Fuck.
No, I didn't hear shit.
Oh, good. So I came back to my computer. I had a date with a girl. We had dinner, and then I came back to my computer, and I'm like, oh, no. The mic was on. So, good. Glad. Everybody doing okay?
Is that what that weird sound was? We thought it was somebody else's microphone messing up.
Yeah, no, that was me.
Oh man,
but I have it set on a sensitivity that like you gotta actually be pretty loud if it'll pick it up. So.
Oh shit! I was about to mess with you. I was going to say we heard your entire day.
Oh,
she sounded awesome.
Well, she is.
When she wasn't screaming.
I was just like, what the fuck?
Excuse me. Well, if you could hear it, thanks for putting up with it.
No, we couldn't hear it.
The dating game sucked. I just want a woman to bring me a sandwich. I'd get him everything else.
Right.
Come on, make me a hell of a meal, or I'll make you one. I don't want to go out and hang out in this fucked up society.
No shit.
I'll be right here at home.
Right here at home.
This may age me. Right here, right now. There is no other place I'd rather be. That does date me, right?
Please don't.
You don't know what song that's from, Helio? Ooh wee
Please don't
baby,
ever
I'll
do that
sure
again.
show you a good time. Lovey-dovey all the time.
No, that's not that far dated.
I'm not talking about what you were singing. I'm saying you didn't know where that came from.
Steve
I'll
Miller
be
Band.
right here at home.
Yeah, I know
I'm a
that
picker.
one. Yeah, I
I'm
know
a
that
grinner.
one. Yeah. From fucking
I'm a lover and I'm a
like the
sinner.
early 80s, wasn't it? Yeah.
The Joker. Playing my
The
music and my song.
I'm a smoker. I'm a lover. I'm a talker. No, I was thinking.
Sure don't wanna hurt no one. Ooh.
Golden Globies, huh? Messages failed to load.
You're the cutest thing that I ever did see.
Really
want
love
your peaches, wanna shake your tree. Love it, all the time.
Ooh,
baby. I should show you a good time.
Yeah, it's a great song. That whole band, Steve Miller Band's my favorite classic rock band, hands down.
It's one of the best. Yep.
Yeah, man. Every one of their songs you can sing along to. Every single one.
Yep. Yes, you can. Go on, take the money and run. Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Which band is the most the most loved band that nobody will admit that they love their songs?
Chicago.
Chicago's a good one. Yeah.
Stay the night. There's room in the fearful too. Stay the
Peter Cetera, man.
night.
Holy shit.
I'd love to spend it with you. No one can stop us and nothing's in the way. I'm never gonna hurt.
How about Air Supply, man?
Air Supply is another good one.
Dude, I love every single Air Supply song. I love it. I go on that journey fairly often, to be honest. I'll just put on some Air Supply and just
Here I am, the one that you love.
Asking for another day. Understand. I mean, it's like their hits don't end, man.
No.
Awesome. Foreigners got some really good shit too.
Even the nights are better
now that we're here together. Yep. Even the nights are better since I found you.
Dude,
whoa.
This is the shit I grew up listening to.
Holy
Right
shit.
here.
You guys quit singing to me and trying to make me jealous or something.
If days are brighter now that I'm here beside you. Anyway, what were you gonna say?
Oh no, I posted a picture.
If you were
That's-
beside me, I'd slap your hands, boy.
All right, because you want to give us another band that you're embarrassed to be one of your favorite love
I'm
ballad
lying
bands.
alone with my head on the phone, thinking of you till it hurts.
Or you must be talking about
I know
battle.
you hurt too, but what else can we do?
Tormented and torn apart. Dude, I get off on
I wish I
freaking Air
could
Supply.
carry
So.
your smile in my heart. For times when my life seems so low, it would make me believe what tomorrow could bring when today doesn't really know. Doesn't really know.
I'm
all out of love. I'm so lost without you.
No,
I
you
know
were
you
right.
were right.
Believing for so long.
I'm all out of love.
Hold on, God
What
Rockin'. I
am
think
I
I think
without
God
you?
Rockin' has
I can't be too late to
to
say
say
that I was so wrong. I
What you got,
want
God
you to
Rockin'?
come back and carry me home, away from these long, lonely nights. I'm reaching for you.
Are
Are
you
you feeling it too?
Doesn't
feeling seem
seem
oh
so
so right?
We're all crazy, man. You should listen to
And
this.
what would you say if I called on you now and said that I can't hold on? There's no easy way. It gets harder each day.
Please love
Please love me or I'll be gone. I'll be gone.
I'm all out of love. All right, so God Rockin', what were you going to say?
Do you realize what these Globers are saying? They're saying that listen to these guys. This is what we have to deal with when we go over there.
Well, see, we're bored because no Glover's got a
Yeah,
valid argument.
they don't have a big enough.
Premise.
They don't even.
So
I was going to be rude. I was going to be rude, but yeah. They, what are they in YouTube talking shit or something? Where are they at?
No.
They probably are on YouTube talking shit. But
lonely is the night when we hear the Globers call.
It's just like we have to, fill our time because they're either too scared or they just bring up ridiculous non sequitur bullshit when they come in here to talk to us.
Or they're in love.
So then they'll complain when they can't come in here. You'll just ban us because you're afraid of the truth.
And then sing to us. Oh my God.
No, they think we're banning them because we're scared of the truth. I mean, it's like, goddamn, we've been doing this for 6 years. I mean, It's like, we're not scared of the truth. We know what you're going to say before you fucking say it, you know? What the hell are you talking about?
Maybe you should sing the arguments. Then they might get them.
Well, I seriously doubt that, but
Make a song with the arguments, you know?
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Well, my song would be "Every Woman in the World" because the Globers, they're every woman in the world to me.
Well, no, it's boy, you're every Glober in the world to me.
Every night,
believe
seems
your fan.
Saturday,
No, it's
girl.
No, hold on, Mike. You're every Glober in the world to me. Believe your fantasy. It's your globe reality.
I was never in love, never had the time in my hustle and hurried world. Loving myself to sleep, waking up lonely. I needed someone to hold me. Oh, it's such a crazy old town. It'll drag you down till you run out of dreams. So you party all night to the music and lights, but you don't know what happiness means. I was dancing in the dark with strangers, no love around me. When suddenly you found me, oh. That's your part, Helio. Girl, you're every woman in the world to me. You're my fantasy. You're my reality.
Every Glober in the world to
I don't know. I would say Air Supply is that band that everybody loves, but nobody wants to admit.
What band would that be?
Or Jefferson Starship.
How about Freddie Mercury?
Yeah, there you go.
I watched the.
Half these motherfuckers in here don't know what that wouldn't be able to name one Freddie Mercury song.
Probably. I watched them play Wimbledon today, back in 1986. And holy shit, they were laying it down, and that place was sold out. Those guys were big time back in the day.
They don't even know who Freddie Mercury is, bro. You'd have to put a name on that band.
Yeah, you're probably right, but
don't do it now. Who here knows a Freddie Mercury song?
I know one. We the champions, my friends.
He's so
I'm the thing. Oh yeah, as one of the boomers, it's Queen.
And we'll keep on fighting till the end. Yeah, that's a Freddie Mercury song, isn't it?
Time for losers.
There we go.
Okay. Okay. How about
you might get a strike. I'm gonna think you're ready.
No, there's no chance of that. But
hell no.
I was just like,
how about Elton John?
That's
not a band though.
Oh wait, Elton John would be like a. I'm trying to think of the song. I'm trying to make it funny, but I'm a little slow right now.
Tiny Dancer.
Don't let your son. Wait, here we go.
Benny
Here
and
we
the
go.
Jets.
Don't let your son go down on me. Oh, never mind. I'm looking for the son, not your son. My bad.
Benny, Benny and the Jets.
There you go. That's a good song. I like that one.
I like
Benny and
sad
the Jets.
songs.
Sad songs, they say. Sad songs, they say. So much. Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh boy.
So turn them on.
Oh
turn
boy.
'em on. Turn on those sad
Oh, yeah.
songs.
Turn
When
'em
all hope is gone. Why don't you
So
tune in and
apparently,
turn them on?
Billie Eilish was flat smacked.
Just tune in and turn it
Where?
on.
How? Why? With who? From who? What happened?
I don't know. Just check out what she's talking about. It's on her TikTok.
I said, if you think
I don't have TikTok,
guess what? A while ago.
Neither,
but I can
neither
find it.
do I.
What am I
It's
supposed
just
to
right there on the browser. I posted the link.
You think I'm going to share my feelings while you're there with one of your
Oh,
dumb
okay.
boys? You've lost your mind.
Oh, stop, yeah.
Is God rocking hot mic?
Guess so.
You rock to the treetop all day long. Hopping and a bopping and singing a song. All the little birdies on Jaybird Street. Love to hear the robin go tweet, tweet, tweet. Rockin' robin, tweet, tweet, tweet. Go rockin' robin, cause they're really gonna rock tonight. Every little swallow, every chickadee. I can't do Michael's little feminine voice.
Yeah, you're too masculine to do the feminine.
Only Michael
I
could have done
guess.
that.
Yeah.
The Jacks.
Rockin' that bird, singing go bird, go rockin' robin. Rockin'
Robin.
Go,
Tweet,
go
tweet.
rockin' robin, cause you're really gonna rock tonight.
That's some old school shit right there.
Who sings this? Down in the West Texas town of El Paso, I fell in love with a Mexican girl. Nighttime would find
Hey,
me at Rosie's Cantina. Music would
Josh,
play
I'm not
and
seeing that
Selena
on the
would
TikTok.
whirl. Marty Robbins? El Paso.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to name the artist on that one, but I've heard it a lot.
It's El Paso by Marty Robbins.
Marty Robbins. Cool song.
Yep.
What were you saying, Glatflow? Somebody is trying to share something with you. Down, da, da, ding, ding, down. I like that. Freaking that shit stuck in my head every once in a while.
I think. Hey, man, can you hear me?
That's
Josh.
Deliverance, ain't it?
No, it's the
Yeah, I can, man.
The Star Trek freaking arguments. Shit, no, I can't.
Oh, is
I
that
think she was faking all that, saying all that.
Glad Flub, how did you escaped from karaoke last night? What happened?
Huh?
You jetted out right when we were going to have you sing something last night.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry. I didn't even know.
Hmm?
Yeah,
Did I hear? Did I hear that you guys were like, "Hey, Glad, it's your turn"? Did I hear that?
And then you were just, I thought you did.
Oh, we wanted you to sing Black Betty.
Ooh, Black Betty, hey, I'm a lamb. Ooh, Black Betty. I can't really do
No,
it.
actually, Benny and the Jets, I think that'd be perfect for you.
Whoa, whoa. I can't get those notes. Whoa. I'm just gonna have me like sing to whatever key that is.
Yeah, it's in the same key Eldon's playing it in G.
Gotcha. Man, I'm embarrassed when I
Whoa,
sing.
Black Betty, bam, lam, lam, whoa, Black Betty.
No, this is Benny and the Jets. This is Benny and the Jets.
Benny and the Jets.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a high key, man. You can do it.
Yeah, I just don't know the words.
I don't either.
Well, I
Hey,
got a copy and paste.
who's Nick? You guys talk to
Hey,
Nick. I
kid,
mean, he's
check
BC
it loose
verified.
together.
Nick, I'll get some globies in here.
Never
Is
heard
Nick
Nick
a globie? Nick a globie?
Never heard him speak.
Well,
Is
he's
Nick a
got
globie?
BC. He's obviously talked to someone here before because he's got BC verified.
No, Nick
is a
has.
Russian spy.
I gave Nick VC verified. He didn't speak, and I muted him since then. And so you can check him every now and then. But if he doesn't speak, keep him muted.
Okay.
Got to speak. I should just give him a listening pass, shouldn't I?
Yeah, maybe.
Probably.
I guess. He's not going to talk, then yeah. Well, it's just like nobody can get the flat earth roll unless they actually open their microphone.
I brushed my teeth too many times today, and now my gums are bleeding.
His gums.
Oh,
yeah. I brushed up, down, and side to side. My guts are open wide. They're bleeding.
Hell
I'm
yeah,
teething.
I'm teething.
I'm heathen with the blood on my glove. I'll fuck you up, man. Say what?
Oh, shit.
Give me no shit, man. My gums is bleeding. You'll be needing an ass whooping before it's through. You and your whole
Give me
damn
no
crew.
shit and everything gonna be fine.
You ever have one of them days when your wife wake up and your wife's bitching about whatever she was bitching about last night?
All part of her fucking plan.
So you grab your coffee and you go sit on your throne just to still hear a bitch and moan and groan through the motherfucking door. Thank God I got a job. Woman, I'd like to argue all day, but I gotta go and make my pay.
Oh, since my baby left me, things ain't been the same. No, no. Oh, she took everything I had. She made me feel sad. Oh, Lord. Yeah, she made me feel real fucking bad. But I didn't care when I drove my Buick right through her front fucking door.
He was driving, I'm telling you what.
Yeah. All right, somebody else do it now. Somebody belly up to the trough over here now.
Yo, listen up. Here's a story about a little guy that lives in a blue world. And all day and all night, and everything that he sees is just blue. Like him,
Oh, man, I
inside
hate
and
that
out,
song.
blue his house.
I
With a
can't
blue
even
little
think of
window
how
and a
that.
blue Corvette.
How does that tune go? I can't even think how the melody goes.
Everything for him is blue. You don't know how that one goes? That's the blue song.
I know, but I forgot how it goes.
I always thought it was funny as hell.
Can you hum a few bars?
Da da dee dee da.
Oh, that's right.
No, I don't know how the melody goes.
I think you just did the first.
I hate. No, God, I hate that fucking.
Oh, don't get me started. No.
Baby, please don't go.
Baby, please don't go down to New Orleans. Baby, love you so. Baby, please don't go.
There you go.
Hey, was Sean having a seizure or something?
Me? What?
Yeah, you're all.
That's called singing, and if you don't know that, you need to get a life, asshole.
That there man's got the empty bed blues. Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, I got a cat.
Oh, I thought he was talking about me.
Oh, I don't know. Shit. You single, Josh? Why are you single?
Choices.
I hear you.
Same here, bro. Same here.
Hey, real quick, talking about the YouTube chat, Syzygy says, I said, why don't you join and destroy the server with globe evidence? And he said, you could literally show a picture of both celestial poles in a single picture, and you guys won't understand what you're looking at. What's the point?
Oh. That picture killed the flat earth. Oh, man. Let's get these fucking idiots. So, a celestial pole is an abstract construct of man. It's theoretical. It only exists in the minds of men who live in a model. A model is just an abstract construct of man, and it's not a concrete reality. So that's the fallacy of false concretism. You're given concretism to those things that are undemonstratable, unproven, theoretical, and abstract in nature. Abstract meaning just some man's thoughts, some man's designs from his mind, not functional in reality. So the earth isn't the map, and the map isn't the earth. The earth doesn't prove the map doesn't prove the earth, nor does the model.
The formological
When in
fallacy.
everyday life,
Appeal to a model.
yeah, I want to know when in everyday life do you observe two celestial poles? Bada boom, bada bing. Could you get far enough away from the earth to observe a celestial pole that's an imaginary line through an imaginary axis on an imaginary rotating sphere? It's all imaginary. It's a
Yep, it's not looking good for them.
What you said is I can put fairy tale thoughts of model designs on paper, and you flat earthers would be lost. No, we wouldn't be lost. We'd know them for exactly what they are. It's you who thinks it's a concrete reality you're building out of paper. You're trying to build a brick house out of paper. It ain't working.
Yep.
Don't smoke cigarettes in that paper house.
I know.
Yeah, you better not.
Better go outside. Better go outside to hit that crap pipe you've been smoking.
Can I have the unicorn sauce with that fairy tale globe, please?
Yes. You can have Bigfoot's paw.
I heard there was
in your pie, your
I heard
dessert
there was
pie.
blue unicorn. I heard there was blue unicorn milk sauce, so I want that one.
Ooh, that does sound
That crackhead so high he put a crack pipe into orbit.
He did what?
I said that crackhead got so high he put his crack pipe in orbit.
Yeah.
It's I smoked my life up. It's now it's a space station. I smoked my life up space station.
Oh.
Yep.
The only space that exists is between that crackhead's ears.
And that's debatable.
And the YouTube chatters.
That's the void.
Why would they build a rocket in the shape of that one they did?
Well, here's the thing: if that dude had any valid points, any academic level points, he would have been in here a long time ago, laying them out.
Yep.
He's just mad because ridicule is all he has for the flat Earth. That's it. That's the extent of his bag of weaponry.
Yeah, they think we ignore what they present. No, in fact, what we do is with a fine tooth comb, we pick it apart and expose it as not globe evidence. We don't ignore it at all. We'll probably talk for 2, 3, 4 hours about it, about how it's not globe evidence. And then, yeah,
Shit,
we
I'm a
might boot you
cynical
because your
critic.
attitude gets so poor because you can't handle the truth. It's that simple. But I do my best, and I don't ban people. Also, I don't have the power.
I was gonna say that we ain't gave you the power yet.
Yeah. Don't do it.
I don't do it that much anymore. Just when
I
people
just
beg for it
mute
with the way
people.
they act. I just want people to be civil, yeah.
Exactly.
Temporary muting is quite.
I mean, gee, platypus. Platypus is a prime example that you can come in here as a Glover and stay here all you like with all your points and believe whatever you want, so long as you're civil to the people around you.
Hey, I can
Man's been on our server for 3 years. He's a Glover.
I can server mute myself. Watch. There we go.
It's funny.
Now I'm unmuted. Oh.
Fucking bacon. Burn it out. Burn my motherfucking bacon,
Could you repeat that?
Huh?
I missed part of the conversation I was not part of.
Hot mic and hot mic and hot mic. That's what I heard.
All of your cooking. Here we go.
Hey, what are we cooking? Hold on. Is it barbecue or stir fry? Well, I ain't eating that shit. I gotta have stir fry, by God. I'm buying. Hey, while you're at it, son, why don't you give me a cup of that there coffee you just made? Is it fresh ground or pre-ground?
You drink coffee this late?
Me? Fuck, I drink.
I'm about
it
to have a
depends on-
pre-workout shake and do some homework.
It depends on how late I was drinking it in the morning.
Oh.
If I don't drink a whole bunch in the morning, I'll drink it at night. But I usually drink tea at night.
Yeah, I started doing that. I need to get another box of tea.
My pappy said, son, you're going to drive me to drinking if you don't stop driving that hot. Right. Lincoln. Have you heard the story of the hot rod race when Fords and Lincolns were setting the pace? The story is true, and I'm here to say I was driving that motherfucking Model A. It's got a Lincoln motor, and it's really souped up. And that motor, baby body, it looks like a pup. I got 8 cylinders, I use them all. It's got overdrive, it just won't stall. With a 4-barrel carbon, the dual exhaust, it got 411 gears and it won't get caught. You really can't get lost if it's got safety tubes, but I ain't scared. The brakes are good and the tires are fair. Pulled out of San Pedro late one night, the moon and the stars were shining bright. We was driving up Grapevine Hill, passing cars like they were standing still. All of a sudden, in the wink of an eye, a Cadillac sedan passes by. I said, boys, that's a mark from me. By then, the taillights was all he could see. Now the fellas was ripping me from behind, so I thought I'd make the Lincoln unwind. Took my foot off the gas, and man alive, I shoved it down into overdrive. Wound it up to 110. My speedometer said that I hit top end. My foot was blue like the lead to the floor. That's all there is, there ain't no more. Now the boys all thought I'd lost my sense, and telephone poles looked like a picket fence. They said, slow down, I see posts. Lines on the road just look like dots. Took a corner and sideswiped the truck, crossed my fingers just for luck. My fenders were clicking the guardrail post. The guy beside me was white as a ghost. Smoke was coming out the back when I started to gain on that Cadillac. I knew I could catch him, I thought I could pass. Don't you know, by then we'd low on gas. We had flames coming out the other side. Feel the tension, man, what a ride. I said, look out, boys, I've got a license to fly. And the caddy pulled up and over and let us by. Now all of a sudden started knocking. Down the dips it started rocking. I looked in my red light and lights was blinking. The cops was after my hot rod Lincoln. They arrested me, they put me in jail and called me pappy to throw me bail. And he said, son, you're gonna drive me to drinking if you don't stop driving that hot rod Lincoln. Yeah! I just love that Lincoln though, Daddy. That bitch got more ponies than a saddle ride. My dad used to love that song.
That's one of the first songs I tried to play. I knew this bluegrass picker, so it gives me this music. I'm like, holy shit, I'm ever gonna do that? That part was.
Yeah. It sure ain't old Rocky Top, is it? You play bluegrass? Play the Kentucky Waltz?
No, I don't know the Kentucky Waltz. I used to do like Earl Scruggs and what's his name? I don't know if I can do it now. My picking hand isn't what it used to be, but I don't even know if I can do it. Fuck, messed it up.
Who is that?
It's Cripple Creek.
That's supposed to be played on a Up Crickles Creek. That's supposed to be played on a banjo, bro. Up on Cripple Creek.
That's not the song. It's called Cripple Creek. It's not up on Cripple Creek. Yeah. It's like going down to Cripple Creek, going in the world, going down to Cripple Creek, going down to Cripple Creek. See my girl going on.
Got a girl and she loves me. She's sweet as sweet can be. She's got eyes of baby blue, makes my gunshot straight and true. Going up Crickle Creek, going in a run, going up Crickle Creek to have some fun.
That's right.
Yep. Cripple Creek's wide and Cripple Creek's deep. I wade old Cripple Creek before I sleep. Roll my bitches to my knees, I wade old Cripple Creek when I bleed. That's like a tongue twister. Cripple Creek. Cripple Creek, Cripple Creek, Cripple Creek.
Cripple Creek, Cripple Creek, Cripple Creek, Cripple Creek, Cripple Creek, Cripple Creek, Cripple. Unique
Say that
New
shit.
York.
I know. Say that shit 3 times fast. Crippled Creek. Go. Shit. You like them feuding banjos? I like some.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Like dueling banjos.
I thought Cripple Creek. I thought Cripple Creek was up on Cripple Creek.
That's by the band, isn't it? That's a different one.
That's CCR, isn't it?
That's up on Crickle. Yeah, that's.
No, that's not CCR. It's
yeah.
No, the band.
Bang a leak.
Isn't it the band that did that song?
The band. Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't CCR. Maybe CCR did it, but yeah.
I don't think they did.
Up on Cripple Creek.
Yeah, that's the band.
Yeah, the band. Yeah.
When I get off this mountain, you know where I wanna go. Straight down the Mississippi River to the Gulf of Mexico. To Lake Charles, Louisiana, little Bessie girl that I once knew. She told me to just come on by if there's anything she can do.
Hey, let me before we even get going in with this, Syzygy is still in the YouTube chat, just talking about the celestial poles. I mean, let's address that.
They're abstract construct. So can you show us proof that they're a concrete reality?
If the proof existed, we would have seen it a long time ago, guys. Long time.
That's the only thing I want to know.
I mean, I've seen some images where it's just like the swirls around. But you can't see if you're at the equator. You can't see either one of the celestial poles. You can't see the celestial poles from the equator. You can't see Polaris from Ecuador.
It's just another way of saying the stars move and prove that our model is right because the Earth moves. When you have no frame of reference to judge what is moving.
Here's another thing. A lot of people will say, hey, why do the stars move in a different direction in the south than they do in the north? They don't.
Well, they don't.
They don't. So, but a lot of people think they do.
The way it appears.
Yeah. Check this out. Because when you're looking north, they move from right to left. When you're looking south, they move from left to right. Doesn't matter where you are on the earth. So, you're just wrong. Wrong. You're just wrong. Everywhere on earth, you observe the sun, moon, and stars moving from east to west. Doesn't matter which direction you're facing. Sun rises in the east. If you're facing east, you will observe the sunrise moving west. If you're facing the south, you're still going to move. You're still going to observe the sun rising from the east, but it's going to be it's going to be coming from the left to the right.
Stand in the place where you live now.
Now face north. Don't think about direction. Wonder why you haven't before. Yeah, play that one, Sonny. Wonder why you haven't stand in the place where you were. Yeah. See, Syzygy, you're just a zealot. What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Dan, I think that's probably G, right? Dan, dan, dan. Dan, dan. Either way, I mean, it's all the same result, you know. It's like people say, "Oh, why do the polar stars? Why do we have two polar stars?" And you know,
We'd have to go there. Okay, we'd have to go to both places, you and me, Syzygy. We'd have to take flights. The both of us have a nice little gay journey together and go to the North Pole and then the South Pole, and then you would have to point out to me everything you're talking about. Okay? That's the only way to do this. If you show me another picture, I'm going to block you from every platform.
Hey, Syzygy, if you have any real evidence, help us out, because I mean we're just some flailing flat earthers out here, just like we've never heard of what you're saying before. Oh my goodness, now you're gonna show us how we're wrong about this. Come on, bro. He said we're on a single 3D sphere that is rotating the same direction for everyone. As a result, we see two celestial rotations in the sky. Where do we observe this, says G? Where do we observe this? Now he's saying, "Don't be silly." I've never observed that. I'm pretty goddamn sure that Syzygy's never observed that either. Yeah, have you been on the equator and seen that? He said anywhere near the equator. I'll bet you any money that Syzygy's never been on the equator and observed it. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I bet you any money that Syzygy's not been there.
What was the other song you guys were talking about? Not Up on Cripple Creek. I got that one pretty much now. Oh, wait a minute.
Stand in the place where you live, now face north. Don't think about direction, wonder why you haven't before. Yeah, Syzygy said, I've traveled all over, but he didn't answer my direct question if he's been on the equator and observed this. So, go ahead, Sonny.
People are so wrapped up in space.
I mean, it's just, I think it's just GCD. Down, down, down. C, G, C, D. G, D.
CBD F sharp.
Or I
CBD
mean,
F.
whatever, 145. You know, I mean,
Yeah, that's another
same
145. It's really pretty easy.
You haven't before. Stay in the place where you were.
Hey, it's Louie Louie. It's the same. It's Louie Louie, yeah. Louie Louie, oh baby. Away I go. Louie Louie.
Louie Louie. Stand in your place now.
But who is that? Is that Cars?
REM. Rapid eye movement.
Yeah, it's rapid eye movement. Yeah, REM. Where you were, now, let me pull up the fucking lyrics. God dang it.
Wait a minute, I gotta figure that out.
I'm about to pull up the lyrics. I like that song. I mean, I've never been a huge fan of REM, but there's a few songs that they have. I'm just like, that's pretty badass. They have some pretty badass songs.
Yeah, that's right. I got.
Yeah, that. Yeah, it's cool. They do a key change in there
They
too.
go up a whole step,
yeah.
and then they do it again.
Yeah.
They do it twice, so they go from
Yeah,
80.
yeah.
to F sharp and then to G sharp, and they do the same riff.
Yeah. Cool, man. It's just like I was saying. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of REM, but like there are certain songs they do. I'm just like, holy
I recorded
shit.
a whole album. Spent 3 weeks at Tree Sound Studios where they record all of their albums, every single one. So being in that drum room where they got those drum sounds, man, using that same board, that same board that the Police recorded Every Breath You Take with, dude, it was such a fucking cool experience.
Wow, where is that studio?
In Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh, cool, man.
Hey, Sonny, have you ever, or when you do blues riffs, do you just play on the scales?
Stand with your feet on the ground.
I do, but I play some different scales, and I intermix my scales between major and minor sometimes.
Yeah.
And I also add in some a little bit of a jazzy flair with some John Coltrane pentatonics.
I like these lyrics. I mean, this is one of my favorite REM song. It's like, if you are confused, check with the sun. Carry a compass to help you along. Your feet are going beyond the ground. Your head is there to move you around. So stand in the place where you were. Now face the bad direction. Wonder why you haven't before. Stand in the place where you were. Now face west. Think about the direction why you haven't been going to be on the ground. Your head is there to move you around. Wishes with trees, the trees will be falling. Listen to reason, season is calling. Stand in the place where you live. Now face north. Wonder why you haven't before now. The ways where you were. Now face north. Now direction. Wonder why you haven't before. Trees will be falling. Listen to reason. Reason is calling. Your feet are going to be on the ground. Your hand is there to move you around. So yes, I mean it's hard to do this because of the lag, but anything. But yeah, it's like. Yeah, I think this is one of the best REM songs. It's so freaking badass.
I might have to add it to my repertoire. Actually.
Yeah, it's freaking badass.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorites from REM. That one and y'all Lonely Religion. Wait, what is it?
Losing My Religion, yo, yeah, I fucking love that song too. Yeah,
that's me in the spot. Like
that's me in the corner. That's me in the spot. Like
I forgot how it went. I used to play.
Oh, dude. Yeah, that's a really good song.
What's up, everybody? Good evening. How you doing, ADO?
Master Chief.
What's up, buddy?
I'll just hanging.
Chilling.
Chilling like villains.
Yep.
We're villains against the globe freaking weirdness.
Yep, against the globe psyop.
Dude, losing my religion, man. Yeah, man. It's like there. I mean, I don't listen to. It's like certain bands I can listen to their whole freaking album, but there are some bands where I just like there are a few songs that I really like by them, and REM's one of those bands, and these two songs we're talking about now, those songs are freaking so badass. Oh, life bigger than you. You are not me. Things that I must go through. Yeah, I love that song. Too much. Remember all the lyrics to that
Playing
one,
that for a while.
to be honest, but I do love that song. That song is intense, man. Shit. Oh, life. Just the beginning of it, when it starts and when he just goes, oh, life bigger than you. You are not me. The things that I must go through. That shit just, I mean, holy shit. That's just too much. Distance in your eyes. Holy shit. I mean, it's just like.
The lengths that I will go through to the distance in your eyes. Oh no, I've been said too much.
Too much.
Set it up.
Set it off. Yeah.
That's not me in the corner. That's me in the spotlight. Losing my religion.
Choosing my confession. I love that
I'm
part.
looking at the lyrics. It says, losing my religion, trying to keep up with you, and you are now. If I can't do it,
Oh
no, yeah, it's
yeah. Choosing my confession comes later, I guess, in this song. But yeah, it's just like I love that part. It's just like losing my religion, choosing my confession.
That's
I mean,
the second
there's
verse.
like there's a bunch of switchbacks and stuff. Yeah, I freaking love that song. It's a good one. Oh,
It's a haunting.
I said too much. Said it all.
Said enough. Yeah, it's a haunting song. I like the song a lot.
Too.
Yeah.
It haunts.
That one and Zombie. Zombie is also a haunting song.
Yeah, it is, but I don't know, man. I got sick of it after a while.
Yeah.
That's because I'm a pile of shit. That's the only reason.
You just don't like the Cranberries.
No,
I
I
mean,
love the
it's just
Cranberries.
like-
It's just
I like
listen.
Cranberries, but
When I started, hold on here. When I started driving, that shit was on the radio all the time, and it was that song.
What do you mean? Why not?
Just
Why?
Every 5 songs.
What's your password?
Who's hot, my king? God rocking again.
Another head.
No, that was Master Chief.
Cloud is slowly taken.
Hey, you guys want to hear a song that make you cry?
Nope. No, I don't.
Oh man! Well, I'm gonna post it anyway. I'm not gonna play it.
Okay, post it. I'm not listening to it. I'll talk to you about it, but I don't want to fucking hear it. I'm in a good mood, man. So.
Hey, I got
Whatever.
it. I got it right here. Stand in the place that you live. Now they tell you it's spinning and rotating.
I
and
know
moving
that's. I mean, that song
motion
"Stand" makes
at
me cry
all.
because
Hang
everybody
on,
believes
hang
that they're
on.
living on a globe.
We're just here to tell you the truth. We're not here to fuck you around.
We're not here to fuck you around.
That's great.
Stand on the earth where you live.
Look, it's flat.
Don't be a dumbass. You can actually figure this out.
No face north. Thinking
Now
about
face
direction. Why
you can
haven't
face
you?
every direction with a compass. You can figure this shit out with a sextant. You can figure it out because it's very simple. Earth is not a globe. The trees would be falling.
It's not sticking ball.
If Earth was a globe, the trees would be leaning. How about that?
So
Home of the brave, land of the free. Whoever
Whoever
told you that is your enemy.
Whoever told you that is your enemy. So stand on the flat Earth where you live. Sorry, if I'm being obnoxious. My bad. It's just frustrating. This should be as obvious to everyone as it is to us, but
Was I playing that all by myself to sing?
stand on flat Earth where you live. It might be our next parody, bro.
Should I be recording this?
Well, just
Should I be
that
recording
might
this
be
on
my next
Audacity?
parody, man. Stand on flat Earth where you live. Now face north.
Think about direction while you never did before.
Think about direction. They told you that it was a globe Earth. I don't know. Whatever. That's pretty cheesy, but whatever. I'm not good at the lyrics part, but I can sing.
Don't believe everything they tell you. Interesting little riff there.
Yeah, man. I love that song, man. And actually, that particular song, hey, don't tell anybody, that's a Flat Earth song.
Flat Earth song, yes.
We don't have to change the lyrics.
Don't have to. Exactly.
Do. Motherfucking shit is everywhere.
Looking out my back door.
I see clouds on the horizon. There's a fuck. How the fuck can that be up there if gravity's a thing?
We might do a freaking song that would be might be offensive to a lot of people and be like, dude looks like a lady. Man, dude looks like a lady. Anyway, that'd be offensive to the
Just got home from Illinois, locked the front door. Oh boy, gotta sit down, take a rest on the porch. Imagine setting pretty soon. I'm singing do 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 do. Looking out my back door. There's a giant doing cartwheels and a statue wearing high heels.
I love me some CCR, bro. Shit. So
yeah, CCR is the shit.
Yeah, you have a freaking hard drive built into your brain with all the best lyrics and shit.
Only when I'm stoned, brother. When I'm stoned, I remember 90% of them.
Dude, that's a lot. That's a lot. Dude, CCR is one of my faves, bro. Well, it's
when
like
I was a little boy, standing to my daddy's knee, My papa said, son, don't let the man get you. Do what he done to me.
Do what he done to me.
Cause you'll get you now.
Born on the bayou. Ow, ow. Freaking John Fogerty.
Well, I can remember the 4th of July.
I can
Running through the backwood
remember
there.
the 4th of July.
I
Running
can
through
still
the
hear my old hound dog barking, chasing down a hoodoo there. Chasing down a hoodoo there. Born on a bayou.
Born on a bayou. Fucking
Born
John
on a
Fogerty, that son of a
bayou.
bitch.
Lord, Lord.
Lord. Born on a bayou.
Wish I was down on a bayou, rolling with some Cajun queen.
Rolling
Wish
with
that
some
I was
Cajun
fast
queen.
freight train or just a chug-a-lugging down to New Orleans. Born on a
Rolling
bayou.
Orleans.
Born on a bayou.
Born on a bayou.
Do it, do it, do it, do it. I
Born
can
on
remember the 4th of July, running through the backwood there. I can still hear my old hound dog barking, chasing down a hoodoo there. Chasing down a hoodoo there. Born on a bayou.
Born on a bayou.
Louisiana bayou.
Born on a bayou.
All right.
Hey, Helio, you're not using your diaphragm enough. That's why at the end of you singing, you go.
Nigga, I was trained in singing. I have to.
Oh, he picks it. He picks it up at the end of the song.
I'm not using my diaphragm.
I'm just fucking with you.
I know I could actually do better, but
someone told me long ago. There's a you know,
I'm just
have
fucking
you
with
ever
you, dude.
seen
You
the
got,
rain?
I know. I'm just fucking with. I'm just fucking with you too. Yeah, John Fogerty, man. Don't get me started on John Fogerty. He's one of my favorite singers, man.
GCRs are the shit.
In between bands, though, Helio, they'd have to turn your input down like half because you're so fucking loud.
Oh, but like I can just move about 3 feet away from the microphone, and I can do that.
Right.
No, because then you'd have to turn the input down just for your mic because otherwise then you'll be picking up bleed from the other instruments. But you know that.
That's it right there, Sonny. But
Damn,
over.
Sonny's ripping it, man. That's what I'm talking about.
How about Bad Moon Rising? I see a bad moon rising. I see trouble on the way. I see earthquakes and lightning. I see bad times today. Don't go round tonight. What's bound to take your life? There's a bad moon on the rise. I hear hurricanes are blowing. I know the end is coming soon. I fear rivers overflowing. I hear the voice of rage and ruin. Well, don't go round tonight. What's bound to take your life? There's a bad moon on the rise. All right. Hope you got your things together. Hope you are quite prepared to die. Looks like we're in for ass together. One eye is taken for an eye. Well, don't go round tonight. Well, it's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise.
Holy
you.
shit, Sonny, man. That's fucking
Some
badass.
folks are born made to wave the flag. Ooh, that red, white, and blue.
You gotta start it out.
And when the band plays Hail to the Chief, they point that cannon at you, Lord. It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no Senator's son, no.
Yeah. That's a good one.
It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one, no. Some folks are born silver spoon in hand. Lord, they don't help themselves, yeah. But when the tax man comes to the door, the house looks like a rummage sale, yeah. It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no millionaire, son, no, no. I ain't no fortunate one, no. Yeah,
go.
some folks inherit
Oh, the octave,
star-spangled eyes. They send you down to war. And when you ask them how much we should give, they only answer more. It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no military son, no. It ain't me.
Hey, you got it.
Fortunate one, no.
Comes from the gut, Mike, man. You got it. You got the notes.
Oh, I gotta get
Yeah. Mike, you got it.
Man, I love Creedence.
I do too, man. I mean, I
drink,
can listen to Creedence all day. Freaking, I love that.
Yeah. When I drink and I want to sing along, it's normally a CCR record I put on the turntable. You
I
know.
love that shit, man. I love some CCR. Man.
Yeah, CCR. They born on the bayou, looking out my back door, down on their corner. Born on the bayou.
Born on the.
You always have Helioskeptic in the background going.
No, you shouldn't. Actually, people don't
When
like
I was
me.
just a little boy, standing to my daddy's knees.
Down to my daddy's knees. Yeah.
My papa said, son, don't let the man get you do what he done to me.
Do what he done to me.
'Cause he'll get you. 'Cause he'll get you now.
Born on the bayou. Born on the bayou. Born on the bayou.
How about Proud Mary? You know that one?
Mm-hmm.
Left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and every day. I never lost 1 minute of sleep.
I think John Fogerty stopped doing that because he couldn't anymore. Because because it's just like it's really hard. That's what I was gonna say. To stop this, or else I'm not gonna have a voice tomorrow.
Rolling
Mary, keep on
rolling on the river.
If you're down to the city, it's fun to do if you can. But have you heard like late John Fogerty stuff? He can't do it anymore. He can't fucking do it.
I know. I know. It takes a lot of throat to do that.
Dude, yeah, I mean, you gotta go freaking hardcore with that shit.
Two of his songs will have, if I try to match them, will have me talking raspy. I'll be raspy.
You're gonna find some people who live. Takes a lot out of it. Oh, yeah, no more people on the river, happy to give. See, I'm already weakening, you know.
Yep.
Keep on there. Rolling on the river. I can do the harmony too. Rolling on the river.
Wow.
Yeah, some of the later John Fogerty stuff, he can't even do it anymore, you know. So,
Yeah, he can't do
it's
that.
hard. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. But his early stuff, it was just like it was like, yeah, I
pumped a
fucking
lot
love
of
early.
plane down in New Orleans, but I never saw the good side of the
Good
city.
side of the city. You can sing it an octave
Hit the
lower.
ride on a
Riverboat Queen. Big wheel, keep on
turning. Proud Mary, keep on burning.
Yeah, it's hard.
Rolling on the river. If you come down to the river, bet you're gonna find some people who live. You don't have to worry because you have no
money.
People on the river are happy to give.
Wow,
big wheel, keep on turning. Proud Mary, keep on burning. Rolling down the river.
Oh boy, that's great.
Hey, that's a hard motherfucker to match right there.
Mm-hmm.
Like he gets all high pitched. I want to know. Have you ever seen the rain?
Mm-hmm.
I want to know.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you ever seen?
I can't sing. That's why I changed that. When I do that, it played in G instead of C, so it's much easier.
I want to hear some Pinball Wizard.
Oh, gee whiz! Wow.
Come on now.
I used to be able to do that. I could do it. I'll give you a little rundown.
Ever since I was a young boy, I played
the silver ball.
Toho down to Brighton, I must have played them all. But I ain't seen nothing like him in any amusement hall. That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean pinball. He stands like a statue, becomes part of the machine, feeling all the bumpers, always playing clean. He plays by tradition, the digits counters fall. That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean pinball. He's a pinball wizard, there's got to be a twist. A pinball wizard's got just a couple wrists. How do you think he does it? I don't know what makes him so good. He ain't got no distractions, can't hear no buzzers, bells, don't see no lights flashing, plays by sense of smell, always gets a replay, never seen him fall. That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean pinball. Thought I was the Valley Table King, but I just handed my pinball crown to him. On every favorite table, he can beat my best.
no shit, Michael. Are you pulling this out of your brain, or are you reading lyrics?
I know it. His disciples lead him in, and he just does rest. He's got crazy flipper flingers. I've never seen him fall. That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean pinball.
Yes.
There's a few words that I don't know or I mix up, but
sure, but I'm just wondering, like something like that song. That's like, I mean, who remembers all the lyrics to that one?
Well, I told you how I got good at it, right? I used to memorize Bible verses for candy bars, and
Bible verses for candy bars. We gotta write a song called Bible verses for candy bars with Sonny.
Sorry.
Then I just started memorizing all my favorite music.
And I just
we have to write a song called Bible verses for candy bars. Sonny is gonna write the guitar part. Bible verses for candy bars. I'm just
I used to know the entire Genesis. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty, and darkness was over the surface of the deep. And the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God saw that light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was the evening, and there was the morning, and that was the first day.
That was the first day. Yeah.
God said, "Let there be a vault between the waters to separate the water from the water." So God made the vault, separated the water under the vault from the water above it, and it was good. God
All right,
called
you
the
say
vault sky.
The vault. Some translations say the firmament.
Well, I know that's just semantics.
I know.
It said vault in the Bible. The 1816 that I was memorizing is from.
Yeah, I like it. So, do you have the first chapter of Genesis memorized?
Pretty close, still.
Cool.
Pretty close.
That's awesome. Pretty awesome.
My grandma started me young with memorizing them. And what's the shortest verse in the Bible? Who knows this?
Shortest version of the Bible?
Shortest verse in the Bible.
Oh, shortest.
It had to do with Lazarus. I'll give you a hint.
I guess that would be in the New Testament. So we'll see.
And Jesus wept. Shortest verse in the Bible.
Okay.
And he wept.
So would that be in? It's got to be in one of the Gospels, right?
It is.
I guess Mark.
I think the story of Lazarus is in all the Gospels, Helio.
Sure, I mean, you said shortest verse, so I'm asking. Is it in the Gospel of Mark?
Oh, it's in all three. And he wept.
Oh, so.
And Jesus wept. Three word verse.
Oh, verse. Oh, I thought you were saying chapter. Never mind.
No, not chapter. Shortest verse.
And Jesus wept. All right, never mind. This time.
And Jesus wept.
Okay. And what was that referring to?
Lazarus' death. Mary came upon him on the road to Galilee and said, "Verily, Lazarus has passed this day," and Jesus wept.
Did he weep because?
So does anybody got a
I think in hold on, in that vein. Now, prior to that, he knew that Lazarus was going to rise again. He already knew that.
What's up, Enoch?
So I was asking if anybody's got a tent. Sorry.